Crystal's POV. I'm a princess, but I was born to be abandoned, humiliated, and manipulated. My life was like a nightmare, followed by another nightmare. Yes, endless darkness and torment were swallowing me. And if I woke up one day not in trouble, then I would be so grateful to my so-called family. But my prayer would never be granted. I don't understand why I'm going to marry that prince who I even never meet. Attacked by such a big surprise, I asked my foster older sister Laura, the only respected princess. A laughter sounded, mixing with sarcasm and pity. She placed a white lily in a transparent vase, showing her carelessness to what I asked and what I felt. Oh, you poor girl. You really think you're the one of our royal family, huh? Let me tell you the truth. You are nothing more than a lucky outcast. My father adopted you because our country needed a diplomatic tool. Since we raised you, and now it's time for you to give us back. Am I clear? I had to admit that her harsh words almost suffocated me. From the first day I stepped into this country, this royal family, I knew clearly that no one liked me, no one respected me. But being sold like some kind of cheap goods was the last thing I could imagine. What exactly are you trying to say? Yes, I was confirming, in utter dismay, although I had a premonition of my fate already. You poor, silly, foolish, tomorrow, you're going to marry the Prince Francis Ace Stewart and you'll leave here for good. She answered so scornfully and wickedly. Honestly, I wish you die there, because no one gonna love a homeless, useless trash girl like you. My whole body trembling for controlling my tears. I didn't want to cry. I had been treated like a livestock for so many years. Fear, helplessness, and despair accompany me every minute. I want to escape this gorgeous yet ferocious family. And now, that's my chance, wasn't it? Facing the fact I couldn't say no, fight back, or run away. I even had no clue about the man I was getting married. I didn't want to self-pity. I just hoped that my new family would treat me like a human being. That's all I pray for. Francis's POV. But my wolf couldn't mark her. What's wrong? Alpha, there's something urgent you need to know. Casting a look of displeasure at my subordinate, Harry. What? I said impatiently. Something good, my Alpha. I distanced myself from Doris, following Harry to the corner. Harry said respectfully, the two presbyters, Evelyn and Geoffrey, figured out a solution to our kingdom's crisis. That is the marriage of you and the Princess Crystal Clark. Say it again. What's that fucking solution? I raged. How could the two presbyters, yes, they did raise me like my dead parents, do that to me? My mate is Doris and they knew that. How could they arranged me a marriage, pointed to a whatever woman, and bonded her with me? In great anger, I immediately rushed to their council chamber. Sure enough, here they are. Cancel it. I won't marry any woman but my mate, I roared when I saw the two presbyters. They had to know that I would not sacrifice my marriage. I would not make any concessions. After casting a look to Geoffrey, Evelyn said, Francis, the crisis we are facing is enough to tear our kingdom apart. Just for the sake of those people who trust you, worship you, and respect you, you need to accept this marriage. I know you want to have your own love, and you also want your people to live in happiness. Don't let them down. Yes, for protecting my people, I would love to do everything, but I wasn't ready to give up on my mate. My head was like filled in with millions of fleas and made me on the edge irascibly. Suddenly, a sketch portrait on the table caught my eye. Who is she? With a slightly smile, Geoffrey picked it up and handed it to me. She is the Princess Crystal. Somehow, at this moment, just as I saw the sketch portrait, a strange but pleasurable feeling was taking over my mind, making me gradually forget that I was still. This simple sketch showed that woman's perfect face, straight nose, full lips, sharp jaw. Why did I feel a strong sense of familiarity with her? To be precise, it's just her sketch. Fucking why? After staring at her sketch for a long time, I knew I had no choice, and the two presbyters were waiting for my answer. I will marry that woman. It is only for the sake of our kingdom and people. And let me be clear, the only woman I love is my mate, and I will never regard that woman as my wife. I will never love her. I did my best to control my temper and anger, stormed back to my room, and what greeted to me was a pillow that Doris thrown at me. Why are people saying you did not reject that trashy princess? As soon as I stepped into my room, Doris grabbed my sleeve and yelled at me, You're going to accept her, aren't you? Look, Doris, I have no choice. This is the only way to keep my people safe. I know it's hard for you to share me with other women, but it's not my call. I want you to understand me. Understand? Then what about my feelings? I'm your mate. You should marry me instead of that damned princess. She just kept shouting at me. Honey, I love you with all my heart, and I promise you I won't spare a little bit love for that woman even if I married her. I hugged her tightly, kissing her forehead. You're my one and only love. Swear to me you'll torture her and make her beg you to kill her. Nothing to worry about, sweetie. The only thing she will get from me is regret. I whispered, kissing Doris's neck. Crystal's POV. Today is my new day. Leaving my old so-called family and meeting the new one, of course including my husband I'd never know. I was waiting for someone to pick me up, and when a luxurious Lincoln showed in my sight, I knew it's coming for me. I shuddered from being too nervous and uneasy, my lips turned ashen, and my palms broke out in cold sweat. But a weird feeling spread through me, which told me this marriage was my fate. When I was in a trance, Laura warned me, "Do not disgrace our family. Behave yourself." She pulled me rudely into the car and slammed the door heavily. I turned to look at my foster father. Unfortunately, he closed his eyes and didn't contradict what Laura said. He didn't want to look at me, I knew. Everyone wanted to send me, the loser, away as soon as possible. Aren't you curious about what your husband looks like? Laura had a sardonic grin on her face, cocked her leg, and kicked me. The one who would marry a loser like you must be an ugly monster. Listening to her words, I knew she was deliberately torturing me. Honestly, I was used to it. For a long time, I tried to ignore all the mean words, but they just wouldn't leave me alone. I turned to look out the window, trying to comfort myself. However, when the trees on both sides of the road were replaced by ornate buildings, my head suddenly got dizzy and I almost vomited. Whenever I got extremely nervous, this feeling would attack me. Now I had arrived at King Jeremy's castle. Sorry, I need to get out of the car and get some fresh air. I think I'm going to throw up. My request sounded like begging. Laura looked at me with a disgusted look, opened the door, then pushed me out. Now that we're here, I'm sure you can take care of yourself. We don't have time to waste on you. The moment I was pushed out of the car, they left me out and drove away. I took a deep breath and didn't feel much for Lola's actions. This was typical of her. I made my way to the small garden, trying to relax before I met my husband. Then, in the next second, a man's voice sounded behind a wall. This marriage disgusts me. I loathe that woman. Marriage and that woman? Okay, I was not stupid. Upon hearing that, I knew I was that woman. So did this mean that the man speaking was my husband? The Prince Francis? The words about how he hated our marriage and how he disliked me were still going on. How ironic. I was forced to marry him, and now I was eavesdropping on his disgust for me. I felt my heart was being sliced by a dagger. It hurts so much. I lowered my head because of all the harsh words. Then suddenly, he stopped. I couldn't help walking to the wall, trying to look at him. However, the scene I saw in the next second was enough to drag me into hell. The Prince Francis, my husband, was passionately kissing a beauty in his arms. Francis's POV. I suddenly caught a shocked eye, and I immediately pulled away from Doris. I didn't know why, but my wolf forced me to put an end to my passion. At the exact same time, I saw the uninvited guest, wearing a white wedding dress and a gold crown, hiding behind the wall, her fingers gripping the edge of the wall, her pretty face full of shock and incredulity, as if she had been frozen, standing straight and stiff. I had no idea why she dressing like that suddenly appeared in my backyard with nobody aside her, but I knew she must be my soon-to-be wife. Princess Crystal, yes, the name they called her. I had to admit her charm was much more than that sketch. Her eyes were as pure as a deer. God, why did I feel so drawn to her at the first time I saw her? And right now, there was more shock, panic, and hurt in her eyes. My wolf was guiding me closer to her, instructing me to comfort her. But why? Looks like Princess Crystal is a voyeur. Your Majesty, I hope your marriage isn't a ridiculous joke, is it? Doris wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a kiss on the cheek, taunting the sudden interrupted princess who looked like a lost, frightened deer. Doris's words pulled back my drifting thoughts, and Crystal's suffering look crashed into my vision, her lips and hands trembling, but she didn't retort any of the words. Somehow, there was a desire in my heart to protect her. Darling, I feel sorry for you. Your wife has either no self-respect or courtesy. Doris's demeaning wouldn't stop. I didn't stop Doris from humiliating Crystal, and at the same time, I could feel the great fear and pain Crystal was suffering. Crystal was in torment. But why did I feel that? What made me even more unbelievable was that my wolf was standing on the Crystal's side. My wolf was prompting me to give her a tender hug. Hell no. I hate her. I was so sick of this marriage, and I was doing my best to control my crazy wolf. Let's get out of here, sweetie, I said to Doris with my arms around her, rolled my eyes at Crystal, then left. I even didn't say a word to Crystal, but what I felt was concerned. Concerning about Crystal's feeling. Crystal's POV. I stood as rigid as a zombie. I was hurt by that pretty woman's insults? No, that's not the reason I still stood the same place. Then my eyes chased Prince Francis. My mood changed by his words. My desire was provoked when he stood in front of me. Was I crazy? Yesterday I was mourning my arranged marriage, but now I was attracted to him? Jealousy, longing, and the racing heart tugged at my nerves, which told me I cared about this hot, arrogant prince I saw the first time. Although I had no reason to care about him, but the voice in my heart was telling me I wanted to be the one kissed and held by him. Crouching down against the wall, I knew I should be stronger, yet my mind was a mess. The pathetic part was that I even couldn't fight back with Laura and my foster father if I wanted to keep alive. Right now, Prince Francis and I were both trapped into this business marriage. While my mind ran wild, a maid found me, recognized me as the bride by my dress. She took me to the wedding hall. Everything happened so fast, and now I was standing at the wedding hall. Laura, my foster father, and Francis's family, the people who raised him to be exact, were here, watching me and Francis. Francis stood in front of me, expressionless. Seeing him showed such an arrogant look, but I was still drawn to him. His silent breathing was enough to make my heart speed up. However, I was well aware of that. We were enemies, the enemy in this marriage. Why are you standing like a stone sculpture? Don't waste our time. Laura urged me, however. She immediately softened her tone when she saw Geoffrey and Evelyn, the two most authoritative presbyters, giving each other confused glances. I'm saying, Crystal, you look so shiny right now. Prince Francis deserves your best moment. The wedding host stood between Francis and I, asked us to take our vows with him. When it came time to exchange the rings, I couldn't help but look up at him. As it happened, he was looking at me too. At that moment, his eyes seemed to put a fire in my heart, made me blush. Once again, I felt some kind of strange connection between us. Somehow, it looked like he felt that connection too. So, what was that? Noticing that Francis put the ring on me as quickly as possible, he immediately retracted his hand when his fingers touched my skin, like I had the plague. As soon as we finished our wedding vows, Francis turned away, sweeping over his suit with his hand as if to get rid of my scent. In the end, there wasn't a wedding kiss between us. Seeing that Francis didn't care for me at all, Laura covered her mouth with her hand to hide her mockery of me. Instead, Geoffrey and Evelyn apologized to me for Francis's rudeness, and they tried to make me feel at home, but the only response I could give them was just an appropriate smile. I didn't know how to respond to others' kindness for me. Well, thanks to Laura and my foster father. After all, I had always lived in the hell since they adopted me. Just as I was laughing at myself for my ridiculous life, my foster father said, "It's time for us to leave. Stay here and be a good wife, Crystal." His tone implied he couldn't wait to leave, and Laura stood beside him, nodding. "Why don't you stay for a little longer? I think Crystal will be sad to leave you." Geoffrey, after a quick glance at me, suggested, "Thank you for the kindness, but we don't want to spend our time with company." Lola declined. "We're sure Crystal will quickly adapt to the lifestyle here." I smiled bitterly. My heart felt like being pressed by a heavy rock, disappointed and miserable. They wanted to get rid of me so much that they didn't even give me a goodbye? Indeed, we're not blood-related, but we had lived in the same house for so many years. We stayed with each other every day, but still, they were unwilling to give me a little warmth and love. They only regarded me only as a business tool. How inhumane there. After Laura and my foster father left, Diana, Francis' aunt, led me to his bedroom. Welcome to our family. This is also your room now. Just do whatever you like. Standing in the doorway, my eyes looked around Francis's bedroom. Hormones pounded to my face, showing Francis's masculinity. Lots of exquisite sculptures were neatly placed in the corners, a sumptuous brown leather couch in the middle of the room, and the spacious, soft bed that Crystal had always longed for. After all, she'd never been treated like a human in her old family. Maybe this marriage is a shock to both of you, but I hope you don't hate us. We all saw Francis's rudeness to you, and I apologize on his behalf. He is not a spoiled prince. He just needs some time to accept all of this. Again, we all welcome you, pretty Crystal, said Diana sincerely, held my hand in hers. Hearing what she said, I actually felt a little bit warmth. I won't take it personally. Oh, you're so sweet. Diana hugged me, touching my hair gently like a mother, showing a bright smile. The girls help each other. You can come to me anytime. We should be good friends. Thank you, Diana. Somehow I was attacked by an urge to cry. You're the first person treating me so nice. It really means a lot to me. I felt her pat my back softly, like she was easing my tension. I cherished the feeling. Then, as my personal guide, she showed me the entire castle, telling me some funny things of Francis' childhood. Soon, she walked me back to Francis's room. By the way, Francis exercises at this time every day. Perhaps you should prepare a clean shirt for him now. Come on, cultivate your relationship, step by step. Diana pushed me into the bedroom, opened Francis's gorgeous wardrobe, cheered me up, then left. Before I could stop her, she disappeared. Turning my eyes back to the wardrobe that dazzled me, I took a deep breath, summoned the courage to touch Francis' staff. God, I could even feel his scent, his hormones, and his sexiness just through his clothes. Subconsciously, I took a step closer to the wardrobe. However, a pair of boots tripped me, causing me to fall into the wardrobe with the sound of a hanger sliding, Francis' clothes immediately obscuring my view. This was not what I wanted. Just as I tired so hard to free myself from the pile of clothes, a well-built figure already stood in front of me, upper body bare. Oh no, it's Francis. He grabbed me out of the wardrobe and threw me right into the soft bed. With his characteristic charming hormones and deadly sensuality, he walked towards me step by step. Wait, I knew I screwed everything. But what's he trying to do to me? Punish me? In his bed? Crystal's POV. You must know full well that you're lying in my bed right now, but that means nothing. I would never sleep with you. I've found my mate, and I only love her. Do you understand? Francis was threatening me, eyeing me up and down with a disgusted look. I was so shocked and confused that I even forgot to blink as I stared at him. Pardon? Wow, how impressed me. Did he regard me as that dirty woman who only begged to sleep with him? I mean, we've never met before. Of course, I didn't want to marry him or sleep with someone I'd only known for a day. Why was he acting like he's the only one rejecting it, and I'm the one who happy to accept it? I will never accept your body. From now on, you must keep 2 meters away from me at all times. He stressed again. First of all, for the record, I was also unwilling to all of these. Secondly, I have no interest in you at all, let alone sleeping with you. What's more, I think I have right to know why you married me, since you already have a lover. Unlike me, he was a respected prince who had the right to say no, and if he had chosen to reject our marriage, none of these stupid conversations would be happening now. But he didn't. And strangely enough, after I gave my speech, there was a voice in my heart refuting my words. Especially the line, I have no interest in you at all. What's wrong with me? Talking to you is a waste of my time. Francis's impatient tone sounded, an arrogant jerk. Although he didn't like me, I expected him to give me the basic respect, or at least an explanation about the marriage. Obviously, he didn't want to talk. If I need to stay 2 meters away from you at all times, where do I sleep? I was a little upset. We're married, and your family asked me to live with you. Yes, we were asked to be in the same room, but not the same bed. His scornful eyes looked me up and down again. You can choose your preferred corner in my room. What? Was he implying that the floor would be my bed from now on? I was about to argue with him, then suddenly a football hit the open door, grabbed my and Francis's attention. This is not the manners a husband should have for his wife. Jeffrey's majestic voice sounded, gazing at Francis. The second that he appeared with the football, Francis's arrogance was diminished. Not because he was afraid of Geoffrey, but out of respect. Your Majesty, I greeted Geoffrey respectfully, bowing my head. What's going on here? Geoffrey inquired. Nothing. Francis looked at me as if to warn me not to speak unnecessary nonsense. I was talking to my wife about something personal. The personal thing is asked me to sleep on the floor, I whine inwardly. I'm here to remind you that you need to spare your time to prepare with us for Crystal's welcoming ceremony. You know, it's our tradition, Geoffrey said to Francis. A traditional welcome ceremony? Could I refuse? It was my first day here, and I didn't know anyone except Diana. I didn't want to show myself to them. Fortunately, Francis disapproved of it as much as I did. No, the traditional ceremony is for welcoming a guest who has been genuinely invited, not for an arranged wife. It looked like Francis was about to lose his temper. That's what you're supposed to do for Crystal, Francis. You're married now. Geoffrey didn't change his mind. He looked at me kindly. Evelyn has prepared a traditional dress for you, and I'm sure you'll love it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Just call me Geoffrey. We're family. Family. Somehow Geoffrey's words warmed my heart, and I was so touched by his kindness. Of course, to Francis, he and I could never be a family. Francis POV. Once again, I asked myself why I could only protect my kingdom by marrying that human girl. She didn't even know I was a werewolf, didn't know the whole castle was full of werewolves. I was sitting in the conference room, and the funny thing was, we're discussing how to keep the secret that we're werewolves, because Crystal must never know who we were. From now on, everyone need avoid talking to Crystal. Even though she's my wife, she's just a normal human. If I find anyone's actions make her suspicious, I will punish you all by killing. We should just lock her in the room, forbid her to leave, then we don't have to be so careful. A woman named Ashley countered my words. She's my strong subordinate, but she always balked at any orders I gave him. Fortunately, I'm used to it, so I'm not surprised. Do as I say. I pounded on the table. She's a princess no matter what. We can't mistreat a princess. It would detract from our reputation. Besides, her arrival saved our kingdom, and she has everything to do with us. We can't hurt her. We can't let her leave, and more importantly, we can't let her find out we're werewolves. Ow! Suddenly, a fierce wolf cry interrupted my words. Immediately, a black wolf shadow leapt over the window. Catch it! That's the traitor should be in jail. He escaped! Someone shouted, and my thoughts were suddenly taken over by panic. My wolf was greatly stimulated, wildly growling inside me. My wolf was extremely upset. I could feel it clearly. I couldn't waste even a second. Without hesitation, I rushed towards her, turning into a wolf on the way. All I wanted now was to ensure her safety. Crystal's POV. I thought Francis must really hate me, because I couldn't find him. Again, it's our wedding day, but he's not even stay by my side for an hour. Of course, I was a little frustrated. Walking down to the river, the reeds around me were so beautiful and hazy, but I just look at my face reflected in the river and couldn't help but think of Francis. Maybe he's with that pretty woman right now, cuddling her and kissing her. They were the most intimate. My heart suddenly ached as the thought sprang into my head. You want him. An absurd voice appeared in my mind. I couldn't believe why I was attacked by this kind of thought. Suddenly, a huge black shadow flashed through the reeds. I saw it in the reflection, and with it came a terrible howl. Oh God, I crouched down consciously. What happened? What's that sound? Howls of wolves? Thank God, you're okay. Diana's voice then's at the other side of the reeds. She ran towards me with dozens of guards. Her eyes showed her concern for me. But now I was more curious why she was followed by so many guards. Was something serious happened? Diana, I think I might have heard a wolf. Frowning, I said very seriously, why are there wolves in the castle? Diana helped me to my feet, smiled, and said, you must have heard it wrong. There can't be wolves in the castle. But I also saw a huge black shadow, like a wolf. I stuck to my story. I assure you, there are no wolves. Do you believe me? Diana stood by her words as well. Looking into her eyes, the doubt in my mind didn't dissipate, but I nodded anyway. Don't stand here any longer. The welcome ceremony is about to begin. Let me dress you up. You'll be remembered for being so shiny. Listening to her, I looked away. A voice in my mind telling me that I didn't need to be remembered by others. I just wanted to be remembered by him. Francis? The welcome ceremony that Jeffrey and Evelyn prepared for me began. Yes, Francis was not included in the preparation staff. I was dressed in an aqua blue traditional skirt. My hair was coiffed and secured with shiny pearl hairpins. I noticed a lot of eyes on me, but the only thing I could do was take a deep breath because I was so nervous. I didn't even know where to put my feet on, cold sweat breaking out on my hands. I mean, everything was perfect, except for my very short skirt. This traditional costume wasn't quite what I expected. As long as I moved, the snow-white skin near my buttocks would be exposed. That's why I stood motionless like a wooden stake. People must think I was a joke, and I didn't even have a male companion. Crystal Clark! Suddenly, a roar erupted from the crowd, causing me to immediately shudder. It's Francis, rushing towards me with fury. Crystal's POV. Why was he yelling at me? I didn't dare move because I could even see the trace of a raging wolf in Francis's figure and vaguely feel he was eyeing my body up and down, especially my exposed skin. It was like he had hellfire in his eyes, which ready to burn anyone to ashes at any time. What's wrong with him? All I know is that right now, all my attentions were on Francis. I noticed his furious look, his fast movements, and his sharp eyes. Confusion filled my brain, and before I could say a word, he had already carried me over his shoulder. Wait, my skirt? It's too short. Just as I tried to struggle, he took off his black coat with one hand, wrapped around my exposed skin. I belonged to him, and he's mine. Oh my God! What's this? I was so panicked that I had this incredible feeling. The moment he carried me up, no, exactly, it was the second his hand touched my skin. An impulse arose in me that drove me to get even closer to him. To my surprise, his actions made me feel at ease rather than disgusted. Why? The truth was, he shouted at me and carried me away in public. He humiliated me, and he didn't give me any respect. Yet, I couldn't refuse him. There was a voice deep in my heart acquiesced what he had done. That voice also told me that I wished someone could take me away from the embarrassing ceremony. Steps were getting faster as he carried me to the garden, where there was no one else, and it's getting darker around. Before I could react, I was thrown on a cushion by him. This was the cushion which I saw him and Doris lying on this morning. Strip off your clothes, since you like showing off your body desperately, he ordered me, standing in front of me, dominating. Excuse me? What? I was shocked. His eyes traveled over me. You really don't know what the hell you're wearing, huh? I don't want to be rumored by other men that I married a slut. Wait a minute, it's not my choice. How can you say that to me? Yes, I was irritated by him. You, Francis. The next second, Diana's serious voice came from the garden entrance, cutting his words. Will you give me and your wife a moment? I noticed Francis struggling to hold on his anger, and he said to me, almost gritted teeth, we'll talk later. I lay on the cushion, in a mess, staring at his departing figure and suddenly felt a little ache in my heart. I'm sorry you had to go through this. Francis doesn't normally get angry about this traditional skirt. Diana rushed towards me, crouching down, concerned for me. I didn't say a single word. All Francis left me with was rudeness and anger. I saw what just happened. He's a gentle man. I don't know what's wrong with him tonight, Diana explained for him. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. Francis had roared in front of me, but what had I done wrong? Roared. As soon as I thought of this, I asked, that's really weird. Remember I told you earlier that I heard a wolf? I seem to be hearing that sound from Francis. Suddenly, Diana narrowed her eyes as if trying to hide her looks. Sweetie, you must have misheard. No one heard the wolf. I'm sure I really need to officially introduce you to the people of our kingdom, Diana interrupted me. The ceremony has already started. We shouldn't waste any more time on this matter. Will you join me, Crystal? At her soft tone, I could only nod my head, even though I had lots of doubts about that wolf thing. 5 minutes later, I followed Diana back to the ceremony. Francis, who was standing outside, caught sight of me at once. Why was I always drawn to him? I didn't want to. But the truth was I couldn't control my eyes. I tried to pretend I didn't see him and walk past him, but his voice was already sounded. Don't pretend you're the only victim. Our marriage is just a tool to save both of our kingdoms. So, Be a good actor. You have to show your smile to everyone, not only your body. Again, this warning with discontent and humiliation came from my husband's mouth, and I needed to ignore those words. The best thing I can do is pretending to be happy, so you have nothing to worry about. I had already get used to the torture from my old family. I thought the worst part could happen was that I suffered those torture again here. Francis' eyes flashed with confusion and curiosity when he heard my words. He looked at me as if he wanted to ask me some questions. Then, suddenly, Diana's voice interrupted us. Everyone, attention, please. It's time for us to officially meet our new family member, Princess Crystal. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on me, with smiles and curiosity. Of course, some of the pretty girls were filled with jealousy of me, as I became the wife of the popular Francis. Dear friends and family, I guess you already know this welcome ceremony is held for Francis's wife. Yes, from now on, we got a kind and beautiful family member, Crystal Clark. She will be the princess of our kingdom, and I hope you guys will sincerely welcome her, make friends with her. Jeffrey announced, standing at the highest step, holding champagne. Evelyn stood beside him, smiling and nodding. After Jeffrey finished, Francis left. I didn't know where he went, but of course that's the way he treated me. After a while, many people came around me. They asked me about my life in the other kingdom and told me some things about this place. So nice people. However, I couldn't stop thinking back to the roar Francis had given me earlier. I was 90% sure I heard a wolf, but the other people there hadn't shown any amazement at all. Did I really mishear it? I was slightly distracted, then suddenly a naughty voice sounded behind me. So you're the Princess Crystal of Slay. I turned back out of shock. Sorry, what? What appeared in my sight was a pair of turquoise eyes and a bright smile. I mean, you're the shiniest woman here. I'm Mike, Francis's cousin, by the way. I immediately showed my standard smile and nodded my head slightly. It's so nice to meet you, Prince Mike. I prefer you call me Mike, Princess Crystal. Then, please call me Crystal. Our eyes met. We all burst into a pleasant smile. He's a nice person, I could tell, and it seemed like all of people here were so nice, except Francis. Just at the same time, Evelyn was walking towards me with a distinguished guest. Your Majesty, I greeted Evelyn. Crystal, you need to meet our old friend, Selena Gilbert. Actually, she is our closest friend, Evelyn said with a warm smile. It's my honor to meet you, Miss Selena. I immediately greeted respectfully. What a beauty. Selena sized me up with her eyes. When I heard Doris talk about the marriage of you and Francis, I couldn't wait to get to know you, Crystal, right? Yes, Miss Serena. Doris is my daughter. Selena added, It looks like you're about the same age as my daughter. I'm sure you two will be the best friends. Upon hearing the word Doris, Evelyn's expression turned a little gloomy. I was confused because I didn't know who this Doris they were talking about was. Doris, come here. Selena waved towards a beauty not far away. I stood obediently, waiting. However, the next person who appeared in front of me was enough to make me dizzy. Out of disgust, there were knots in my stomach. It was that woman. The woman who stuck to Francis' arms and humiliated me. Crystal's POV. What white skin and slender legs. A pair of black pupils glowing, shoulder-length blonde hair slightly curled, and she was wearing a red-fringed dress and heels. Yes, this was the beauty that Doris showed before me. As much as I loathed her, I had to admit she looked like a sexy angel. She was looking at me with a faintly evil smile, greeted me politely. It's pleasant to see you, Crystal. I can't wait to be your friends. She pretended this was the first time we had met, but I would never forget the lewd way she wrapped her arms around Francis' neck. I didn't like her. I was so sure about that. I replied cautiously, It was nice to meet you too. As soon as I said that, she gave me a hug, a tight one. I could even feel her strength like she was trying to strangle me. Why isn't Francis here? Selena asked, looking around with a glass of champagne. Oh, I forgot to mention he was hanging out with me just now in the garden. She must wanted to see my upset face, so she released me. We came back together. He should be around. I'll go get him. There was no strength to imprison me any longer, but I stood so stiffly. My eyelids were trembling slightly, realizing that Francis had been staying with Doris, even though this was my first day here. Doris and Francis shared a special connection. They're the most intimate. Selena took a step closer to me, shaking the tall glass of wine she's holding. Maybe this kind of intimacy has a shelf life. Mike broke the torturous situation for me. After all, 6 months ago, Frances didn't respond to any of Doris's feelings. But after a weird night, Frances suddenly cared about her. I guess maybe Frances was compelled or cursed on that night. Just kidding. Well, Mike's words got a polite cold shoulder from Selena. Then she made a decent excuse for herself and left. I'm going to say you saved me from hell. Thank you. I immediately whispered to Mike. Mike gave me a cheerful smile. Anytime you need me. It's not easy to fit into a new place. People are looking at you and talking about you. I know it's hard for you, but I'm here for you, and I promise I'll make this journey enjoyable for you. Mike, I don't know how to thank you for your kindness. My eyes filled with gratitude. I felt warmth. For the first time, someone was looking out for me instead of me living under oppression. How about a kiss? His playful voice and smile showed. Suddenly, a faint growl assaulted my ears, and I immediately looked to the side. It was Francis who was staring at Mike. Francis's dangerous eyes were suggesting that he could rip his cousin apart at any moment. Meanwhile, the one thing I could be sure of was that I heard that weird voice again. It was definitely not a sound that human beings could make. It came from Francis, but how? Oops. We all know a lot of men here are succumbed to your wife's beauty. You should be thankful it's me asking her for a kiss, cousin. We both noticed Francis' unkind look, and Mike chose to give him an explanation. However, instead of Francis, the answer was an angry woman's voice. Francis, why are you staying there? It's Doris. She saw Francis angry at Mike for asking me a kiss, and she was shocked. Thanks for Doris's shout, Francis moved away, his eyes from Mike, as if trying to control himself. I glanced at him. So what had I done wrong this time? I couldn't help but stare at him, noting that his gazing were locked on those men staring at me. He seemed gritting his teeth as I could see the slight twitch of his face. Where's my mother? Doris, with a little impatient, wrapped Francis' arm and asked Mike. I may have pissed her off. Maybe you should go to her now and play the docile little sheep. Mike smiled and briefly explained what had just happened. Say that again? Okay, Doris was upset. No repeats. Mike, Francis cut in. Watch your behavior. Now Francis was even more upset, and he was defending Doris. Doris gave Mike and I a scornful look, once again acting like a piece of duct tape that had stuck to Francis. We should go find my mother. Mine! That strong and weird voice yelled at me again, just as I stared at Francis's arms that occupied by Doris. My heart was aching, like there were hands pulling at my nerves. What should belong to me was savagely snatched by others, and that person was the woman I hated. My fists clenched as I stared at Francis's departing back, and deep inside me, a strong urge was pushing me to stop him from leaving, as if he was the only love of my life. But why? What's the reason for such strong emotions in my heart? Finally, the two were out of my sight. I almost unable to breathe. Saying goodbye to Mike, I immediately left the welcome ceremony and rushed to the river. I didn't know which direction I was in this castle. I just wanted my brain to relax and get away from the noise. You know what? The most ridiculous thing was that I was homesick. I had missed my old family since the first second I stepped into this glorious castle. It's true that I'd been suffered so much injustices and abuses there, but at least I knew what I had to do to protect myself there. However, here, Francis's family had been kind to me, but it was a totally strange place to me, and I'd been experiencing my husband's disgust and indifference to me all the time. The sound of a reed being trampled suddenly cut through the dead silence here. My heart seemed to be tugged, and my first reaction was that there were strange creatures around, because I also heard a muffled howl. Hello? The only reply was another dull howl, right in the reeds. I'm sure of it. I swallowed slowly, with intense curiosity, cautiously approached the tall reeds next to me. I had to figure out what that sound was. After all, this was where I was going to live all my life. But what crashed into my eyes was a huge black wolf, creeping in the reeds, staring at me with its brown, hellish eyes. Its low howls did not cease, and it seemed that I was its target. Jesus. I didn't know if the black wolf was pissed off by my approach. The only thing I knew for sure right now was that it wanted to bite me hard and swallow me. To run or not to run? I thought my brain had stopped thinking. I flinched as if under a spell. My hands pressed tightly on my mouth to prevent me from screaming in terror, my eyes dilated with shock and fear, filled with bloodshot. Oh God. That black wolf was coming for me. A furious howl completely overturned the silence around the river, and this black wolf jumped up, opened its big mouth, drooling down, and lunged at me. The next second, suddenly a gray, robust wolf leapt up behind me, crashed into the black wolf. With a hissing snarl, they fell into the reeds. What the fucking hell was going on here? Crystal's POV. Those two huge wolves were fighting. The fluttering of the reeds rose into the air because of the fierce fight, as if they were trying to escape from the terrible battlefield. My legs had begun to weaken, and the truth was I could have fallen straight down at any moment from fear and panic. But I kept my eyes focused on the gray wolf. It's so powerful and beautiful. Even though I knew it's a wolf and it's dangerous, I just couldn't help but notice it. And little by little I realized that this gray wolf was protecting me. How was this possible? Within moments, 3 more wolves joined the fight, and they seemed to be on the side of the gray wolf. The growling and biting didn't stop, but finally the black wolf realized that it might die in this fight. It took a chance to flee immediately. The 3 wolves rushed to the other side of the river, chasing the black one. I was shaking, looking up at the huge gray wolf that was coming towards me step by step, and I felt like I was going to cry. God, of course I was scared, but my inner voice was telling me to stay. The gray wolf was watching me too. Its eyes didn't give that hellish feelings, but instead vaguely gentle, as if telling me I could trust it and that it wouldn't hurt me. Don't run. That's what it communicated to me through its eyes. I must have been crazy to actually stand in front of a wolf instead of running away. It crouched down in front of me, ducked its head, and rubbed its head against the side of my cheek as if to confirm my moods. What? I couldn't believe it's calming me down instead of eating me. My tensions was able to be soothed because its actions. I slowly moved my body to get close to it, touching its head tentatively, the soft touch making me let out a relaxed chuckle. I guess you're the good one. Crystal, thank God you're here. Not far away, Diana's nervous voice suddenly reached my ears. I subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and at the exact same time, as if struck by lightning, the gray wolf leaped to the other side of the river as fast as it could. Wow, it's really fast, I thought. Francis's POV. My wolf was declaring my rage against all my subordinates around the small hill in front of me, and I was sure all the wolves must have felt my anger before I even reached there. What the fuck was just happened? I growled, my fierce gaze sweeping over everyone. My beta, Harry, immediately ran to my side, apologizing respectfully. My alpha prince, it's all our fault. Yes, it's did. Why did that damn thing happen? Why would that traitor escape the prison, and why could he attack the Princess Crystal? You better give me a reason not to kill you all, I shouted. I swear we've arranged many guards around the prison, and we don't know how could he escaped. But he did. I cut in. I'm telling you, you so-called strongest werewolves, if something bad happens to Princess Crystal today, you're all murderers. We will guard the name of the strongest pack, my alpha. Next time, show me your actions, not your fucking words. My deadly and dangerous eyes was punishing everyone, whether lowly subordinates or mid-level disciplinarians who had failed in their duties. They all lowered their heads as if awaiting my punishment. My cousin Mike and my younger sister Amber have caught the traitor, and you will make sure this never happens again. I, as their alpha, give my order. Everyone nodded, and the most prestigious disciplinarian, Gabrina, promised me that the traitor would be imprisoned again and got a brutal punishment. That weak human, that Princess Crystal, why did she still tug at my mind? I had to admit that my wolf was against me. I wanted to stay away from Crystal. I knew I hate her. But my wolf kept drawing me closer to her. She's a smart and kind woman. She deserves a man who loves her. My wolf was growling at me. Shut up, stupid wolf. I growled back. I wanted to stick to my guns because I had found my mate, Doris. But as my wolf was suppressed by me, I thought of Crystal again. Her relaxed chuckle, her soft hands, her courage of standing in front of my wolf form and touching my head. All of those told me she's not weak. She's brave. I couldn't help but wonder if her brave had been discovered by other men, because if it did, I guess I would go berserk. Stop thinking about that human woman, I hinted to myself. I just need to care about Doris, my one and only mate. Crystal's POV. I just couldn't stop my body from shaking. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I guess my subconscious got too much shock. I mean, a wolf. Could you imagine standing in front of a wolf? That's crazy. I'm so sorry you have to through this. I hope you can forget all about this, sweetie. Diana was comforting me. Right now, I was sitting in Frances's room. Although this was my room now, I was still used to calling it Frances. Jeffrey and Evelyn were also with me, seemingly trying to create some sort of safe atmosphere for me. I was really grateful to them. Thank you. I feel better. I think my body shaking will stop soon. I tried to make people who care about me not worry too much. I cast my gaze outside, expecting Frances to show up at some point, but he didn't. I was sure he knew what happened today because I caused a chaos. He really hated my guts. That's why he wouldn't show up when I needed his comfort. Evelyn patted me gently on the shoulder. We'll find out what's going on, and I assure you, there has never been a wolf. Jeffrey added, It's safe here. You can trust us. We will keep you safe. What do you need to do to forget all of happened today? I can do it with you. Jeffrey, I think what Crystal needs most right now is a break. Evelyn declined on my behalf, and I thanked her for that. Since I didn't hide the fatigue on my face, they both knew I was exhausted. They were about to leave. Just as I walked them out the door, I saw Frances in the darkness, and I was pretty sure he cast a momentary glance at me, but he didn't stay. To be precise, he fled from me like I got plague. I needed his comfort, but he wouldn't even pity me. Perhaps he was looking for Doris. He had no reason to care about me since he had a gorgeous mate. I lowered my head. My disappointment was caught by them, and I could tell what they were going to say, but I said politely first, Thank you. Your kindness means a lot to me. Good night. They left. After everyone left, I walked to the garden to clear up my mind. Feeling the night breeze pounding on my face, I subconsciously walked to a place where there was no one. Suddenly, the figure of Frances crashed into my sight. Hey! I wanted to say hello, but my voice was cut off by the scene I was seeing. Frances fell asleep deeply on the bench in the garden, like an exhausted child. It was like the sounds around me had stopped for a moment, and I looked around, telling myself I should stay away from him. You're already attracted to him. Admit it, you want to be close to him. The voice in my heart was preventing me from leaving. What's going on? Why there was always a voice inside me that acted contrary to my behavior. Even more weird, I was more willing to follow the instructions of that voice. I took a deep breath and took a step closer to Frances. It was like a drum had been thrown into my heart, which was beating wildly as my eyes fixed on his face. He was so fascinating. He had tousled dark hair, which was thick and lustrous. His face was strong and defined. It seemed like his features molded from granite. He had dark eyebrows which sloped downwards in a serious expression. Oh, and his perfect lips ripe for the kissing. His strong hands, I bet. There must be so warm. I want to hug him. I want to kiss him. The voice in my heart was expressing its desire. Subconsciously, I crouched down beside him and concentrated on observing him. A light smile showed on my face. Indeed, he had the magic that could enchant and drive any woman crazy. Feeling the chill of the night air, I saw the blanket drop to the other side of the bench. I carefully put my hand over his body, trying to pick up the blanket and cover him up. However, just as I leaned over him from above, he suddenly opened his eyes. Catching my eyes straight, he grasped my wrist tightly. Crystal's POV. I suddenly inhaled deeply, didn't dare move, my eyes dilated, staring at him in panic. I subconsciously licked my dry lips when I clearly realized there was lust in his eyes. The heat was sweeping through my body, sapping my strength. I was about to be melted as the warmth of his hand passed to me. I'm sorry, I just want to. I tried to break free of him, but my strength was not even worth mentioning in front of him. My head was so dizzy because of the extreme tension and the ambiguous atmosphere. In order to maintain my balance, I had to put my other hand on France's shoulder. I didn't want to fall right onto him because of the vertigo. His breathing became seductively heavy, and the voice in my heart complained that I wasn't close enough to him. Stop thinking about that. I tried to stop that voice. Francis kissed me at the exact same time. He pulled me into his arms, holding my back neck, passing his lust and hot breath to me. His strong, warm hands touched my face, my collarbone, and even went down to my chest. I couldn't control my moaning, and I wanted more. Just as I let out a groan, Francis suddenly stood up, and my eyes followed his movement, only saw the coldness and anger in his eyes. "Get away from me!" He threw down a roar to me, and immediately rushed out of the garden. Casting my eyes along his back, his scent still lingering around me, I couldn't quell the desire inside me. Why did I want more from him? This feeling was extremely disturbing to me. Francis's actions and words bothered me all night. I didn't know how haggard I went to the castle's roof this morning. Yes, all the family members were on the rooftop this morning to wrap up my welcoming ceremony and to have a family breakfast, by the way. Francis, of course, was absent. Perhaps he was just trying to avoid me. "Beauty Crystal, did you sleep well?" Mike greeted me as soon as he saw me. "Good morning. Come here, sweetie. We left you some food and I think you'll like it." Diana came up to me and took my arm, leading me to the table. Mike handed me a sandwich, glanced at me, jokingly. "Why do you look so tired? Did Francis use his body to torture you every second last night? Let Crystal eat breakfast first, dear Mike." Evelyn's voice came from the stairs where she'd come with Geoffrey. "Good morning, your majesties." I greeted the two presbyters, appropriately ignoring Mike's question, because I didn't know how to answer that. Diana gently pressed me on my seat. "Well, while you're eating your breakfast, you should meet Amber, France's younger sister. She's a pretty warrior." Saying that, she looked around and asked, "Speaking of Amber, where is she?" Geoffrey sat down with a dignified look. "A few hours ago, we found explosives around the castle, and we suspected that rogues were targeting us. Francis had gone to check the surroundings. Amber went with him." "Explosives and rogues? Why that sounds so dangerous?" I looked at Geoffrey's look, realizing that's a tricky problem. So was Francis in danger? I just couldn't help but concern about him. "I guess we're facing a strong enemy." Diana sat down next to Geoffrey, her hands clasped together, looking worried about Francis and Amber. "We'll find a way to deal with those rogues. If they don't stop or even try to break into the castle, we won't just wait and die. Everyone's safety is a priority here," Geoffrey said as he cut the steak on his plate with knife and fork. Mike's sudden sneer caught my attention. Things would have been much easier to solve if Francis had been willing to take me along. I could hear the complaint in his words. Diana made fun at him while pouring the juice. "I think they made the right decision to left you behind, because the only thing you care is to have fun instead of looking for enemies. Take their decision as the way of protecting you. You'll feel better." "Aunt Diana, don't forget you just learned that Francis was looking for enemies as well." Mike giggled and shot back with words. "It seems your abilities have been questioned as well." "I thought so many delicious food could gag you, my dear nephew Mike." See, even though Diana was clowning around with Mike, they still looked like they were getting along just fine. Right now, all I could think about was Francis's safety. I frowned and asked seriously, "Why are we being targeted? Will the rogues attack the castle? Is Francis in danger?" Obviously, Geoffrey didn't expect me to ask so many questions. He put down his knife and fork, looked at me, and explained to me, "There's no need to worry. Our castle has a strong defensive force, and we won't be bullied by anyone else. Francis is a strong man, and you should trust him. As for the rogues, many years ago, we had some powerful subordinates, but they betrayed us for personal gain and became our enemies. They were called the Bugs, but I'm sure they wouldn't dare to mess with us because they know our power." The Bugs. Diana looked a little uneasy. "The Bugs? What does that mean?" I was completely confused. "Honey, it's just a name. No need to think more about it," Evelyn explained to me softly. Actually, I didn't believe it. That name sounded like an insult. Mike pounded on the table, stood up, and yelled, "They betrayed us. How dare they still mess with us? I swear, if the Bugs step into our territory, I will kill them." This was the first time I had ever seen Mike angry. He made me feel he's a naughty boy who liked to enjoy life, so I did get a little shocked when saw his tantrum. "Stop talking about this. Crystal deserves an easy morning." I guess Diana noticed my frightened look. Sorry. Mike turned to me, trying his best to control the anger on his face. I think it's time to gag me with food. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the castle gate. They're coming. Diana was alert. Wait, who's coming? What's happening? Everyone on the rooftop stood up, and I looked at their somewhat serious faces. I wondered what was going on. Why did they seem to know who was coming before they saw that one? How did they feel so accurate? Immediately, they all rushed off the rooftop, and I followed them in a panic. Oh my God! As I went downstairs and saw the scene in front of me, my hand flew to my mouth, and I cried out in shock. Some of our guards were huddled on the ground, groaning from their wounds, and a pair of well-built, tall twin men stood beside them, wearing identical black coats, exuding a dangerous aura. Jeffrey was infuriated. Is this a sign to start a war? I stood behind Jeffrey and couldn't help but focus on the twins. The twins stepped forward at the same time, with killing intent hidden in their eyes as they growled out the same words. Give us Crystal Clark! What? I trembled violently from shock and fear. I didn't even know them. Why did they want me? What did they want from me? Francis POV. Amber inserted wooden sticks into the forest lands surrounding the castle, trying to find the explosives buried in the ground. So there are no other suspects except that she-wolf, the alpha of the bugs, Jessica, right? I noticed she was getting a little impatient as we searched for 2 hours with no obvious traces of traitors. I looked around, staying vigilant. Jessica is a dangerous woman. She likes war and power. But what I don't understand is that he knows we're powerful. She hasn't had any conflicts with us over the years, so why all of a sudden is she showing her unfriendly side? Jessica led some people to betray us a few years ago, and they started a new pack, the Bugs, but they were not recognized by us, which made them our enemies. I had thought we would be fighting years ago, but that didn't happen. Now, what did they want? We'll never know the thoughts of the one who takes power as the lifelong goal. Amber picked up a lot of twigs. I just hope Jeffrey and Evelyn can figure out that it was Jessica who tried to attack us, and we need to be well prepared. The Bugs won't get any from us, because as the strongest pack, we'll beat them. I was convinced of that. You look worried. Amber looked straight at me. No, I'm not worried about our armed forces. I'm saying you're worried about someone like Crystal. Amber giggled. Admit it, brother. Your wolf has accepted her and also obsessed with her. Nonsense. I denied immediately. Don't say anything unrelated. Focus on the traitor. My mind had been disturbed and I knew it. The truth was, when Amber mentioned Crystal, I couldn't help but think about her. My wolf perked up at her name, like my wolf was injected with vitamins, full of energy. Why did you mention her suddenly? Well, I couldn't stop talking about things related to Crystal. Come on, brother, I'm your sister, and I can feel your wolf worrying about someone, so I'm just bringing it up. You're welcome. Amber kicked some small rocks on the ground for fun. I guess my sister with a boy-like personality was so interested in my marriage. Tell me about it. You know I'm also a secret keeper, in addition to be your warrior and sister. Finally, I gave my confusion out. I don't know why. My wolf is always against me when it saw Crystal. I actually don't like her, but my wolf is crazy about her, and that bothered me so much. Well, Amber stroked her chin like she was listening to my story. I found my mate, that's Doris, and I'll only love her for the rest of my life. Mate is my destiny. I can't leave her. I stopped Amber from kicking small rocks because it would expose our location. So I'll control my stupid wolf. Don't mention this conversation to anyone else. I know I can trust you. Of course you can. Just as Amber and I were about to change places to search, a strong sense of unease forced me to stop. A glint of gloom flashed in my eyes. What's wrong? We should return now. My wolf tells me danger is approaching the castle. Crystal's POV. We're facing the twins, the uninvited guests. Hey, you Bugs, how dare you come for the Princess Crystal? Mike shouted with anger. The twins ignored him and simultaneously asked, Where is the Princess Crystal? We need to see her. What do you want? You shouldn't have come to mess with us. Jeffrey demanded majestically. Leave. Now. Not until we see the Princess Crystal. The twins were extremely insistent. As they spoke, I noticed they were looking around, and finally, they narrowed their gaze on me. Why did they look at me with that curious and serious eyes? They know you're the Princess Crystal. The voice inside me was giving me that indication. I frowned when the twins stepped forward and reached out to me. We found you. Come with us. Get the hell away from her. A rage immediately came from a short distance away, drawing everyone's attention. In this instant, I seemed to see the shadow of a fierce beast rushing towards me. It was Francis. He stopped in front of me and blocked me, facing the twins. You touch us, and you ignite a war. The twins dealt with Francis confidently. You two have already started a war, and if you don't leave, I swear, you'll get the bloodshed you want. It's like Francis was out of control, but I could sense that he didn't expect the twins to mention the war. Jeffrey questioned, Did Jessica send you guys here? I heard she has disobedient twin sons. That must be you guys. Do your actions speak for the will of the bugs? Does Jessica know you're going to start a war? Jeffrey asked 3 questions in a tough tone, which made the twins stiffen a bit. I see. Their silence had answered Jeffrey's question, and the answer was that Jessica didn't know what the twins were planning. Now, leave, Jeffrey ordered once more. The twins both clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and said, We'll be back again. All of you, especially you. Their eyes locked onto Francis's face. Take your responsibility and take care of Crystal. We're watching you. As soon as they finished, they turned and left. But my brain was filled with doubt. Who the hell were the twins? It looked like they're protecting me, but why? Was there something I was missing? Half an hour ago, I thought they were dangerous, but now my wolf told me they would not hurt me. It's so weird. We need to figure out why they came, Evelyn demanded with concern. Whatever the reason, no matter what their purpose is, we won't just let them get it. I promise. Francis tried to get Evelyn to take it easy. If we can't avoid a war, it will only end in our victory. Right now, we need to make a plan. He said and left with Mike, Jeffrey, and Evelyn. Only Diana and I were still standing in front of the castle gates. I stared at Francis's back. He suddenly looked back at me but said nothing. Then he quickly disappeared from my sight. You must be freaked out. I'm so sorry. This is not what we expected you to get. Diana hugged me gently, reassuring me. Thank you. I think I can handle that. I'm just confused. I frowned. It doesn't look like you know the twins, Diana said in a low voice. That's the weird part. I bared my true feelings. I mean, it's true that I don't know them, but I feel like there's a connection between me and the twins. At my confused look, Diana softly touched my hair. Don't worry, sweetheart. We'll figure out the reason, and we must. It's late at night. Diana spent the whole day with me, trying to make forget the shock I'd had in the morning, and for that, I appreciated to her. I was on my way back to Francis' room, passing through the conference room, where I noticed the lights were on and a familiar figure bumped into my sight. Francis, he was alone. We should talk. His eyes darted to me precisely before I could greet him. His eyes were so dark and showed a hint of displeasure. Okay, then talk. I walked into a conference room. At the same time, I felt his more intense, furious gaze, like a flame that could explode at any moment. Suddenly, I wanted to cover my eyes or block his view. Why are they looking for you? He questioned. Obviously, he was referring to the twins. That's what I wondered too. I was being honest. Liar! Francis suddenly yelled. They asked me to take care of you. It's obvious they know you. But I don't know them. I was irritated by his arrogant tone and unexplained anger. And why are you yelling at me? I don't think I've done anything that needs to be blamed or accused by you. Don't you think you need to change your attitude to me? He cut in, ignoring my words. Are they your secret lovers? Did you cheat on me? What? How could he say that? It's none of your business. Why did you care? Out of anger, I unleashed my temper. For a man who have a mistress, you think you have the right to control my personal life, huh? The only woman you need to control is Doris, not me. Okay, I'd irritated him. Even more. I could feel it clearly that his scent had become more intimidating. He immediately grabbed my arm, squeezed my waist, and pushed me down onto the desk, his eyes radiating uncontrollable desire. You're my wife. I can do anything to you. You are mine, he growled, slamming his body into mine, covering my lips with his as hard as he could. Crystal's POV. Francis's kiss was slowly draining all my breath away, his tongue moving wantonly in my mouth, tangling my tongue and sending an ambiguous tingling sensation to my body from the tip of my tongue. What was I supposed to do now? Should I make no response, or should I respond to him with my kisses or my body? Once again, that voice inside me appeared, telling me that I should hold him close, that this was what I wanted. Only that voice knew how jealous I was when I saw Francis kissing Doris. Do what you want and let him know you care about him. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. That voice was stirring up my inner desire. The books and pens on the desk were swept off the ground by him. Yet, at the same exact time, he shuddered and immediately pulled away from me like he was struck by lightning. I opened my eyes, only to see him pick up his coat from the ground and run out of the conference room as fast as he could, with a hint of panic. I had no idea what happened. I sat up from the desk and tried to tidy up my messy hair, looking at this endless night, and I knew Francis wouldn't want to see me again tonight. Francis's POV. By the time I returned to the conference room, Crystal had already left. Perhaps my wolf felt disappointed, but I didn't have time to think about her anymore, because now my loyal subordinate Harry was here waiting for me, holding a map and looking very serious with a frown. "What's going on?" I asked, stepping into the conference room. Harry unfolded the map on the desk and pointed to a red-circled area. "I'm afraid that's not the answer you want to hear, my alpha. A few hours ago, I ordered my subordinates to search for information related to the bugs, including their location. It seemed that Harry had found it. However, the location that I saw now was the territory of the council. That's the one I and our entire pack did not want to offend. Why the hell are the bugs in that damn place?" I slammed my fist down on the desk. The council was the last one we want to mess with, because they were so powerful. Not only did they have strong werewolves, but they also had cunning witches and cold-blooded vampires, and they shared one goal, which was to destroy all pack threatening to them. If we messed with them, then the war was inevitable, and it's hard to tell who could win. That's why, for so many years, we had been avoiding them. We didn't fear them, but we also didn't want to be their enemy either. The bugs are located right in the council's territory. It's clear that they had joined the council. The only thing we know for sure is that the council will back them up. Harry reminded me, Fuck the bugs! And I suspect that the twins dared to come for the Princess Crystal because they knew the council would help them, and we were afraid to be the council's enemy. How dare they? I cut in with a roar. No one can take her. She's my wife. But we have to face the fact, Alpha. Because of my words, Harry shuddered violently, but he plucked up the courage to calm me down with the truth. Since the council supports the bugs, that means we're in danger, and if we keep the Princess Crystal here, I'm afraid she's going to be our nemesis. Bullshit, my wolf roared inside me as it objected to everything Harry said, even denigrating him and berating him in a voice only I could hear. But I knew Harry wasn't wrong. We were currently facing a dilemma that could lead to a terrible war because of Crystal. My fists clench, my nails even got into my palms. It was clear to me that if I was going to protect my pack, then I had to give up Crystal. Oddly enough, I kept telling myself that I hated her, that I wanted her to go away, but when I saw that the twins were coming for her, I was so disturbed and manic. I didn't know if I was affected by my stupid wolf, but for sure, I didn't want her to be taken away by anyone. I even wanted to fight for her. Jason POV, the older of the twins. My twin brother, Caleb, and I ran as fast as we could in the dark. We were climbing a mountain, and what's waiting for us was a wooden suspension bridge. After passing that suspension bridge, we could finally return to the bugs. At the moment, what's bothering us most was our mother, Jessica. Caleb, you know we're running out of time. I was faster than him, and I stood by the wooden suspension bridge, urging him on. He's not as strong as I am, I knew that, but in order to prevent my mother discovering that we sneaked out of the bugs, now was not the time for me to be a gentle brother. Caleb was breathing hard and tried his best to catch up to me, panting. I'm sure Mother won't find us. She's too busy. We haven't seen her for a month, remember? Yes, but don't underestimate our mother. She knows everything. My wolf tells me we aren't safe. Come on, we're the strongest twins, and we can take down anything. The strongest warriors chosen by the members of the bugs are us. You shouldn't forget how we slayed the beast together. Caleb tried to make me lighten up, but we were twins and I could feel him getting scared too. Scared of our mother, Jessica. It's good to know you two are back. In the next instant, a cold and powerful voice sounded on the other side of the suspension bridge. In the silent night, that voice sent a shiver to both Caleb and me. Caleb and I both turned backwards to look at the dark-haired woman in the red jacket. Mother? Ready to tell me where you've been? She sounded like she was conveying a polar-like chill to us. Caleb and I put our hands behind our backs and lowered our heads, contemplating what we should say. You guys better not to lie to me. You know the consequences. Mother even warned us. Caleb and I looked at each other and made up our minds. Crystal, Mother, do you remember that you have a daughter? I told you not to mention her again. I have plans. She sounded a little fierce. Then what's the plan? I asked. She's our older sister. She should live with us. Is that the ridiculous reason you went to her? She asked. She already has a family. You're just disrupting her life. That's why we just went to see her and censor her family instead of taking her away in a strong manner. Caleb said, We care about her. She is our family. Don't you want to see her? Don't say that again. I forbid you to talk about her. She said coldly, turning to leave. But at least we should let her know her real family. She has brothers and mother. I shouted. I knew that Caleb and I couldn't change our mother's mind, but we wouldn't give up on our sister. I would let Crystal know the truth. I swear. Crystal's POV. The sun was blazing today. I was having lunch with Francis' family, including Jeffrey, Evelyn, and Amber. Today, Francis was in attendance, which was something I didn't expect. I couldn't help but glance at him often during the meal. I wanted to confirm his mood. Maybe it was the closeness we'd had in the conference room last night that had removed some of the distance he felt from me. I guessed. Hi, Princess Crystal. I'm Amber, Francis' sister. Amber greeted me pleasantly and sat down next to me. Finally, I met the sister who was described by others as a warrior. Nice to meet you. I'm Crystal, I greeted politely. So, Francis, when are you going to take Crystal to meet our people outside the castle? Presbyter Evelyn asked as she cut the food from her plate. Obviously, Francis was declining. Since when? I have to do this. Your manners, Francis. Presbyter Jeffrey reminded him with a dignified glance. Okay. Once again, it was clear to me that Francis didn't like me, so he refused all tasks to be alone with me. Yes, I prefer to call this thing of him spending time with me a task, an arduous task for him. I'm going to bring the rest of the salad. Making an excuse for myself, I just wanted to get away from the table that was embarrassing me. I walked toward the food room and took a deep breath with my back to the door. Then next, the door slammed shut, and I turned backwards in shock to see Francis with an unfathomable look. I think we have something to talk about last night. No, I subconsciously took a step back, my back hitting the cabinet. He immediately reached out and grabbed me around the waist, letting me crash into his hard chest. It was like his particular hormones swept the air around me, stopping me from thinking. All I wanted was his touch, his embrace, even his kisses. The passion and ambiguity of last night seemed to be about to show again, and my mind was pulled back to last night when he was stirring my mouth with his tongue. He was almost driving me crazy. Tell him you want more. The voice inside me was urging me. I muster the courage to look into his deep eyes, his high straight nose, which making my brain grows dizzy. Somehow I had the vague feeling that he wanted me, that he lusted for me. 8 o'clock at night. I won't wait a second longer for you. Francis released me and turned to leave. Wait, I called out to him in a rush. What does this mean? Meaning, I'll take you outside the castle, he said as he left, a little anticipation in his tone, but he didn't look back at me. God, I wanted him to look me in the eye and say this to me gently. I cared for him. I wanted him, but the only answer I could get from him was no. I should have understood this a long time ago. I smiled bitterly and turned to look at the salad plate, so disappointed and helpless. Francis POV. I kissed Doris lying in my arms and said softly, I should go. What do you mean? She frowned and immediately wrapped her hand around my neck. Is there anything more important than me? Of course you are the most important. I soothed her feelings. But Presbyter give me a mission. I must take Crystal to meet the people outside the castle. You are not allowed to see that lascivious bitch, let alone leave the castle with her alone. Doris yelled at me. She was angry with me. I wanted to continue hugging her and kissing her, telling her that Crystal was nothing to me. But my wolf was roaring at Doris. How dare you humiliate Princess Crystal? I tried my best to restrain my wolf's impulse, but I had to admit that my wolf didn't like Doris. It was always silent when I stayed with Doris, but today it got furious for Crystal. The strange thing was that Doris was my mate. My wolf should have admired my mate, but the truth was, my wolf liked Crystal's more. Honey, I need your understand. My people want to see their princess, and I want to fulfill their wish. This is what I should do. I explained to her in the calmest tone, but she was unwilling to understand me. Don't tell me these useless words. I can feel you care about her, but I am your mate. The only woman you should care about is me. I even couldn't refute Doris's words. Before I met Crystal, the only woman I liked and cared about was Doris. But after I married Crystal, everything seemed to be slowly changing. I pulled away from Doris, looking at her with serious eyes. Honey, I mean it. I have to do this. My heart will always belong to you. I swear to you that. I can't let you go. Doris, you are the alpha. You can send someone to go with her. I need you to stay with me. I am your mate. She cut in. Besides, no one cares about her. Even her own family has abandoned her. Can't you see that she is not a good person? What do you mean by abandoning? I frowned suddenly. My heart was aching. My wolf was angry, but I didn't know why I felt that. I knew nothing about Crystal, but I was so curious about her, uncontrollable. I thought everyone knew about that bitch. Doris leaned on the bed and showed me her slender, white legs, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. That bitch, Crystal, is not a noble princess. She is an orphan. She was abandoned on the walls of her foster father's kingdom on a snow day many years ago. She was lucky enough to be adopted, but in fact the only reason she's adopted was that the true princess need a slave. Let's talk about the crisis of your country and the other kingdom. See, she's the one who married you rather than the true princess. Because she's just a diplomatic tool and a lowly slave. She was never be treated as a real princess, of course. She deserves to be humiliated. Hearing what she said, I just felt I could lose my temper at any time, and I even wanted to kill all of those who abused Crystal. My wolf was raging, and for once, I didn't stop it. If you keep staring at me like that, I will think you are going to abandon me, your mate, for that bitch. Doris got even angrier as I stared at her with a mad glare. I immediately suppressed my anger. I didn't know you were so concerned about Crystal. Yes, it did surprise me a bit that Doris knew so much about Crystal in such detail. It's not me, it's my mother. She was a little nervous over my words. I could feel it. I narrowed my eyes at her. I didn't know why, but I had some doubts. Why is your mom paying so much attention to Crystal? Well, you know how much my mother cares about you. In case Crystal is a bad person, my mother just wants to make sure you won't get hurt by her. What other information? We shouldn't waste our time talking about her. Doris grabbed me by the collar and pulled me towards her, who was already lying on the bed. We should cherish our time. She seduced me. Crystal's POV. If he can't keep his words, then why did he promise me? I was so upset and hurt. At 8 o'clock at night, at the castle gate, I stood by the carriage and questioned a subordinate with blue eyes. I've seen him a few times. He's Harry, Francis's subordinate. And now, at the time Francis had appointed to take me to his people, he didn't show up. I didn't want to hide my anger or my disappointment. Once again, I felt my husband was humiliating me. Why couldn't he just try to be friendly to me? Harry bowed his head and sincerely apologized to me. I'm so sorry, Princess Crystal. Alpha had some urgent business, that's why he couldn't be with you. But I will protect you and make sure you meet your people and return to the castle safely. I guess I have no other choice. I was disappointed. Anyway, thank you for being so kind to me, Harry. I got into the gorgeous carriage under Harry's service. After noticing that we were seated, the coachman began driving the carriage. I turned my head and looked at both sides of the silent road. With the moon, these dark roads seemed less frightening. Princess Crystal, The place we are going to is called Rosetown, where all the people outside the castle live. Harry politely explained some information to me, but I could tell his voice was tight, and I noticed his eyes kept looking around as if searching for something or someone. Suddenly, the horses screamed, and the entire carriage shook violently. I was almost thrown out of it, thanks to Harry's firm grip on my arm. "What's going on?" Harry asked sternly, but the coachman gave no response. Harry frowned, jumped out of the carriage, closed the curtains on both sides, and gave me some serious words. "We're in danger, but I can handle it. I just hope you stay here, not even a foot away." I nodded hastily, cowered in the carriage. I hoped this danger would soon be over. But seriously, judging by the sounds outside the carriage, this danger wouldn't pass so easily. Just as I was thinking that, the carriage was suddenly lifted up, and with it, a wicked giggle. My hands flew quickly to my mouth, preventing me from making any sound out of panic. But as if the bad guy had made sure I was hiding here, he just slammed the carriage down on the ground. The carriage was smashed, making me lying on the ground, trying to control my moaning from the pain. I noticed Harry was lying on the ground as well. He looked like he didn't have the strength to fight back anymore. "A human? Interesting. You fight me so hard just to protect a human." The dark, savage-looking man was mocking Harry. But wait, humans? Why did the bad guy have to use a questioning tone? Of course I was a human. We're all human, weren't we? "She is Francis's wife and represents the dignity of our kingdom. If you dare touch her, you will die in Francis' hands," Harry roared. But this bad guy scoffed. "Such a bad liar. I would never believe that the well-known Alpha Prince would care about an ordinary human girl like her. What a huge joke." Prince Alpha? A human girl? What the hell was he talking about? But right now, my heart hurts more than confused, because the bad guy pointed out the fact that Francis would never fall for me. That hurts too much. Noticing my suffered look, Harry stood up from the ground with a little wobbly, "Apologize for your bullshit." Or what? This bad guy picked up a stone from the ground, then threw it to hit me. "If you show me your respect, maybe I will make her die less painful." "Asshole!" Harry roared and immediately rushed to the bad guy, bumping him against a tree trunk. The bad guy spat. "You asked for it." Suddenly, the bad guy roared to the moon and his body began to shift. "It's a wolf." He turned into a huge, hideous black wolf. "Oh my God, what the fuck was going on here?" Francis POV. An extremely unsettling feeling was assaulting my thoughts. I didn't know why. I just couldn't control myself to think about Crystal. It's so weird that I think she desperately needed me right now. I lay next to Doris, but I kept looking out the darkened window. Had Harry taken Crystal to the Rosetown safely? Harry was my most loyal and strongest subordinate, and I should trust him. But right now, it's like my heart was being pulled by a pair of hands, and I couldn't even calm myself down. I wanted to get out of here and go to Crystal. What a ridiculous idea, I knew. I was with my mate. Why would I even think about that normal human girl? My marriage to Crystal was nothing more than diplomacy between two kingdoms. I kept reminding myself of that, and yet I couldn't ignore her. Her scent, her eyes, her body, which were like a spell had been cast on me, making me attached to her. I must be insane. My wolf was crazy too. I closed my eyes, held Doris tighter, trying to get Crystal out of my mind. The only thing I had to do was take care of my mate. I didn't like Crystal, and I wanted her gone. She should leave. "Crystal needs you." Suddenly, my wolf yelled inside me. "Someone is trying to hurt her." I immediately pushed away Doris, who was kissing me, and sat up from bed in horror, sweat breaking out on my forehead. My breath became heavy. My wolf and I were both extremely uneasy. "What is the problem with you?" Doris took my hand and tried to get me to lie down again. But I couldn't. I got more important things to do. My wolf could even sense where Crystal was right now, once again sending me the message that she was in danger. "I'm sorry. I have to leave now." It's like my soul had been sucked out of me, and all I know was I needed to see Crystal right away. Doris sat on the bed yelling angrily, "Don't you dare leave. You promised you'd stay with me." But I can't. It was the first time I'd rejected Doris. "I'm sorry." I rushed out. I had no idea how angry Doris would be at me. All I knew was that I needed to find Crystal. The only one I cared about at the moment was Crystal. I wanted to protect her, Crystal's POV. What the fuck did I just see? Was I crazy? Why did that bad guy turn into a wolf? Oh God, I blinked hard, hoping I was just dazzled, but Jesus, what stood before me now was a huge, hideous black wolf. My body trembled so violently with fear and panic, and I almost cried, while at the same time this black wolf was approaching me step by step with a threat. Princess Crystal, this is the last secret we want you to know, but for protecting you, I'm afraid you have to know the fact. As soon as Harry said that, he immediately turned into a brown wolf, snarled viciously, pouncing on the black wolf. I couldn't believe my eyes. The scene that appeared in front of me was two wolves fighting and biting each other, blood splattering on my face, causing my dilated eyes blink so hard. I knew this wasn't a nightmare, this was reality. What was I supposed to do? The brown wolf, Harry, was protecting me, but he wasn't as powerful as the black wolf. He would be killed. I looked around, only to see the surrounding trees falling down because of the fight between the two wolves, sand flying up into the air. No matter how loud the noise was here, no one would come, as this was an untracked trail, which meant even if Harry and I died here today, no one would notice. Helplessness racked me, but when I saw Harry trying his best to protect me, I knew I couldn't be discouraged. The black wolf bit Harry's arm, making Harry scream to the sky. I had to do something to help him. I suppressed my rapid heartbeat from fear and picked up a sharp stake from the shattered carriage. I had to concentrate. I went around behind the tree, gripping the stake tightly, taking deep breaths to try to calm myself. Harry was being tortured by the black wolf. I must seize the opportunity. I couldn't let Harry die to protect me. I held my breath and slowly approached the black wolf from behind during the fierce fight between the two wolves. The black wolf was so tall, and if I was discovered by it, he could trample me to death. The good thing was that my luck wasn't too bad. I managed to get close to him and carefully observed the black wolf's body. Finally, I found a scar. That's it. I tried all my strength to pierce the stake into the scar. So deep. Once more, a miserable and angry growl cut through the silence of the night. Before I could release my grip on the stake, the black wolf found me. That's not good. Run. That's my only thought. The black wolf, however, was much faster than I was. He grabbed me by the waist and lifted my whole body. Obviously, in the hands of such a strong monster, I couldn't break free. I couldn't even use any strength. Harry roared loudly, as if he wanted to stop what was going to happen, but he was already on the ground and he didn't have the strength to stand up again, let alone fight. The black wolf held me high and I felt the cold air above me. I could hardly breathe. I was so scared. My body could not stop shaking. Tears from my cheeks, the black wolf mercilessly thrown me out. My back hit the tree trunk. The pain made me lose the strength to moan. My bones seemed broken and I couldn't move. My eyes quivered as I watched the angry black wolf approach me, growling. I knew I had angered him, and now it was time for him to pay me back. Maybe I would die here. The next moment, a huge gray shadow flashed from my eyes, brought down the black wolf, and kicked him hard. It's a gray wolf. And the gray wolf was stronger than the black one. What's going on? Why was there another wolf? And this gray wolf was protecting me. The gray wolf tore the black wolf's hair and skin, punched the black wolf's eyes fiercely. The blood splashed on the ground around me. The smell of blood made me want to vomit. The black wolf kept roaring because he was completely subdued by the gray wolf. The gray wolf bit the black wolf's neck and tore its arm. For a moment, I closed my eyes and turned my head. The scene was too horrible for me to deal with. The piteous scream did not cease, nor did my tears and my trembled body. I didn't know how long it took. All the terrifying sound was finally disappeared. The night was dead silence again. I shrugged my shoulders and sobbed. Then, heavy footsteps approached me. The sound of blood falling on the ground was particularly sharp. I didn't dare open my eyes, but I could feel there were a pair of eyes staring at me. Crystal. A hoarse but soft voice came out. I couldn't help but whimpered, plucked up the courage to open my eyes. What I saw was the gray wolf with bruises, but it shifted into a man in front of me. The man was Francis. A naked, male, wounded, muscular body with deadly hormonal charm, as if he were a god, showed in my sight. My brain was reeling from one shock after another. The only one I remember before my face touched the bloody ground was Francis. Francis' POV. No one could hurt Crystal. That's the only thing my raging wolf was thinking at the moment. Me and my wolf would kill anyone who hurt her. Just like I ripped that black wolf's skin and bit his neck off before I killed it. I just couldn't keep my anger down. My wolf growled as I look at these broken trees, blasted dirt, and messy bloodstains. I saw how Crystal was slammed into the tree trunk by that black wolf, and I couldn't tolerate my wife being tortured. So I killed it in the cruelest way. The truth was, it's not enough. I wanted to cut up that black wolf's carcass and throw it into the fire. I wanted to trample him to hell. All my fury turned to apologies and self-blame as my eyes locked on Crystal. My wife, my princess Crystal. Picking up my shirt and pants and putting them on. Picking up my clothes and pants, I put them on. Then I squatted down beside her. She looked like a crystal ball on the verge of breaking. I carried her in my arms with the gentlest of movements. Beneath her messy hair showed an incredibly haggard face with tears and bloodstains, breaking my heart. If I could come earlier, maybe she wouldn't be injured. I blamed myself in my heart. Harry struggled to stand up, bowed his head, apologizing in a hoarse voice. "It's all my fault. I'm willing to accept any punishment, my alpha." Hearing Harry's words, I gritted my teeth in anger. I did blame him, being my strongest subordinate yet being defeated by that black wolf. But on the other hand, I blamed myself even more. If I had kept my promise to accompany her to the Rose Town, she wouldn't have been hurt. "It's not your fault." I try to restrain my anger. "We're going to the werewolf's forest now. You summon a doctor immediately." I didn't worry about Harry, because he's my strong subordinate. However, Crystal, she's just a normal human girl. I was afraid that her body would be harmed hard to recover. Half an hour later, I took Crystal to a secluded forest behind the castle. In that forest, there were wooden houses of our pack. Crystal was lying in the central room, and the member of the pack was standing in the doorway. I noticed their puzzled, shocked, and even a little angry looks, because I, their alpha, had brought a human girl here. "Alpha, we shouldn't keep her, a human, here. Her life and death have nothing to do with us." Ashley, one of the member of pack, demanded strongly. "Shut your mouth," I threatened, "or I'll cut off your head." My eyes swept over all the members of the pack who were too afraid to say another word because of my threat. I continued my majestic and furious warning. "No one can disrespect the Princess Crystal. She's my wife and your princess. Did you hear me?" "We should give Princess Crystal the greatest respect," Harry, bandaged, added. "Actually, it wasn't me who protected her today. It was her who saved me. I survived because she didn't leave me behind. You guys can't imagine how brave she was when she plunged the stake into that black wolf's back. She deserves the respect of us all, and I will make sure of that." For the first time, I was proud of Crystal. She wasn't just some ordinary human girl. She was a brave woman. I noticed the eyes of all the members looking at her gradually change from scorn to respect. I was well aware of our pack members, and they would respect people they consider valuable. I believed Crystal's choice of fighting against the Black Wolf with Harry had won the recognition of the whole pack for herself. I looked out in the dark. For the sake of our pack, it's better to keep this battle as a secret. "Ashley, take a few buddies to clean up the wreckage of the carriage," I ordered. "Make sure no one will notice the fight on that road." Ashley nodded. "I can handle it, don't worry." "How's the crystal?" Evelyn cut in, rushed into the room with a worried look. I heard she was injured. It wasn't just Evelyn who came, but also Jeffrey, Diana, Mike, and Amber. I noticed that Mike frowned as soon as he saw weak Crystal. He went to her side, touching her hair. "Which bastard hurt her? I will kill him." "Don't touch her. Even if it's just her hair, she's my wife. Do you understand?" I slapped Mike's hand away and took up the position next to Crystal. Jeffrey glanced at me, which telling me to mind my manners toward Mike, my cousin. "But why did this happen?" Amber wondered. "No one can hurt anyone around Francis." Evelyn, Jeffrey, and Mike all turned their eyes to my face, waiting for my answer. I tried not to let my self-loathing show on my face. I didn't accompany her to Rosetown. I arranged for Harry to protect her. "What?" Amber and Mike joined together in an angry, confused outburst. "Francis, why do you refuse to accompany Crystal?" Evelyn was disappointed. We thought you would at least listen to us. Look what you did. You almost killed Crystal. Well, brother, you shouldn't have do that. Amber also expressed her dissatisfaction with my words. I had no reason to make excuses for myself. The truth was, I was the one who had put Crystal in a dangerous situation. As if trying to ease the oppressive atmosphere in the room, Diana asked, "Who is our enemy? They will pay for what they have done." "We won't know anymore," I said calmly. "I've killed that fuckwolf, and I won't regret what I did." A sigh came out, and Jeffrey said, "I know it's hard for you to make a rational decision in your anger, but you should have kept him alive so we could interrogate him to avoid this happening again." That's enough. My anger was stirred once again. I will not let anyone who hurt her live. I clenched my fists very firmly. Right now, I just want to make sure she will wake up. I don't want to be disturbed by anything else. Crystal's POV. When I woke up, all my muscles were aching as if they had been torn apart. Even breathing hurt my nerves. I didn't have the strength to sit up in bed. I just looked around when I opened my eyes. I didn't know where I was. Had that black wolf gotten me? Was I in that black wolf's territory? Once again, panic inside me swelled until I heard a familiar voice. "Crystal, you're finally awake." It was Diana's voice. Finally, a familiar figure and face appeared in my blurred vision. I saw Amber, Mike, Diana, Jeffrey, and Evelyn, and I knew I was safe and I was home, although this wasn't the castle. But my eyes were still scanning the room. I was looking for someone. Just when I thought I wouldn't see that person, he walked right in. Francis. I saw him. This time, when I needed him, he showed up. "How are you feeling now?" Evelyn softly asked me. "If you got energy to talk, I want to ask you about what happened today." I subconsciously shrank my body and said in a very low voice, "I saw a wolf. Harry also turned into a wolf. What are you?" It was clear to me that everyone had heard my question. After a short silence, Jeffrey answered seriously, "We are werewolves. Our kingdom is our pack. It's time to let you know that." Everyone in the room acquiesced to Jeffrey's words, which meant they were all werewolves. Werewolf. I wasn't sure how to react after hearing what Jeffrey said. It was a creature I could never imagined, but now I was surrounded by werewolves. I even married a werewolf and adored him. My body was trembling slightly. Yes, it was difficult for me to accept that fact, but I didn't feel intense fear. I read about werewolves in a book. I remember it saying werewolves only shift during the full moon. Obviously, today was not the full moon day. "Sweetie, that's just from the book." Evelyn took my hand and helped me sit up in the bed. "We can shift at any time we want, because that's how we protect ourselves." I guess the information in the book was just for adding some kind of mystery about us. Diana sat down next to me. "We will tell you everything you want to know. You are our family." What a soft tone that didn't scare me at all. I looked at everyone's kind faces. Everyone cared about me instead of treating me as their prey. To be honest, I didn't know how to respond to their friendliness. It wasn't what I expected from a werewolf. I couldn't help but look at Francis, who was also looking at me, but didn't say a word. Was he concerned about me? I wanted to know the answer, but what flashed in my brain was the scene that a gray wolf turned into him. Yes, my husband was a werewolf. He could tear the bodies and skin of other wolves. Blood and fight couldn't scare him. He looked so ferocious earlier, but at this moment I felt the tenderness in his eyes. I admit, my head was in a mess. I wanted to ask a lot of questions about them, but I didn't know whether I could handle that or not. "I think I'd rather be alone now." I looked at all of them. "I hope you understand." I noticed that they looked at each other as if they hadn't expected me to make such a request. Mike and Amber seemed to have something to say to me, but I looked away, which meant I politely declined more communication. As I fixed my gaze on Francis' face, his complicated eyes leapt into mine, and I could sense he didn't want to leave. "If that's what you want, we'll give you enough time and respect." Eventually, Jeffrey spoke that on behalf of everyone. "Thank you." I gave him a faint smile. Everyone left when I was alone in the room. I hunkered down on the bed. It was late at night, and the light of the moon shining through the window on the floor catching my attention. My eyes became hollow, almost suffocating in this space, and I needed some fresh air to clear my confused thoughts. Without telling anyone, I climbed out the window. Feeling the dark fear and the cold wind at night, I went deep into the forest, and I just wanted to hide, though I was afraid of this strange place. My shoes and dress were stained with mud, fragments leaves were stuck in my hair, but I had no mind to clean them up. There's a heavy rock in my heart. I wanted to run as hard as I could. Maybe when I was exhausted, the violent memories would disappear from my mind. But I would never forget the fight between Francis and that black wolf. The black wolf slammed me into the trunk, and the carriage was smashed to pieces, which really shocked me. I squatted down against a big rock, closed my eyes, took a deep breath, trying to comfort myself. We said we will meet again. Suddenly, a male voice sounded behind me, making I open my eyes in horror and turned away. Oh my God, it's the twins. What were they going to do to me? Jason's POV. I carried unconscious Crystal on my back and walked. Damn, why is this forest road so rugged? The truth was, my brother Caleb and I were lost in this werewolf forest. If you hadn't scared her unconscious with a fake snake, I'm sure she would have let us out. Caleb whined. Well, we have to do that. Otherwise, she'll scream for help. I stuck a branch in the ground to mark where we had walked. This damn pack actually hurt her. We demanded them, especially Francis, to take good care of her. But why are her arms covered in bruises? Was she abused? I don't know, but when she wakes up, we'll know the answer. Cable was angry. I swear I will make the people who hurt her pay. Okay, but first, lower your voice. I don't want to be caught back in their basement before I get out of their territory. Focus on finding the way. I reminded Caleb. This was the second time Caleb and I had sneaked out of the bugs this month, and we took a risk to come here. After wandering through the forest for half an hour, we finally found the way out. But where should we go? Caleb asked. Obviously, Mother is not ready for the big surprise. Where is it safe for her? Caleb was right. We needed to find a place to hide her from Mother and the council, to avoid the same tragedy of our oldest brother. We needed to do something to protect Crystal. Take her to the sea villa, I suggested. That's where Mother took us on vacation when we were kids, but it's abandoned now, so it should be safe there. Caleb nodded, as he always did, trusting my decisions. There was something we would have to tell Crystal, and we couldn't wait anymore. Crystal's POV. There was fire burning my skin, and I was being chased by 2 demons. Then I woke up screaming from my nightmare of being kidnapped. Soon, I realized it wasn't a dream. I'd literally been kidnapped. For now, I was on the beach by the sea, with a bonfire burning in front of me, and the twins who had showed up in the forest before I passed out were watching me carefully with a serious look. My brain was eroded by fear, while was relaxed by the soft sand that my skin touched. Oh God, I was about to go crazy. What should I do now? Why does she look so scared? I'm Jason. The guy named Jason asked the guy next to him who looked exactly like him, and then greeted me. I thought, seeing a pair of weird twins at night on the beach, the reaction of any sane person was afraid. That's what I thought in my heart. I'm Caleb. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. The man named Caleb wanted to shake my hand. I shrank back, shifted my gaze back and forth between the twins. Jason and Caleb, why are you taking me here? I remembered the twins had come for me in the castle before, and now they showed in front of me again. What did they want from me? We wanted to take care of you, so we brought you here, Caleb said mildly. You mean, take care of me on this dark, gloomy beach? My voice was a little hoarse, but somehow I didn't think they would hurt me. Okay, I think we should tell her now. Jason looked more dignified. But told me what? I noticed Jason and Caleb look at each other as if to give each other courage, and then they said at the same time, We're your brothers, Crystal. We've been looking for you all the time. What? I had twin brothers? What were they talking about? I parted my lips, but I was so shocked that I even couldn't say a word. Why don't you say something? Caleb looked a little nervous. We're looking forward to reuniting with you. If you guys are making fun of me with my family, it's not funny at all. I didn't believe them. Jason explained. We're not kidding. You're important to us. Then why am I separated from you? Why hasn't anyone come to me in the past 18 years? I questioned. Because we don't have any information or news about you. It's like you've disappeared into the world, Caleb said sincerely. gazing at me as if he was going to cry the next second. I noticed now that both he and Jason had very nice black pupils and brown hair, which I had too. Caleb added, "If we were trying to kill you, there was no conversations between us. We've been risking our lives to find you, from your old family to your new one. Then we found out that your old family had adopted a baby girl, timed to coincide with your disappearance, so we've been tracking you. And I know you have a red birthmark on your back. I saw it in the family photos that our mother collected when you were a baby." He's right. There was indeed a red round birthmark on my back. He mentioned our mother, my biological mother, right? "You look a lot like Mother," Jason said. I began to imagine what my mother looked like. No one knew how much I longed to see my real mother. When I was tortured by my old family, the only belief that supported me was my real family. I had to admit, when my birthmark was mentioned, I believed them. My skeptical and defensive eyes softened, and Caleb asked, "Are you hungry?" I nodded. Actually, I hadn't eaten dinner yet. Jason giggled, then suddenly jumped up with Caleb, plucking fruit from a so-high tree. Their strength astounded me. I suddenly wondered, are you guys werewolves? With such a strong body, the only one I could think of was a werewolf. They seemed very surprised to hear me ask, "Who told you about the werewolf?" "Francis and his family were werewolves," I bowed, with a little depressed. I knew that werewolves don't just exist in the stories. "You found out they were werewolves, so they tortured you?" Jason suddenly raged. "A wolf attacked me, but—" "Fucking asshole!" Caleb cut my words furiously. Standing next to Jason, they looked like the hell messengers. I didn't have time to stop their rage, and Jason said, "We should have taken you away the day we went to the castle. I swear I will kill them. How dare they hurt you? Wait for us here. We promise you we will be back in 2 hours." Jason and Caleb were going to go after Francis and his family. I immediately grabbed their arms, shouted, "Don't do this. Please listen to me." My voice scared them and also calmed them down. "We're listening." "Well, thank you." I stressed my tone. "Francis didn't torture me. His family was so kind to me. I am grateful to them. A few hours ago, I was attacked by a black wolf. Francis and his subordinates saved me. His family knew I was human, but they were willing to let me stay. They are a very nice person." "You didn't lie to me?" Jason asked seriously. I answered seriously too. I swear, I didn't. Because of my firm words, I thought their anger has been mitigated quite a bit. So, what I'm trying to tell you guys is that we can get along even if you're werewolves while I'm a normal human girl. As they heard what I said, Jason and Caleb looked at each other with some cherished smiles in their eyes. "Crystal, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." "I'm listening." I concentrated. "Caleb and I are werewolves, and so are you." "Wait, what did they just say?" Crystal's POV. I was completely stunned. My body seemed to be frozen, and out of great shock, it was hard for me to blink. "Very well, you have scared our sister into a non-verbal doll," Caleb complained. "I told you we should have made a detailed plan to tell her about this." "You guys are kidding me, right?" I swallowed hard and retorted, "I don't have your strength or speed. I've been living with humans. I'm human. You are our precious sister. We will not lie to you." Jason seriously told me again, "You are a werewolf, complete and total." "No." I shook my head slightly. "I can't shift to a wolf to protect myself. That's the basic werewolf ability, isn't it?" "We guess your abilities are sealed." Jason added wood to the bonfire and said calmly, "Perhaps before you were sent away from us, Mother had a witch put a seal on you, so you could live like a human. And we're sorry, we don't know who the Mother's helper is, and we can't undo the seal on you." I wondered, will the seal on me be undue with time? I didn't hate werewolves, but honestly, I couldn't accept myself turning into a wolf for now. "We can't tell." Caleb answered me. "The safest way to remove the seal is for the caster to do it. Otherwise, maybe you will lose your life." I noticed that he looked at me with concern. Both he and Caleb cared about me. I could feel it. "By the way, in addition to deformation, there's another reason to believe you're a werewolf." Jason added, "Have you heard the voice in your heart?" Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, I twitched violently. I remembered very clearly that since I married Francis, there has been a voice in my heart analyzing me. I didn't know what it was, but now they told me it was something special about werewolves. "Crystal?" Not hearing my answer, Caleb gently called out my name. No, I don't have that voice in my heart. I subconsciously denied it. That's weird. Caleb scratched his head. I had completely believed what they said. They were not hurting me. They were just telling me the truth. From today on, I was no longer an orphan. I had my brothers. When I was in my old family, I always yearned for the warmth, and I think I realized my dream now. Because Jason and Caleb were very kind people. But right now, the confusion in my head outweighed the joy, because I needed to accept the fact that I was a werewolf first, and I couldn't help but think about the cruel fact that I was the one who was left behind. Why me? Listening to them, I knew I had been abandoned when I was a baby. But why? I was not jealous of Jason and Caleb. I just felt sorry for myself. I used to think that my real family was gone from this world, and I always imagined how happy I would be if I still had a real family. But the truth was, I felt the pain now, because I realized I was an outcast. This fact hurt far more than the indifference and torment my old family had shown me. I couldn't help but lower my head, sobbing uncontrollably. Jason and Caleb immediately got closer to me. Why are you crying? Are you still afraid of us? I shook my head, tears falling down my face, and I cried. I'm so grateful you came to me, but I was abandoned. My parents don't love me, do they? Why? It's not what you think. Caleb patted me gently on the back, reassuring me. All parents love their children, and we're sure there's a reason for that. You don't have to say that. I cut in. People say I don't deserve love and warmth, and I don't believe them. But the truth is, they're right. No one cares about me, not even my own parents. I just want to go home. I want to go back to Francis. Please let me go home, please. I was almost begging. My emotions were out of control. Jason and Caleb were panicking because of my crying. In the end, they nodded. 2 hours later, Jason, Caleb, and I hid outside of the Francis's castle. Jason and Caleb gently held my hand and asked, Crystal, we just want to make sure you won't regret your choice today. Their voices were very low in order to avoid being noticed by the castle guards. I won't regret it. I have married Francis, and this is my home. Everyone here treats me well, I can assure you that. I gazed into their eyes, showing my sincerity and determination. But, on the other hand, I couldn't help but wonder how I was going to get along with Francis in the future. He said he would never fall in love with me, but he saved me, and I had feelings for him. My brain was a mess now. Caleb held my hand tightly in his. We respect your choice. Jason added, if someone bullies you, tell us any time. We swear we'll cut off that person's head. Once again, I felt that my brothers cared for me, and it warmed my heart. We have just met again, but they are already willing to give me promises. Perhaps this is the greatest blessing in my abandoned life. For that, I am grateful. Out of emotion, my tears fell again. I'm sorry. Did we say something wrong? They both cared for me. Not at all. I hugged them. Thank you, guys. Really thank you. I know now that I am not alone, and I will be strong for you. Anytime. Jason promised, whatever you want to do, we get your back. I nodded. It took a lot of determination for Jason and Caleb to let go of my hand, all the while watching me enter the castle. I could tell they were worried and reluctant to let go of me. But more than that, they respect and support me. They gave me the family warmth and love. I took a deep breath and had reached the castle gate. Looking up at the magnificent gates, I knew I had to see Francis and his family now. There were things they needed to know. Francis POV. My wolf is in a rage all day long. Because Crystal was not in the castle, no one had seen her. She's missing. Fucking all of you. Find her. Now! It was late at night, but all the lights were still on in the castle, and all the members were looking for her. Where could she be? Why couldn't I find her? She didn't leave any trace. Did she escape, or was she captured by another pack? I didn't know that. The only thing I knew was that my wolf and I were on the verge of collapse. Rage and insecurity were beating at my heart every moment. I didn't realize how much I cared about her before, but when I went into the room where she was supposed to rest again, I found she wasn't here. Only shoe prints were left on the windowsill. I didn't want to think back to what I was feeling at that moment because it was the closest I got to losing my mind. I might lose her. That was the only thing I thought at that time. Harry came rushing up to me from outside, panting and reporting, "A good news, Alpha?" What? I was very impatient. Harry replied, Princess Crystal is back. She is now in the room of the two presbyters, the doorman told me. Before I could give any verbal reply to the news, I immediately rushed to the room of the two presbyters. I wanted to see her. I wanted to see her like crazy. The moment I pushed the door open, I was sure my face turned red from urgency, my eyes filled with anticipation, then her beautiful, slender figure crashed into my sight. She was back. Thank God. I could finally breathe again. My wolf was relieved because she came back. For a moment, I was stunned at the door. I had even forgotten to step into the room. I was just staring at her. Just in time, she looked at me through the crowd. The haggardness and weakness of her face struck me hard. Her long hair looked a little messy, her clothes were stained with mud, and her eyes were hovering with tears. I was dying to know what had happened to her. Stop standing there. Get in here. Aunt Diana's voice cut me off from my thoughts. I tried my best to keep my face calm and moved closer to Crystal step by step. The desire to hug her and soothe her occupied my sanity, and I almost opened my arms to pull her in. However, I stopped my movements. A disgusting scent reached my nose, causing me to frown tightly. Hatred and disgust came to me, making me clench my hands. The veins in my forehead bulged, and my wolf went berserk because of the scent. Every cell in my body was resisting her. Tell me. It sounded like I was going to kill her. Why do you smell like that, disgusting the bugs? Crystal's POV. I didn't expect Francis to yell at me when I came back. My body and eyelids trembled slightly as he roared. I was deeply aware of Francis' aversion to the bugs. I didn't know what history of hatred between Francis' family and the bugs, but my twin brother came from there, and I didn't think they were bad people. That's why I had to explain. It's not what you think, Guy. Stop talking nonsense. Francis cut in irritably. That disgusting scent in you has fully explained everything. I took a step closer to him, but he didn't give me a chance to explain. I didn't expect you'd stay with the bugs while we spent time looking for you. They are my family's enemies. They are traitors. Do I need to tell you what they have done to us? Stupid Princess Crystal. Francis then pinched my neck directly, pulling me into his hard chest. His pupils were infinitely dilated in my eyes. He was very angry. It looked like he would not forgive me. I could see it in his eyes. You smell like them, and that's something I absolutely hate. You have to know that. His lips touched mine, but he said such harsh words to me. If you have to got others' scent, the one can only be me, got it? I didn't dare to blink, because the next second, my tears would drop on the ground. It was like I was being thrown into the ocean. I was suffocating, and he was still pushing me. Tell me, where have you been? With who? He growled, pushing me onto the bed. I groaned in pain, my back briefly numb from the impact. I slumped onto the bed and scanned everyone in the room with helpless eyes. Jeffrey, Evelyn, and Diana. They all looked at me with a disappointed look, as if I had made an unforgivable mistake. This is the last time I'll ask you. Where have you been? Francis asked word for word, furiously. Who the fuck do you think you are? You say one more word to her. I'll tear your tongue out of your damn throat. It felt like I was struck by a bolt of lightning. I recognized the voice. My goodness, it was Jason's voice. Following the direction of the voice, I looked out the window in horror. It was Jason and Caleb. They didn't leave. They angrily broke the window, quickly tumbled in through it, and stood by my side. At this moment, I even held my breath. Did they see what had just happened? God, I could feel the smell of gunpowder between my brothers and Francis. I pulled Jason in Caleb's arms. My actions seemed to make Francis even more displeasure. Please leave, I begged my brothers. We saw how he treated you. We will never allow you to be tortured like this. Caleb spoke to me in the most sincere tone. I didn't know how to stop them. I just wanted them to leave, right now. In addition to Francis's anger, Jeffrey and Evelyn's eyes also showed anger. I couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen if my brothers stayed here. Perhaps they would fight, but I didn't want to see any of them get hurt. Suddenly, Francis punched Jason in the face, forcing he took several steps backwards. Francis! I yelled at him. I didn't think he would actually hurt my brother. Caleb tried to join the fight, but I grabbed his arm and shook my head to stop him. I stood in front of my brothers. Please don't do this, I beg of you. At my words, Francis stopped, but looked at me with an extreme disappointment and disgust look. His eyes were like a sharp dagger that plunged into my heart. I felt like he was judging me. I felt like he was putting me on trial, a traitor's trial. Crystal. Diana called out my name in an incredulous tone. I knew that not only Francis, but his family was also judging me too. They must think I am a shameful traitor. No one was saying anything now. Everyone was staring at me, yet I couldn't explain a word of it. I cared for Francis and his family, but I also cared for my brothers. Leave with us, Crystal. Jason and Caleb took my hand and looked at me. Somehow I subconsciously turned my gaze from my brothers' faces to Francis. I didn't want to be misunderstood by him. If I left now with my brothers, Francis would never forgive me, and he would hate me forever. So, I couldn't leave. I couldn't let him and his family down. Francis. I took a step forward and called his name in a faint voice. I want you to know that I... Fuck off. He cut in, rejecting my explanation in the coldest and most dangerous tone. Take your disgusting scent and get out of my kingdom, now! Never show up in front of me again. He rushed out the room, but my eyes kept chasing his back. He looked so resolute, leaving me with nothing but heartbreak and suffocation. He wanted me to leave. He asked me to leave. Francis' POV. I ran through the forest as fast as I could. My veins were almost popping, my heart was beating at its highest rate, and I was sweating profusely, but I couldn't stop. Only when I consumed my energy, I wouldn't keep thinking about that woman, that traitor, Crystal. Go get her. You said something broke her heart. My stupid wolf growled inside me, and it even tried to dominate my actions and thoughts. But hell no. My brain was already cluttered, and I didn't need my wolf bothering me anymore. Why was she staying with the bugs? Why did they seem so close? She's my wife, and she should be close to me, right? God knows how much I wanted to fuck her and make her truly mine. But her scent evoked hatred in me, and I would never forgive anyone who had hurt my family. I didn't expect her to stand in front of the damn member of the bugs. She was stopping me. She was protecting them. She was declaring war on me. No, I would never be the only one to be hurt. That's why I wanted to hurt her too. I told her to get out of my kingdom, and I said I never wanted to see her again. For a second, I could clearly see the heartbreak flashing on her pretty face, but fuck, I wouldn't be fooled by her damn acting. The second I ran out of the room, I was already on the edge of madness. Fuck. I finally stopped running and thumped my hand against the tree trunk. It's not worth hurting yourself for her. Doris's voice sounded not far away. She's a bitch. You should have believed me. She moved closer to me. Combining the relationship between Crystal and the bugs, I was supposed to agree with Doris, but I didn't know why. I just wanted her to shut up. She doesn't deserve your care and anger. Doris took my hand in hers and wrapped my injured hand with her scarf. What do you mean? I asked. She slept with a member of the bugs. Doris's words like a bomb. What? My pupils dilated with shock and anger. Doris added, this time you have to trust me, because this information came from my mother. Remember I told you that my mother looked into Crystal? That's the latest information. You don't want to lie to me. I gritted my teeth, every muscle in my body twitching. I'm not. There is nothing wrong with my mother's news. You know her. That bitch was right to leave. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Doris said, leaning into my embrace. She kissed my neck, but I didn't have the mood or desire to respond to her. Damn the bugs. Fucking the twins. It was my mistake to let them go today. Next time. I swear I would send them to hell before I kill them. Crystal's POV. I sat on the beach, bonfire next to me, and behind me was the villa belonging to my brothers, looking out over the endless ocean, today, refusing to speak. We didn't think we did anything wrong, even though you looked unhappy, and we were glad we rushed in before you were tortured more. Jason and Caleb said together. Although they refused to admit that they had done wrong, they sounded a little guilty. Nice apology, I said calmly. We're just trying to protect you, Caleb added. We didn't want to annoy you. That arrogant Francis is totally an asshole. How could he do this to you? We only regret we didn't teach him a hard lesson to tell him that he's not the strongest one in the world. Even though his pack is, he must behave politely. Caleb's right. We should have fought him, and his attitude to you really irritated me. He should be thankful we didn't kick his ass. Jason was still angry. I sigh. I knew my brothers were kind. I thought you guys had left and I had promised you that I could take care of myself, so why did you come back? Because you are our sister, we will protect you with our lives. Their words were extremely sincere. I had no reason to argue with them. I kept silent because I didn't want to hurt them with my words. From their standpoint, they had done nothing wrong. As if scared by my silence, they apologized. We're sorry. We're really due. We didn't know you will be so upset. Jason and Caleb lowered their heads. I'm the one who should be sorry. I looked at them. I should be happy and grateful that you guys care about me. I'm just not ready to leave there yet, and I don't know where I should come to. You don't have to worry about that, Jason said. You'll be coming back to the council with us. Jason, are you crazy? Caleb immediately questioned. The council? What's that? Crystal's POV. 3 black horses appeared in the woods. Jason, Caleb, and I were on our horses, riding through this mysterious forest. The forest was quiet, and there was a long silence between the 3 of us. Caleb shocked when Jason proposed to take me to the council a few hours ago. I mean, I didn't know why Caleb was shocked, but I could tell from their looks that it was not an easy decision. The leaves fell on my hair and shoulders. I breathed in the fresh air in the woods, enjoying the moment without any fighting. As the wind blew my long hair, I closed my eyes and took deep breaths to relax myself. Perhaps my life should have been so full of leisure. I turned my eyes to see Jason and Caleb on my left and right. They were frowning as if they were holding their breath and looked nervous. So, when did you guys plan to tell me about where we're headed? I asked. The council? Really? We're almost there, Jason replied. Through these woods we will see a mountain. It is called Misty Mountain. The location of the council is there. Is there anything else I need to know besides the location? I added. I mean, I don't want to be rude in a strange place. I want to know more information. No one answered my question. I understood that they didn't want me to know more about the council. Sometimes I caught them secretly discussing the council, but whenever I appeared, they cut off the conversation. It was so weird. To be honest, I was a little worried. It's like they're hiding a secret. When the sun went down and the sky turned a reddish-orange color, we finally went into the Misty Mountain on our horses. Out of curiosity, I kept looking around. What caught my eye were large cages with men and beasts inside, fighting and biting each other. The beast had bitten off a man's arms, and the man had taken his sword, then pierced the beast's heart. How cruel. I immediately averted my eyes. What are they doing? Why are people and beasts locked together? I was literally suffocating from the scene in front of me, touching my heart and trying to control my panicked tone. However, Jason and Caleb seemed very calm, as if they saw this kind of thing every day. This is the way the council selects the strong. Only if a man have the ability to survive the confrontation with the hungry beast, he can get the recognition of the strong. Listening to them, I felt as if the beast had bitten off my arm, and I seemed to be able to feel the excruciating pain. Why would anyone want to participate in such a cruel selection? I didn't get it. Because they're not strong enough by their own. Jason answered me calmly. They need to rely on the council to protect them. Although they can't live happily, they can at least keep themselves alive. The only problem is that they have to defeat the beast to get a chance to join the council. I wondered, why are you guys talking so calmly? Don't tell me you've joined the council too. In this way? Jason and Caleb looked at each other, then nodded. We're sorry, but we are. Gosh, I couldn't imagine how much pain and competition they had to endure in here. I felt sorry for them. Since when? I was shocked. Jason replied, It's been 8 years. What? 8 years? How exactly had my brothers lived for the past 8 years? Why did I think they must be having a hard time? Unconsciously, I looked at them with some sympathy. Oh, stop, Crystal. They said at the same time, You're making us feel like we're weak. I'm sorry. I apologized immediately. The fact that we're alive and we can fight for you, which fully shows that we are good and strong. Jason and Caleb laughed. I nodded at their cheerful smiles. The horses went a little further. Then an exquisite gray human sculpture appeared in front of us. This is it. Jason's tone became serious. The council. Just as I looked at the exquisite human sculpture, the gray metal door suddenly opened automatically. What appeared in front of me was one old Gothic building after another, with black as the dominant color. The majestic eagle logo was carved at the entrance of each building. Every feather of the eagle's wings could be seen, as if they were about to fly into the sky in the next second. The eagle logo seemed to be some kind of status symbol, and I remember seeing it on my brother's wrists before. When they noticed my sight, Jason first explained, "It's the symbol of the council, branded on their members." My eyes couldn't help but show sympathetic again. I wondered how much pain they had endured when they accepted this brand. "We're fine, Crystal, and we'd appreciate it if you'd stop sympathizing with us," Caleb reminded me as if he was joking. Yes, my brothers proved to me not only with words, but with their force and intellect that they were strong. Perhaps I should stop feeling sorry for them. We walked toward the first Gothic building. The closer we got to the building, the more I could feel a cold yet majestic atmosphere. The deep red roses planted next to the building, which were almost falling to the ground like blood, made me tremble. The floor of the building was all glass, and I could clearly see the giant cross underneath it. Walking on the glass floor made me feel the pressure of being judged at any moment. But I didn't take my eyes off it. All these odd things had a deadly attraction. Not far away, the figure of a woman in a blue uniform gradually became clear in my sight. The twins are finally back. She had come up to us as she spoke. "It's time to stop the game of sneaking out. You know, your mother doesn't like it, which will make me very bothered for making excuses for you guys." My brain seemed to be knocked hard suddenly. Mother? My mother? Why didn't my brothers tell me my mother was also in the council? Was that why they brought me here? Was this the secret they didn't want to reveal? I was wondering. Caleb seemed to have noticed my nervousness. He patted my back lightly, as if to relieve my nervousness, and also as if to apologize to me. Apologies for not telling me about my mother in advance. "We are lucky to see you first, instead of our mother, Aunt." Jason grabbed the middle-aged woman's hand and kissed the back of her hand. "So that's my aunt." I looked at her carefully. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Yes, and you guys better not show up in your mother's sight. You know her temper. I can't say whether she will kill you two." I noticed that Jason and Caleb still wanted to make a joke, but the next second, their bodies jerked, their eyes locked behind our aunt. Their hands trembled slightly, and their eyes expanded. They looked so scared and panicked. Following their sight, I saw a woman wearing a tight red dress, with long black hair falling on her shoulders, with an elegant yet powerful aura, looking at us with cold eyes. Mother. My brothers uttered a word in a low voice in horror at the same time. I suddenly seemed to be struck by a flash of lightning and looked at the woman motionlessly. That woman, she's my real mother, Francis's POV. I was lying on the cold wooden floor, eyes open, staring at the ceiling blankly. These days, this was the only thing I was doing. When Crystal was still in this castle, I always left her alone in my room, but now when she was not here, I coveted the only scent she had left in this room, her warm, sweet scent. Although I was lying quietly, my wolf had roared countless times because of the dissipated scent. I curled up and tucked my head into my elbow. Since Crystal left, I had suppressed my wolf's turmoil every day, but the fact was, I didn't want to suppress it. "Brother, there are things you need to know." Suddenly, Amber's voice cut off my messy thoughts. "What?" I sat up from the ground, trying to calm myself. "It's the news about Princess Crystal." Amber paused. "I'm afraid this news will make you collapse." Then, a little girl appeared outside the door with a red hat. Her eyes looked so gloomy. I glanced at the little girl impatiently, asked Amber again, "What?" Amber ordered the little girl, "Tell him what you found out. By the way, this little girl is Selena's little bird." This girl was the one Doris's mother sent to investigate, Crystal background. I suddenly understood that. When the name Crystal was mentioned in front of me again, my heart seemed to stop beating for a second. "Tell me about her." I grabbed the little girl by the shoulder, unable to control my anger and curiosity. I noticed that the little girl took a step back. Her eyes were full of fear. She answered honestly, "Princess Crystal is the daughter of the she-wolf of the bugs, Jessica's daughter. She also has some brothers and sisters, including twin brothers." Twin brother? The twins? My body trembled violently, and I even forgot to blink in the huge impact. The twins were her brother. The twins were her brother. Crystal didn't cheat on me. Gosh! It's you drive Crystal away. The next second, Mike rushed into my room, yelled at me, "You should have given her a chance to explain. But you just said you want her to leave. You said you would never want to see her again." It looked like that Mike had already hid the outside door. I guess when he heard the truth, he just could control his anger. That's why he showed up. Except for Mike, Jeffrey, and Evelyn showed up here too. They were all feeling guilty, just like I did. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have driven her away so recklessly. God knows how she's doing out there these days. Evelyn frowned, remorseful. I tried to calm my self-condemning and irritable mood, looked at the little girl, and asked seriously, "You swear that you're telling the truth? Did you report all of these to Selena?" "Yes, I swear it on my life." The little girl was afraid, but still said, "Selena knows all this information." I was startled. A terrible thought spread through me. Does Doris know? Seemingly sensing my fury, the little girl nodded cautiously and replied, "Yes, she knows. Doris betrayed me. She lied to me. My heart was aching. What I just said was the truth. Please believe me." The little girl added, "I take the risk to tell you the truth because I am ready to be your subordinate, and I don't want to stay with Selena anymore. She makes me feel scared. Please let me stay here, and I will play my role, please." Hearing these sincere words from her, I was sure she wasn't lying. "You'll be at Amber's disposal from now on." After saying that, I stood up, intending to rush out. Jeffrey stopped me and asked, "Where are you going with such anger?" Yes, I couldn't control my anger, and I wasn't going to. "Go visit my honest mate." At the first second I rushed into Doris's room, I repeated everything that I heard from that little girl. I didn't have time to think her mind. I just wanted an answer. I wanted to know why she lied to me. Why did she frame Crystal? Perhaps I was looking at her now with the fiercest eyes I've ever shown her, which enough to make her legs weak. I noticed she took a few steps backwards, leaning against the wall to support herself. "Why did you lie to me?" I growled. "Why would you say Crystal slept with the twins when you knew they were just Crystal's brothers? Why?" Doris's pretty face was filled with panic. "You misunderstood me. I didn't lie to you." Her voice was shaking, her eyes were evasive, and still she chose to lie to me. Again. "Save it. I already know the truth. Fuck, tell me your damn reason." "Because I don't want you to fall in love with her," Doris shouted. "I'm not blind. I can tell you care about her. That's exactly what I'm going to cut off." "That's your lame excuse?" My words were filled with sarcasm and disappointment. "If that's what you worry about, then congratulations, your fears have come true, because right now I do care about her." I walked outside coldly, but Doris suddenly hugged my waist, begging, "Please don't leave. I love you. Please stay with me." "But I miss her," I said calmly and coldly. "What?" "I'm going to get Crystal back now." I pushed her away, then stepped out of her room without a moment's hesitation. Doris yelled behind me, "No, you can't go to her." "Of course I can." I was infuriated by her obstruction. "One more word. I don't know how I'll punish you." "I've gotten word that she's gone to the council. You can't just go there." Doris's words hit me hard on the head. The council. That's the last place Crystal should be. Everyone feared the council. Even if us, the strongest pack, it's a horrible purgatory where humanity, body, and soul were tortured. I had to bring her out now. "You better pray nothing would happen to Crystal," I said and ran out as fast as I could. I couldn't stand Crystal being in that damn place one more second. I wanted to see her. I wanted to make sure she's not hurt. I would keep her by my side. Gosh, I never felt such an anxious moment, and I'd rather it was me in that torturous hell council than her. I just hope she can be safe. Crystal's POV. "Okay, someone please say something." I couldn't take my eyes off of my mother, who was now stepping to Jason, Caleb, and me. I grabbed their sleeves, trying to find some reassurance, but the truth was, they were far more nervous than I was. They were motionless, looking like two zombies. "Give me a reason why she's here." My mother didn't even look at me carefully. She just scanned me and turned her attention to my brothers. Jason and Caleb lowered their heads without answering. My mother suddenly grabbed Jason by the neck and threatened, Last chance, give me a reason why she's here. Crystal is our sister. She should be with us. Caleb panicked, immediately answered the question. I noticed that the roses around the building were drooping even lower and now looked more like blood about to flow on the ground. Send her back. Now, my mother commanded majestically. But, Caleb tried to retort, yet Jason's breathing became more labored at that moment. Obviously, if they didn't send me back, Jason might choke to death. I laugh at myself in my heart. Was this my fate? My real parents abandoned me 18 years ago, so why did I still hold out hope that they would love me now? How ridiculous. Please, Mother, please don't do that. Caleb begged. Crystal is having a hard time with that arrogant Francis. She's being scolded and tortured. We can't send her back there again. Stupid, my mother yelled finally. Let go of Jason. As Jason fell to the ground coughing, she continued, She is married to Alpha Francis. You have taken her away, which is going to start a war. Can you two be responsible for it? My brothers stopped resisting because of my mother's words. I knew, no one liked war, but my mother was wrong about that. I could start a war. Francis didn't care about me at all. He wanted me to leave. He demanded me never show up in front of him again, so he would never start a war just for me to come here. After all, to him, I was just a nobody. But we need a little time to find a safe place for her, Jason and Caleb insisted. I said, get her out of here now. I prefer the quiet to a noisy council. Suddenly, a man's voice cut in. Everyone was stunned by the voice. He was wearing a black leather trench coat with a bright smile on his face, but his eyes were emitting a cold light. His skin was as white as death. He looked dark and evil. Jessica, I would like you to introduce me to this pretty girl. Instead of refusing the man's request, my mother glared at Jason and Caleb, replied respectfully, Prosecutor, she's my daughter. I noticed my mother and my brothers were very respectful of the prosecutor, who, as you could imagine, would have a high standing on the council. Your daughter? The prosecutor laughed and said, I've seen your 3 sons, but I didn't know you had a daughter, and a daughter without the Eagles brand. My body suddenly trembled, and I realized, perhaps, besides the twin brothers, I also had a brother. My mother replied gravely, Yes, it is true that she has no brand on her wrist, because she is not a member of the council. We are planning to send her away now. Don't be so bothered. The prosecutor's eyebrows were raised. Madam Spencer's son is in need of a bride. If your daughter marries him, then she will become a member of us. She is not available. Jason clenched his fists and growled. Jessica, I think you should teach your boys the basics manners, the prosecutor threatened with a smile. The twins should be thankful they have a powerful mother, otherwise they will end very bad. Besides, I wondered who your daughter married. My mother gritted her teeth, answered, Alpha Prince, Francis Ace Stewart. Well, the prosecutor narrowed his eyes and stroked his own chin. That's something I didn't expect. However, if the strongest Alpha Francis wife spends a few days in the council, maybe we can get a chance to meet him. Anyway, I started to look forward to it. No, his words made me uneasy. It was like my heart twisted, and I felt so anxious. This place was so odd that I didn't want Francis to come, but maybe my worry was unnecessary. Francis didn't even like me. He wouldn't care where I went, let alone come to me. Did he? I temporarily lived in the council, and tonight I came to the valley behind the castle to see my twin brothers. They said they wanted me to meet someone. Behind all the Gothic castles, this valley was extremely scary, like a place inhabited by ghosts. The sound of the creek was constant, the wind raged through the air, all kinds of animal noises were heard, and honestly, I felt like the devil was watching me. I was sitting by the creek, and I hoped my brothers come quickly, because this place really scared me. It's late at night. I looked up at the moon. Somehow the moon always could soothe my soul. A wolf roar came from behind me, making me immediately turned back. My sight was caught by a pair of dark brown eyes, glowing green in the reflection of the moonlight. A black wolf was devouring me with its dangerous eyes. My goodness, what bad luck I've had. I took one step back, and the black wolf took one step towards me. The next second, an arrow suddenly pierced his neck. The black wolf growled from the pain and eventually fell into the grass. What happened? Just as I was shocked, a man wearing a brown leather jacket with frayed edges appeared in my sight. He had solid black eyes, short brown hair, a sharp jawline, some short beard covering area around his lips, and a scar on his left face. He looked like an ordinary hunter, but his scent gave me the feeling of majesty and strength. Most importantly, I looked at him, and I only saw Jason and Caleb. I vaguely remember my brothers mentioned that both my parents were in the council. Could this man be my father? Crystal's POV. I was stunned in place like a zombie while this man standing in front of me tried to control his panting breaths and showed me the warmest smile. Father. The next moment, Jason and Caleb arrived. They walked up to the man and greeted him. Father? Father! They called him father. That meant that he's indeed my father. Crystal, I'm sorry it took so long to see you again. He approached me and spread his arms. My tears rolled down my cheeks instantly. I crashed into his warm embrace and cried out in a trembling voice, Father, Father. I thought after enduring the humiliation and torture of my old family, I was strong enough. But the second I was held in my father's arms, I was just like a little child, greedy for the love of my family. I needed my real family. I need them. My father and my brothers comforted me as I cried out, and my father tenderly touched my hair. I love you, my beautiful daughter, but you must leave. What? My body suddenly trembled violently at his words. My father immediately explained, I want to stay with you, and I love you so much, but for your safety, you need to go back to Alpha Francis. You and Francis, you belong with each other. I didn't understand what he meant by belong, and I suddenly thought of Francis' hatred for the bugs. I asked, the bugs, did our family ever do anything to hurt Francis' family? He looks like he hates all the members of the bugs. It seemed that he didn't expect me to ask this question, but he answered me patiently. Francis' father, the Alpha King of the strongest wolf pack, used to be our friend, but they suffered a deadly attack and lost many of their subordinates. Francis's parents died in the war. In the end, Francis's family won and captured a capture. The capture accused our family of betraying Francis's family. We tried to explain, but we had no evidence to prove our innocence. From that day on, we were regarded as traitors and enemies by them. We were forbidden to step into their territory. Because of that war, we also suffered heavy losses, so we had to join the council. We just wanted to survive, so we needed the protection of the council. But why did you abandon me? I asked with a frown. We never wanted to do this. You're our family. But we have to. My father's tone became very heavy. You're only 1 year old at that time, and we can't protect you. After sending you away, we all suffered every minute of every day. I didn't know if I should believe his words or not, because my mother's indifferent eyes kept coming to my mind. Was this the whole truth? Why did I still feel like I was living in a secret? Francis POV. The Gothic buildings in my sight made my wolf start to stir. Because my wolf and I were well aware that Crystal was in one of those buildings, Amber and I, right now, were on the other side of the wooden drawbridge leading to the council. Behind us were dozens of valiant members of our pack. Today I was going to bring Crystal back. There was uncontrollable anger bubbling out of my eyes. I gritted my teeth, wanting to destroy everything in the council immediately. Amber reminded me, I must say, we're doing something very risky. It could start a war. I know. My deep voice was tinged with fury. But we have to. We are strong. This is our advantage. Amber nodded. One more thing. She hesitated. Jeffrey and Evelyn actually already know that you and I are going to break into the council and bring Crystal back. They can't stop me. I clenched my fists, determined. I've got witches hiding our special werewolf scent. I have no reason to give up now. I'm not asking you to give up, brother, Amber added. What I'm trying to tell you is that Jeffrey and Evelyn, including all of our members, support you and they want Crystal back as well. You don't have to worry about the stuff of the pack. We can handle it. I didn't expect Amber to bring me such news, and I realized how much my members loved and respected Crystal. She's really a wonderful woman. That's why I would do whatever it takes to bring my woman back. I swear I'll bring her back to our pack unharmed, I promised. Crystal's POV. I sat alone in the room, looking at the dark red roses around me, even forgot to even blink. A few hours ago, I saw my real father, which made me very happy, but my mind was still in a mess. I began to think back to what had happened before. After marrying Francis, my life began to become complicated. More and more secrets and truths hit me when I was not prepared for anything. I really needed some time to clear my mind. I just couldn't help but to think about him again. I didn't know how long it took before I finally blinked my eyes slowly, took a deep breath, walked to the window, and pushed open the iridescent glass window. Suddenly, Francis' face appeared in my eyes. God, right now, the scent of his hormones was all around me, making me feel relieved. There he was, the man I thought was the least likely to come here, standing right in front of me. Crystal's POV. Francis was eyeing me up and down. We were separated just by a window, which didn't diminish the various emotions in his eyes at all. I could see his eyes conveying to me his worries, and desires for me. He wants you. Suddenly, the voice in my heart reminded me. Shut up. I frowned to warn the voice, but my words seemed to mislead him that I was yelling at him. I noticed his eyes narrowed, and he swallowed slowly as he gazed at me, looking like a horny beast. I found you, Crystal. His extremely sexy and deep voice came out, and before I could make any reply, he had climbed over the window, grabbed me into his arms, and pressed his lips against mine. What was he doing? I wasn't expecting this at all. He grabbed me by the waist with one hand, grabbed the back of my neck with the other, pushed me into the bed. I was trying my best to restrain my lust. I wanted him like crazy. I wanted him to keep doing what he was about to do next. I knew he would give me everything I wanted, but I just couldn't. In the last few days at the council, I had already acutely aware of what a dark and scary place this is. Francis would be their target, and I couldn't let that happen. Are you rejecting me? He narrowed his eyes and grabbed my ankle, as if the next second he was going to tug me into his arms once again. I'm saying you should leave, never come back again. I avoided his gaze, picked up my clothes that had been thrown on the floor, and put them on. Francis just looked at me. His desire didn't seem to be fully released. His eyes were sharp, like he was waiting for an opportunity. Leave here, I yelled at him, after I realized he absolutely didn't plan to leave. Why didn't he understand how dangerous was here? Get away from her. The next second, Jason's furious voice sounded. A sharp dagger was thrown straight at Francis. It's Jason and Caleb coming. Oh my God, they couldn't come. They're going to fight Francis. My eyes dilated as the dagger plunged into the wooden pillar beside Francis. I almost held my breath. How dare you come here? Caleb growled. My brothers looked at me as if to confirm whether I was injured. It was like hellfire was burning in their eyes, and they desperately needed an outlet to vent their anger with Francis. The muscles next to their jaws twitched. You have 1 fucking minute to leave, or we'll make sure you die here, Jason warns. Jason, I tried to stop them. Bring it on. Francis stood in front of me, said in an authoritative and frightening tone. We don't want to fight in front of our precious sister. Come with us if you have guts. Please don't do this. I was about to stand in their midst, but my brothers had already rushed out. Francis followed suit. A gust of wind whistled past my ear and I flinched in place. What the hell? Francis and my brothers had turned into wolves. They're going to fight? A growl irritated me. I immediately rushed to the woods they were running toward. When I reached their battlefield, panting, I saw a dark brown wolf and a lighter brown wolf attacking Francis's wolf. Stop! Don't fight! I stood beside a tree and shouted, but no one heard me, or rather, they just ignored me. I saw Francis's wolf being besieged. 2 brown wolves attacked him from front and back, trying to tear off his arms and legs. I knew Francis was the alpha of the strongest pack, but my brothers were also brave warriors. They hated Francis so much, they would definitely torture him as much as possible, and then killed him. My God, what could I do now? Why was I so useless? No, please stop, I kept shouting out. My voice was followed by a howl from Francis' wolf, whose arm was bitten by Jason's wolf. No, I yelled in horror. This time, Francis noticed me, and he turned to look at me. However, Caleb caught his distraction, then bit his leg directly. Stop! Stop! The voice inside me roared. Every nerve in my body tensed at this moment, and every cell of me seemed to be injected with endless power, which was about to burst through my body and release. The only thing I could feel was anger. No, It's rage. Why my body began to twitch. Why my vision became so clear that everything that was visible seemed to be magnified. My hearing also became sharper, as if there was a superpower attached to all my senses. Such a powerful force seemed to be tearing my body apart. I just couldn't handle it. Ah! I screamed in terror, my joints deforming and my skin covered with silver hair. Then, I totally turned into a silver wolf. Frances's POV. She's crying, she's ranting, she's trying to get me to stop. Fuck her asshole brothers. I was fighting with her brothers and I knew it would cause her fear and pain, but her stupid brothers should be taught a hard lesson. The twins should be thankful that they're Crystal's brothers, otherwise, I would not hesitate to cut off their heads. Fuck, my attention was distracted by Crystal's scream, and now I cared more about her than about this fight. I knew she cared about her brothers. If I hurt any of them, she wouldn't forgive me. Fuck, since when I cared so much about what she thought of me. Just when I was distracted, Jason and Caleb's wolf bit my arm and leg. I accidentally let out a roar. Then I heard Crystal growling. Fuck! She stood in the wind, looking like a desperate but powerful goddess. Then she shifted. In the moonlight, the shiny silver hair caught my sight. She turned into a silver, beautiful wolf I had never seen before. She was glowing, enough to make all werewolves surrendered under her feet. For a moment, I was stunned. All my attention was on her wolf. Then her brother's wolves bit my neck at the same time. Fuck! I did not notice that they were approaching me when I was distracted. But Crystal's wolf suddenly jumped up, stepped on the heads of the two brown wolves, forcing them to release me. She joined the fight, and she was helping me. She was ranting and roaring. Her silhouette looked so shining, noble, and brave under the moonlight. To my surprise, she bit the ear of one of the brown wolves and directly threw him 10 meters away. The other brown wolf stepped back from her attack, growling lowly, as if tried to make her stop. But no one could stop her from attacking. She wasn't just beautiful, she was powerful and intimidating. Every move she made stuck in my mind. I just couldn't take my eyes off of her. It wasn't until she had beaten the two brown wolves out of their strength to attack again that she finally stopped. Jason and Caleb shifted back to their human forms, lying on the ground, curling up slightly, touching their stomachs. Crystal didn't hurt them too much, but her offensive had exhausted their energy. Then I noticed her body tremble a little before turning around and walking towards me. Crystal, I called her. Somehow, a sense of pride spread through me. Step by step, she approached me, her body shifting, the shining silver hair slowly fading away, her slender limbs and exquisite body gradually appeared in my sight. Naked. The most beautiful naked body I had ever seen. After transforming into her human form, there was a weak and broken feeling in her eyes. She shook her body as if she were about to fall. I immediately transformed into my human form, rushed forward and carried her in my arms, covering her naked body. Fuck! She looked like completely lifeless. Her body was as cold as an ice cellar, and her muscles seemed to have lost all their strength. She fainted. The battle had consumed too much of her energy. She was weak. I gritted my teeth, and my wolf raged inside me. My woman didn't deserve this torture, all because of this damn fight. She needed to rest. Now. I was going to take her away. Now. I held her in my arms and was about to run out of the damn woods. I would take her back to my kingdom where she should be. She should have always stay with me, and I swear I wouldn't let this thing happen again. You can't take her away. Fuck! I didn't know which of her brothers was roaring behind me, but I didn't care. They should be grateful that I didn't tear them apart when they were weakest. I had done my best to control my anger. Maybe we should talk. An angry man's voice came from a short distance away. He stopped me in my way. I saw a man in a brown leather trench coat, holding a bow and arrow, walking toward me. He was exuding a powerful aura. I frowned slightly because the man in front of me looked a lot like Crystal's brothers. Father, please stop him, the twins demanded. The bastard planned to take Crystal away. It turned out this man was her father. I confirmed it in my heart. Now shut up, you mouth, Crystal's father said to the twins. Is this how you two protect your sister? The twins lowered their heads as if because of their father's questioning tone, they stopped talking. I held the frail Crystal tightly in my arms. I didn't know what her father's purpose, but I would never let anyone take her away from me. Her father took off his long coat and gave it to me. I think need it. Thank you. Yes, my clothes were torn from being deformed. Father, they can't leave. Caleb reminded again. By the way, he is not qualified to hold her. My wolf growled. Why did her brothers always piss me off? I stared at them with a murderous glare. Fuck all of them. I was ready for the second fight. If anyone dared to challenge my patience again, I promise, no, I swear, I would kill him in the most brutal way. No one could separate me from Crystal. You don't want to do this. One more word and I swear I'll cut every bone in your body. I raged. The words fell from my mouth like poison. I will get everything and everyone I want. The last thing you should do is become my enemies. Say that again and I'll. Enough. Crystal's father cut in. Show some respect, boys. But not to this arrogant bastard, Caleb countered. Francis is Crystal's husband, their father solemnly warned. That means he is our family, too. No fights between families, you hear me? The twins clenched their teeth and nodded. I didn't care what they said or did. Right now, all I cared about was when Crystal would wake up. Crystal's POV. It's all your fault. You should have stopped me from fighting with Francis instead of joining us. Sounds like I could have stopped you. We all thought that arrogant alpha prince was torturing our sister, remember? We should have beaten him yesterday. But Crystal shifted. She's strong, and she chose to help Francis. I was lying on the bed. My brows frowned slightly because of the constant quarrel. The first second I opened my eyes slowly, I saw Jason and Caleb, who were still arguing. She's awake. Caleb noticed me with pleasure. He and Jason leaned in close to me, caringly said, How are you feeling? Still feel pain? They looked haggard, as if they had been by my side me without sleeping. I shook my head so they wouldn't worry, but my body was still in excruciating pain, and my headache was making my vision a little bit dizzy, but at least now I had the strength to speak. What happened to me? I asked. We are so proud of you. Last night you experienced the first shift of your life. You have a shining silver wolf, and you were so powerful. But since no one has yet taught you how to control and use your powers, you consumed a lot last night, which caused a certain impact on your body and mind. Jason explained to me. But you'll get better soon. We can promise you that. Caleb added. I sat up in bed and rubbed my temples, trying to remember what had happened last night. I think I heard my father's voice last night. Yes, Father showed up last night. Now he had to leave because of some business, and he's worried about you as well. Now that you're awake, we'd like to introduce you to another family member, our oldest brother, Mark. Crystal, I've finally met you. A strapping man with short black hair, turquoise eyes, and a warm smile stepped into the room and looked at me tenderly. Mark, my brother. I repeated in a low voice, my eyes already wet. He looked so warm and kind, and I was honored that I had such a brother. You guys should take some time to catch up. Jason and Caleb were sweet enough to leave first. Mark sat next to me, took my hand in his, said with an apology, As your brother, I'm so sorry I didn't protect you last night. I shook my head. Your care was the best protection you could have given me, and I really appreciate for that. He gave me a warm hug with an extremely reliable feeling. I'm already starting to envy your future wife, I said with a smile. Do you have someone you like? I've found my mate. I felt the print she gave to me when the first time I met her. Mate? Print? What's that? I was puzzled. Mark explained to me patiently. As werewolves, we all have our own mate. Generally speaking, two people who are mates to each other can recognize each other at the first time they meet, because there is a bond between mates which makes them attracted to each other. Sometimes, our wolf in our heart will get excited when we meet our mate. It's a strange feeling, but it's also strong and sincere. As for that print, Mark added, it's a sign from the female wolf to the male wolf that exists only in the heart. No one but mate can see it. I said happily, so you'll be marrying your mate soon, right? It's not like that. Mark's eyes suddenly turned melancholy. Although I have found my mate, we like and accept each other. It's not my decision to make about my marriage, because I am a member of the council, and all of our marriages are closely related to the interests of the council. How can the council interfere with your marriage? I was furious and realized once again this was a very dark place. If you reject the council, if you insist on leaving to find your mate, what will happen to you? I will die, Mark said calmly, as if he had hidden all his sorrow. My eyes dilated because I was so shocked. No one can defy the council's decision. They are dark, terrible, and powerful. So the only thing I can do now is trying my best not to think about my mate. As long as I'm not leaving here or finding her, then I can minimize our pain. I was so sorry and heartbroken by his words and what happened to him. I wanted my family to be healthy and happy, but the truth was, they were all living in this hellish council. They had no freedom. They needed to fight the beast, and they couldn't even be with their mate. I wish I could share their pain. I'm really sorry to hear that. My eyes filled with self-blame because I couldn't help him. It's not your fault. I shouldn't have told you this. It's a great thing to see you, and we shouldn't have ruined the reunion. He ruffled my hair, smiled brightly at me. I nodded hard. I thought I must have used up all my luck to get such a warm and kind family. They healed my broken heart and made me realize how wonderful it is to be alive. They even fought for me at the cost of their lives. Wait, that battle. The battle between my twin brothers and Francis. The memory of last night suddenly seemed to be stuffed into my brain, and I clearly recalled the scene of Francis fighting with my brothers in the woods. How could I forget this? Stupid me. My lips turned ashen, and I immediately got out of bed, intending to go to Francis, but I totally didn't know what happened to him after that battle. Crystal, you look so anxious. Where are you going? Mark stood up and grabbed my wrist. I guess it was my sudden action that surprised him. I couldn't hide my panic, though I tried to keep my tone sounding calm. I need to see Francis. I need to find him. Mark's body froze for a second as my words, his eyes dodged a little. I could tell that he knew something about Francis. Don't worry, he's strong. He can take care of himself. He gave me a vague answer. That's all? I followed up with, is there anything else I need to know? Mark looked a little fidgety, but when my anxious eyes caught his gaze, he said as if he had made up his mind. I'm afraid he's being tried by the council right now. What? It was like I was suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning. No, I needed to see him now. That fight last night got the council's attention, and they knew Francis came here. I don't think the council would miss this opportunity to talk to the most powerful alpha. He can't stay here. My instincts tell me he'll be in danger. I frowned. Please let go of my hand. I need to get to Francis now. Father and Mother were at that trial. You can rest assured they won't let the council hurt Francis. I doubted that. My mother left me with nothing but indifference and cold-bloodedness, and as for my father, I knew he cares about me, but after all, he was a member of the council. More importantly, Francis was the council's enemy. My heart seemed to be jumping out of my chest because of the extreme anxiety. I had to see Francis now, or I would lose all my sanity. Francis POV. There were no pure souls here. The council. It was the first time I had came here, but my wolf was so sure that it growled in my mind, only darkness and cruel demons live here. Yes, when I stepped into this circular hall with glass on all sides, I felt a strong sense of death. Countless gray bone ornaments were inlaid in the glass wall, as if trapping countless souls here. Dark red roses were placed next to each of the extremely cold-looking chairs, showing a magnificent darkness. Every step I took was like praying for the souls of the dead. It's a purgatory. I sat across from the highest chair, and Crystal's parents sat next to me. The surrounding glass seemed to burst due to the dull atmosphere, fluctuating slightly. No one spoke. And the reason I was here was because a man from the council wanted to see me. No one could refuse the council's request, not even me, the alpha of the strongest pack, and I must show them my respect. The council was the last party we wanted to fight, and it's my duty to maintain the false peace we have with them, to protect my pack and my family. The situation was a little different now, because the council had Crystal. I admitted that Crystal was the trigger for my rage. If the council promised not to harm her, then I could keep my sanity. Just as I was curious about the reason for this meeting with the council members, a footstep sounded on the glass floor. I've been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. An intimidating-looking man appeared in my sight, sitting down in the highest seat with an inexplicable smile. Prosecutor. Crystal's parents simultaneously bowed their heads slightly, greeting to him. I could tell he had a high position in the council, but I did not bow to him. I noticed he kept staring at me, narrowing his eyes, as if guessing what I was thinking at the moment. This is not the way I expected us to meet. His tone was full of interest, even with a hint of excitement. I thought I would meet you, the alpha of the strongest pack in a war. To be honest, I thought that too. And when I knew Crystal had come to this damned council, I did want to kill everyone in the fucking council, but I restrained myself. We will never want to be enemies of the powerful council. I replied calmly and politely. The prosecutor looked at me with more interest than ever. He pressed a button on his seat. Suddenly, the glass wall behind him rose automatically. What the hell was going on here? What appeared in front of me were 5 chairs, 3 of which were occupied by those who were looking at me with a damn gloomy look. Let's go there and talk. As soon as I followed the prosecutor into the weakly lit room, the glass wall automatically descended, separating this room from that glass room. Crystal's parents stayed in outside. Have a sit, please. The prosecutor instructed me. I sat in the center of the vacated seat, scanning the room with curiosity, maintaining my aura. I'm sure you'll want to get to know some of the main council members. While speaking, the prosecutor gave an eye instruction to the 3 sitting in the chair. A woman in a long black suit stood up and said coldly, "I'm Spencer. I'm in charge of all the vampires in the council." With her hands in her pockets, she looked cold-blooded. My eyes were drawn to her light-colored eyes, as if they would suck the soul out of me if I kept staring. But I wasn't afraid. "This young handsome is Spencer's son, Ezra," the prosecutor added, pointing to a young man sitting next to Spencer. Ezra had a vampire face, and I had already guessed his identity. "Nice to meet you." Ezra greeted me, but his look was so damn arrogant. I could tell he didn't welcome me. At this moment, a woman in a navy blue robe with a bone necklace came up to me and looked at me from top to bottom with a sly gaze. "I'm Allison, the witch representative of the council." She reached out to shake me. I noticed a red mark on her hand, which seemed to show the strong power belonging to the witch. After introducing them, the prosecutor told me the other main members were unable to attend due to some urgent matters. Then, the prosecutor turned his attention to Crystal's parents. "These 2 are the heads of the werewolves, Lady Jessica and Sir Rex. I believe you already know them." I noticed that Jessica looked at me with displeasure, and Rex appeared calmer. "I'm sorry, but I have to ask why you are introducing me to the main members of the council." With defensiveness in my eyes, I added, "Sure, I appreciate for that." The prosecutor laughed. The darkness in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Let me get this straight. Everyone on the council knows that you are strong, wise, and brave. You led your pack to a great victory against the bugs a few years ago. You are the strongest one. No one dare provoke you." My wolf began to growl inside of me when that battle was mentioned. My parents died in that battle. I would never forget. Motherfuck. What I'm trying to say is that we are well aware of your abilities, and your responsibility and courage are valued by the council. Honestly, we never stop looking for the strongest people. I'm sure you know the power of us as well. We are so strong that we can get whatever we want, just like your pack. What the fuck was he talking about? How dare he say my pack was the same as this fucking council? Fuck. We were always fighting for peace and happiness, but the council, they just wanted to rule everyone be the king. We were completely different. Alpha Francis, we are formally invite you to join the council now. Finally, the prosecutor stated his purpose. Seriously, my brows frowned in anger, his asshole words sickening me. Was he playing a fucking joke on me? I had no reason to leave my own pack than join this hellish council. "Prosecutor, I think we need to reconsider this proposal," Jessica objected in a shocked tone. "My pack is the only one I'll fight for," I cut in majestically. "Let me be clear. I have no interest in joining the council, and also, I won't do that." "You've made your point clearly, but—" The prosecutor's mouth twitched slightly in anger, his eyes showing menace. "You have no idea what you just refused." Bang! A loud noise interrupted him, and the light slipped into the room. It was the glass wall was opened. My eyes dilated and my body trembled suddenly as I saw this person walk into the room step by step. No. Crystal's POV. I almost passed out, as if all the organs in my stomach were in knots. I never thought I was a very special or powerful one, so even just standing here in this dark council, I felt like I was being thrown into hell. I knew this place was even more dangerous for Francis, which was why a few minutes ago, I told Mark I had to find Francis with such determination. When I broke into the glass room and found the button to open the room behind the wall, I didn't hesitate to open it. Everyone was looking at me at that moment, making my panicked eyes even more frightened. I stood rigidly in place and swallowed slowly. My pupils seemed to be in an earthquake. "What do you think you're doing?" My mother, who was standing behind me, scolded me. Just now, she hadn't noticed that I had slipped in. My father took her arm as if trying to control her temper. Right now, the devilish prosecutor was staring at me with eyes that could kill me. I didn't care. The only one I cared about was Francis. He looked at me with a frown, and I noticed the relief, concern, and anger in his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if to send a message to me, "Get the hell out of here!" But I couldn't. I guess this is the charming Princess Crystal. Madam Spencer took a step closer to me and scanning me like she was looking at a livestock. I didn't like her eyes, which gave me goosebumps. I like her, although it's just the first time we met. Ezra stepped down the stairs and approached me, as if trying to take my hand, and gave me a kiss. "Get away from her." Immediately, a rage was heard, followed by the sound of the glass floor being smashed to pieces. It was Francis who rushed at Ezra, pushed him right down to the ground, pressed knees against his chest, threatened, "Don't ever come near her again. She's mine. You fucking vampire, you heard me. Watch your words, Alpha Francis." Madam Spencer flashed to my side within a second, grabbed me by the neck, threatening Francis. "You don't want to piss me off." Francis grabbed Ezra off the ground, choked him, looked like he was going to snap his head off the next second. "All right, everyone. I believe we prefer to sit down and talk." The prosecutor tried to reconcile. Violence is not something the council agreed. It's beneath us to greet each other with a fight. Instantly, Madam Spencer released me, and I immediately took a step back, patted my chest, coughing. Instead, Francis choked Ezra's hand harder and harder. Finally, Ezra gave in. Okay, buddy. I get it. She's yours. Yours." Francis let go of Ezra, and Madam Spencer immediately pulled Ezra behind her, her eyes filled with anger. Francis grabbed me around the waist, making me slam into his hard chest. He was declaring his sovereignty over me. I noticed the sly smile in the prosecutor's eyes as he sat down on the highest seat, looking at all the people in anger, and he, like a victor. It seemed like he got the pleasure that the fight gave him. He loved to see us fight. For me, he was just a madman. "Honorable prosecutor, sorry to interrupt your meeting. We've caught an intruder." In the confusion, a guard hurriedly reported. "Bring him in," the prosecutor ordered leisurely. The sound of chains scraping against the glass floor and bare feet stepping on glass caught everyone's attention. My eyes widened. Oh my God, it's Amber. Amber's hands were secured by shackles, her sleeves and trouser legs were torn. The wound on her arm was new, even dripping with blood. Her skin was covered by blood and stains, her messy hair stuck to her dirty face, her lips were cracked due to dryness, and her eyes were filled with weakness. The guard standing beside her put a sharp sword around her neck, as if her throat would be slit as soon as she moved. My God, my hand flew to my mouth to stop me from screaming. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Amber looked like a captive who was being tortured to death. "That's the intruder. She ambushed near the drawbridge." The guard explained the situation. "So it's a girl." The prosecutor's tone sounded unconcerned. Francis had gone berserk, bellowing, "Untie all the damn chains from her! Fuck, now!" The prosecutor raised his eyebrows, and he should have understood that Francis knew the intruder. I grabbed Francis's arm to stop his impulse. "This is Amber, Francis's sister," I explained carefully to the prosecutor. But I couldn't stop Francis' angry words. "You'd better deal with her wound now, or you'll regret it." He was threatening the prosecutor. The prosecutor walked down the steps, his eyes lingering on Amber's face. "I think I should have heard of this female warrior's reputation. I never expect we would meet in this way." Amber looked at the prosecutor with such disdain that she spat on the prosecutor's face, not saying a word. How dare you? Madam Spencer was enraged. The prosecutor raised his hand to signal her not to act rashly, and he was gazing at Amber with complex eyes. I held my breath, looked at Amber's ashen face, but her eyes were filled with pride. She hated the prosecutor, and I believed everyone in the room had realized that. You pack should be proud of having a female warrior like you, the prosecutor said seriously. If you will join the council with your brother, Alpha Francis, I'm sure we will be the most powerful group. Mark, what are you doing here? My father's voice suddenly sounded. In the next second, Mark's sturdy figure appeared in this glass room. I'm looking for Crystal. I shouldn't have let her come here. Mark's voice suddenly stopped, as if his words were cut off by a sharp knife. He stood there, eyes dilated. I noticed he was looking at Amber. At the same time, Amber was also looking at him. As if struck by lightning, Amber trembled violently, pulling the chain on her body, creaking. Mark? Amber finally made a sound, in her hoarse voice. Amber knew my brother? Why did they look like they were familiar each other so well? Crystal's POV. Mark's breathing became so heavy, something flickered in his eyes. His hands trembled as he took a hard step toward Amber, who was stepping back. The sound of chains scraping on the glass floor made everyone uncomfortable. When Amber stepped back and bumped into an exquisite statue, the guard seemed to find a reason to torture her and immediately kicked her abdomen, knocking her to the ground. Amber grunted as her face was pressed against the glass floor. Don't touch her! Mark roared, grabbed the guard by the neck and threw him to the wall. Then he took Amber in his arms. No one expected Mark to be furious, and I had no idea what was going on. When I looked at Amber, I noticed she looked so relieved in Mark's arms. I didn't know what their history was, but I was certain that they cared about each other. She doesn't be treated like this, Mark yelled at the prosecutor. Apologize to the prosecutor, Mark. My mother yelled at Mark, and my father's face looked extremely serious, as if Mark had done something that could have killed our entire family. I grabbed Francis' arm, and I clearly felt his muscles twitching out of anger. It looked like I was the only one who knew nothing here. Mark, put her down. My father took a step closer to Mark, almost ordered. I won't repeat it again. Father, I can't. Mark frowned, expecting support from my father, but my father didn't answer a word. He just stared at Mark seriously, waiting for him to leave Amber. No one spoke, and the deathly silence in this glass room seemed to suffocate everyone. I noticed that Amber was struggling slightly in Mark's arms, as if telling him that he had better obey his father's words. I didn't know what the relationship between them, but I felt sorry for them in their situation at the moment. Eventually, Mark put down Amber gently. As Amber lay on the cold glass floor bleeding, my mother's voice rang out, "Come to us, now." Yes, Mark had no other choice but to obey. I hope this won't happen again. The prosecutor warned everyone. No one can challenge the council ever. I'm sure you understand that. Respectfully, Alpha Francis. Now, remove those damn chains from my sister. Get a doctor for her. No one dares to provoke my pack. I hope you know that, honorable prosecutor. Francis shot back with a warning too, looking so confident, powerful, and angry. Once again, silence spread here, mixed with the threat of death. I looked at Francis with some worry. I knew he was strong, but in the council, and there was no advantage for him, a werewolf. To my surprise, the prosecutor was not angry at Francis's words. He raised his hand to signal the guards around to come in, ordered them carefully to remove the chains from Amber. I could even hear the sound of the iron chain being peeled from her skin. She must have been in suffering, but she didn't moan at all. Francis immediately rushed to Amber. "I'll make them pay for this." Even though they were right in front of the prosecutor, Francis was not afraid to say such words. Amber looked exhausted and had no energy to say a word. She just smiled at Francis and nodded. Francis carried her on his back, walked past the prosecutor. "I need a doctor to treat her, and I don't like waiting. You'll get what you want." The prosecutor answered leisurely. I walked to Francis and tried to say something to Amber, but she had closed her eyes. I turned my gaze to Francis' face just in time. He looked at me as well. "Take care of her and yourself," I whispered to him. Even though I knew he was much stronger than me, Francis' eyes suddenly softened as he watched me, causing my heart to be hit hard inadvertently. Then he turned his gaze to Ezra, and his eyes became very dangerous. You better keep your words and keep yourself away from Crystal. Otherwise, you can't afford the price, he warned. I noticed the prosecutor gave my father a look, then my father's voice sounded, Mark and Crystal better get out of here too. You have already caused unnecessary trouble for this meeting. Even though I wanted to follow Francis, right now, I had no choice but to leave the glass room. I walked to Mark. After taking a difficult step of leaving, I immediately ran to Francis and gently hugged him. I felt his body tremble a little, but his eyes were filled with concern for me. Please stay safe, please. Those were the only words I could say to him. Francis POV. After the doctor cleaned Amber's wounds, I was the only one in the room with her. Amber was lying on the bed as we looked at each other. I could tell that she was so anxious and disturbed. To me, she was not only my sister, but also my partner. She never easily showed her nervousness, but now she just could not hide her feelings. Brother, Mark is your mate. I cut in, making her stunned. You caught me. Amber's frail voice sounded with a bitter tone. This was not easy for her. I hope my sister can have a kind, strong mate, or at least someone who could be there for her. But it turned out her mate was a member of the council, and he even belonged to the Bugs, our enemies. She must have done her best to control her feelings to Mark. For werewolves, we couldn't ignore our mate. One of the purposes of our existence was to find mate. Only when we find our mate, we would realize how strong we were. Our wolves would call out to each other. It's a basic need deep in our hearts. We couldn't ignore our mate, ever. It suddenly occurred to me that my need for Crystal, she seemed to be the one I was really calling out to. What the hell? Just now, I almost tore that damn vampire apart when he got close to Crystal. No one could go near her. She's mine. My wolf was raging, and for the first time I felt such intense anger and fear. I was going to keep her with me. I needed her. I felt strong self-blame, because at this moment, I shouldn't think about my personal affairs. I should care about Amber and her mate. After all, my mate, Doris, was in my pack, but Amber couldn't be with Mark. I couldn't even imagine the pain and heartbreak this would bring to her. And Amber couldn't go out in public with Mark, because Mark was a member of the council, and the council was our potential enemy. Mark's family was a powerful force in the council. If Mark left the council for Amber, it would have started a war. Now that Crystal was in the council, I couldn't risk it. I clenched my fists tightly. I just couldn't put her in danger. I think it's time for you to leave, Amber, I said seriously. I'll send you to the drawbridge and make sure you get back to our castle safely. Brother? No, I can't leave. Mark is here. My mate is here. Amber's tone was very firm. I know it's not easy for you, but you have to, my dear sister. I added, you must know we are now facing the council, that shadowy council. If they find out that Mark is your mate, what do you think they will do to Mark, to you, to our pack? Amber lowered her head and remained silent. I continued, the council will use that to attack us. Yes, maybe you and Mark can leave for good. You two can get away from all the war and bloodshed, but you will become rogues and you will lose everything. I saw Amber gritting her teeth, and I knew my sister. I knew she was a very responsible person. I could see that she was suffering inside from the choices she had to make. But I was really sorry, Amber. I needed her to leave the council. I can't leave you alone here. Amber frowned. You're right. It's dangerous here, so I need to stay here with you in case there's a fight. I can help you. No, you have to leave. My words were firm, and I can assure you there will be no fighting between me and the council. I can take care of myself. You should trust your brother. I believe there are still some of our members around the drawbridge. You need to lead them back to the castle. Amber had never refused my orders. So did this time. She nodded and promised me that she would leave. I was grateful to her because I knew she made a hard choice between her mate and our pack. I need your words. I confirmed to her. You have my words, brother, Amber said. If you're in danger, please send me a signal. I nodded and patted her on the shoulder. Thank you. I will. Crystal's POV. I rushed into the woods just in time to see Mark slam a punch into a tree in a rage. Don't do that, brother. I immediately ran to him and grabbed his arm. His hand was bleeding, and the wood scums were sticking into his hand. My twin brothers, Jason and Caleb, were also there. I glared at them, complaining why they didn't stop Mark from hurting himself. Why did you do that? I don't want to see my brother hurt, so please. I frowned, said sincerely. Caleb was a little angry. Mark needs to vent his emotions because he has to leave Amber, even though she is his mate. I opened my mouth slightly out of shock. I didn't realize that Mark's mate was Francis's sister. I thought of what Mark had told me before, that he couldn't be with his mate, even though they would be attracted to each other, but he could never disobey the council. I really felt sorry for him. What can we do now? I wanted to help him, even though I knew it would be hard. Jason sighed. The best thing we can do is stay calm, because there's nothing we can do to change anything. We can't resist the council. If we anger the council, everyone will die. I could almost hear Mark growling in a low voice. I guess he already knew the fact that he couldn't resist, but after seeing the injured Amber, his depressed emotions were stimulated. I don't even know if she's waking up. Mark punched the tree trunk hard again. Crystal is right, you can't hurt yourself anymore. Jason stopped him. You can't go see her either. The only thing you can do is to be stronger. Caleb nodded, agreeing with Jason's words. Mark leaned against the tree trunk and looked up at the thick foliage, as if waiting for God to help him. He was helpless. I could clearly feel it. Seeing my brother so depressed, I felt like my gut was in knots. I held their hands, and we patted each other on the back, trying to encourage each other. Even though I saw the pain my brother was feeling because of mate, I still wondered when I would bump into my mate. Would I? Madam Spencer's POV. We had a problem. Because we discovered that Amber, the sister of Alpha Francis, was actually the mate of one of our members, Mark. This was not good news. Besides Francis, we had also heard of Amber's reputation. She's one of the rare female warriors in the pack. She had the ability and courage to lead werewolves in battle, and she's the one who cannot be ignored. If she chose to attack us for her mate, it would be a very bad thing. As the representative of the vampires in the council, I was concerned for our safety. The main members of the council present looked at the prosecutor. Finally, he spoke his first words. Regarding Mark and Amber, we need to make sure they won't see each other again. I agree, I said immediately. We all saw that Mark cares about Amber, which means that one day the bond between them will drive them together. Either Mark leaves the council or Amber attacks the council. Neither of these consequences is something we want. There's no need to worry, Jessica said calmly. Mark is already engaged, remember? With that cold-blooded lady. That lady. We all knew that Jessica was referring to the Hunter Queen. Actually, she wasn't a queen with a real title, but her behavior showed the queen's aura. That's why people called her like that. The Hunter Queen was a secret ally of the council, and thanks to her cruelty, we could accomplish many tasks that would have been impossible, because she would threaten all those who were unwilling to cooperate with death. What surprised me was that Jessica wanted her son, Mark, to marry that woman, even though everyone knew that the Hunter Queen was a lunatic. I suspect this was just a way for Jessica to secure the werewolf's position on the council. God, why were werewolves' minds so hard to figure out? The prosecutor stroked his chin and ordered, "Announce Mark's engagement to the Hunter Queen as soon as possible." I'm afraid that's risky, I pointed out. Since Mark has already met Amber, it's very likely that he will find an opportunity to leave, or Amber will attack the council for Mark's sake. I won't let that happen. The prosecutor suddenly slapped the table. Mark must marry the Hunter Queen, otherwise we will lose this ally. Seeing the prosecutor yell at me, Allison covered her mouth, laughed contemptuously. That's why I hated witches. Allison said, "We all know that Amber and Francis are powerful. Now that the people they care about are in the council, if we don't strengthen our power, one day they will attack us, and it's hard to tell who will win." My mouth twitched. I didn't like werewolves. After Francis beat my son, I hated the rude werewolves even more. If I had the chance, I would teach him a hard lesson. My anger seemed to be caught by the prosecutor, who warned me, "Don't do anything stupid. We need the force of werewolves. Got it?" I forced myself to nod. "Yes, prosecutor." The meeting ended with a warning from the prosecutor to me. I could tell the prosecutor wasn't going to make an enemy of Francis Pack. but screw the rules. I couldn't stand my son being humiliated. I had my own plans. After everyone had left, I went to the building that belonged to the vampire. When the guards closed the door, I saw the person waiting for me, Andrew, a powerful vampire, my most trusted friend. Fuck that damn arrogant lunatic. I lost my temper and smashed a vase on the table. Andrew giggled and leaned against the wall next to me. Should I know which asshole pissed off the most beautiful vampire lady? Francis Ace Stewart. I said his name, almost gritted my teeth. The maids around me were trembling with fear. I noticed they were hesitant to come and clean up the broken glass. Then, Andrew gave them a sign, so they dared to clear the floor. In case you don't know, I have to say we better not provoke him, because he's powerful and he has the most strongest pack. So what? I growled. He beat my son. He humiliated my son in public. I should teach that rude alpha what manners are. Well, you know I never object to your proposal. Andrew always stood by me. No matter what I wanted to do, no matter how powerful the enemy I was facing. What can I do for you? He asked. I'm going to torture him, make him kneel in front of me and apologize to my son. So, what's our first step? I looked out the already darkened window, unable to control the expectation in my eyes. Hit his greatest weakness, Crystal. Crystal's POV. In the middle of the night, I wandered through the woods. The moonlight was the only light for me to tell the direction. It was so quiet that I couldn't even hear the insects, but my heavy breathing broke the peaceful silence. I was still thinking about Mark and Amber. My twin brothers and I had spent a lot of time with him today, but we knew no matter what we did, we couldn't fill the emptiness inside him. Mark needed his mate, but they just couldn't be together. It's really heartbreaking. I looked up at the moon and whispered, Moon Goddess, I heard werewolves all believe in you, so can you please show me Francis? Please. Yes, I eagerly wanted to see Francis. I didn't know if he had left the council or not, and I wondered if he had been hurt or humiliated. I prayed he had returned to his castle, but on the other hand, I wished he had not left because I wanted to see him, crazily. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps behind me, making my whole body tremble, and I immediately hid behind a large tree. God, it better not be trouble. Our sister is so timid. Caleb's voice sounded not far away. Oh my God, it was Jason and Caleb. It's not fun, okay? I took a deep breath. Jason approached me and said seriously, Actually, we have something to tell you. Looking at his face, I was a little nervous. Why do you look so serious? Is there something bad? I asked. You'll know. Just come with us. Caleb and Jason took my hand and led me to a small stream deep in the woods. Just as I wondered where my brothers were taking me, a well-built familiar figure slammed into my sight. Those deep ocean blue eyes instantly grabbed my full attention. It's Francis. But why was he here? It looked like there would be no more fighting between him and my twin brothers. My confused eyes turned to my brothers' faces. What's going on? Jason scratched his head and explained, Well, we think we made a mistake about fighting with Francis before, so we're making up for that mistake now. What? Caleb added. After seeing what happened with Mark and Amber, we realized that we can't let the same tragedy happen to you. You deserve better. If we keep fighting with Francis, the council will win, and you, our precious sister, will only be heartbroken. My eyes got a little moist, and I was happy to hear such sincere words from my brothers. We think you two should leave here as soon as possible, Jason said. Don't worry, Caleb and I will arrange everything for you. Then what about you guys? I immediately asked. If the council finds out you let Francis and me go, they will punish you, and I can't let that happen. Well, you don't need to worry about us, Jason replied. We can take care of ourselves. The most important thing is that Father and Mother are here, and the council needs us, so even if we are going to be punished, it won't be too bad. Francis was leaning against a tree trunk, his eyes locked on my face, as if declaring to everyone that I belonged to him. His intensely possessive gaze was what I had been longing for. It seemed to penetrate all the oxygen in this peaceful forest and hit me in the heart. For a moment, I looked at him and even forgot to blink. We'll leave tonight. Francis finally spoke. Can you sneak over to the front door of the first building at 9 o'clock? Having lived here for a few days, I was kind of familiar with some of the roads, and I nodded. Yes, I can. Jason and Caleb suddenly stepped in front of me, and I heard their extremely serious voices. You know, we only ask you for one thing, Alpha Francis. This was the first time I had heard my brothers speak to Francis with respect. Jason continued, "Protect Crystal, she's our only sister." "I swear on my life, I will," Francis promised. "Wait." I stepped between them, filled with confusion. "Since when you guys became friends? The last time you guys met, you tried to kill each other, remember?" Jason and Caleb rubbed their noses. "We won't fight anymore, and we want you to know that bringing danger to you is not what we want. We just want you to be reunited with us. But if you're going to be in danger because of it, then we'd rather let you go." "Don't say that." I held my brother's hands tightly. "You have given me warmth, and that is what I want most." Jason and Caleb hugged me because of my words, and I could feel they cared about me so much. Sending me away was probably the last thing they wanted to do. "I think it's time for you guys to let her go." Behind me, Francis' unhappy voice sounded, and he was staring angrily at my brothers. Because of this hug, was he jealous? A feeling of shyness spread through me, but I liked it. It showed that he cared about me. "You know what? If you could control your temper a little, we might be friends," Caleb teased Francis. And at the moment, my mood was extremely complicated. I missed Francis, but I didn't want to be separated from my brothers either. They gave me love and warmth that I would never forget. But I also knew, indeed, it's time for me to leave the council. I was saying goodbye to Mark and my father, because I didn't know when I would see them next time. "If the only way to keep you safe is to leave here, then I will give you my best wishes." Mark was leaning against the wall, and I could tell he was doing his best to control his sad. "Brother, we had a great time. It's a precious memory to me. I won't forget it." I showed him a smile. "We all love you so much. We are your family, and we will protect you. You must know that." Mark approached me and promised me, "We will do anything for you whenever you need us." My eyes moistened, and I nodded vigorously. "Thank you. I'm so lucky to have such warm brothers like you." Meanwhile, my father stepped into the room. The moment I met his eyes, I had the urge to scurry into his arms and cry. This was my real father. If I had choice, I would choose to stay by his side, but I just couldn't. From his eyes, I could see that he was suffering. It was obvious that he didn't want me to leave, but he didn't have a better choice. "Crystal, I'm so sorry that you have to be separated from us again. I wish there was something I could do." My father hugged me tightly, his strong chest making me feel safe. "I can't imagine how you lived all these years. As your father, I wanted to provide a better life for you, but we were defeated by reality over and over again. I just want you to know that you are an amazing girl and you deserve more love and a safer place." I sobbed on my father's shoulder. "You are my family, and I know you love me. In fact, I'm so happy to see you all. I know we don't want to be separated from each other, but we don't have a choice. Please promise me that you will live a great life, that you will protect yourselves, and please remember my love for you, which is eternal." I didn't know how long I hugged my father. When the door was knocked by the wind, I subconsciously looked outside. To be honest, I was expecting my mother's arrival. I knew from the first time I met her that she didn't like me, but we were connected by blood, and I believed she cared for me, even if only a little. But she didn't show up. Even when I was leaving, she was not willing to say goodbye to me. She must really hate me. I took a deep breath to try to calm my sadness. I did not want to leave a painful face to my family. In fact, I had already got a lot, right? Although I wanted to stay with my family all the time, I realized very clearly that the council would not let me to do it. Never. 10 minutes before 9 o'clock, I was already in front of the gates of the first building of the council. The night of the council was very quiet. Around building after building, even if I appeared here, would not be easily detected. Out of nervousness, I paced back and forth in the corner, and suddenly, a well-built shadow appeared on the ground, and I immediately turned backwards. My pupils were shaking violently, because now what showed in front of me was a vampire in a black suit. I judged from his undisguised fangs. Princess Crystal. As he spoke, he took one step closer to me, and I could even feel the icy aura he was emitting, which made me get goosebumps. I took a step backwards, my eyes filled with fear. The prosecutor doesn't like someone leaving without saying goodbye. You'll be punished. He had a creepy smile on his face. In the next instant, as my back hit the wall behind me, he flashed in front of me and lifted me up with one hand tightly around my neck. The choking sensation almost engulfed me, and my legs were kicking and thrashing, trying with all my might to break free of his bonds, but only making my head more dizzy. All the coldness of this vampire spread to my body, and after a while, I lost all consciousness. Francis's POV. I couldn't find Crystal. It's 9:30 and I was cranky in front of the first building of the council, because Crystal did not appear and I felt extremely uneasy. We're about to lose her. My wolf kept warning me inside me. I could feel it was manic, but I couldn't control it. Something was wrong. The council was too dangerous for me, but I had to find Crystal as soon as possible, because at the moment, all I could feel the scent of that fucking vampire. Fuck. Why didn't you leave with Crystal? Why are you still here? The next second, Jason's angry voice rang out behind me. It was Jason who had come with Caleb. Before I had time to react, Caleb grabbed me by the collar and pushed me against the wall. We can't find her. She didn't leave, but she's not in the room either. You promised you'd protect her with your life. Yes, I swore on my life, but I didn't make it. God knows how much I regretted I didn't stay by her side all the time. The scent of vampires. I shook off Caleb's hand and demanded maniacally, I need you to take me to the vampire building, now. Why should we listen to you? Jason stormed. You know what? The only reason we're not killing you right now is because we don't want to attract the attention of the council. You didn't protect Crystal, and it's all your fault. That's why I'm trying to find a way to save her. I yelled furiously. There's a vampire scent here. The damn vampire must have kidnapped her. Now take me to the fucking vampire building before it's too late. Jason and Caleb were stunned by my rage. I had no idea how scary I looked now, but it must not be far from a ghost in hell. Every inch of muscle in my body was twitching, and my teeth were almost on the verge of gnashing from rage. Losing Crystal was the trigger for all my anger. Fear, panic, and anger came together, and I felt like I was suffocating. But I couldn't be beaten. I had to find her as soon as possible and make sure she was safe. Otherwise, I didn't know what kind of horrible things I would do. Maybe I would destroy the whole damn council. Francis's POV. The second I stood downstairs of the vampire building, all the hairs on my body almost stood up, because I felt the faint scent of Crystal here. Jason and Caleb were fighting off some vampire guards for me, so now I could stand here unhindered. I looked at the spiral steps towards the top floor in front of me. Crystal was here. I was sure about that. My wolf was growling with unease and anger, urging me to hurry up and get to her. Each of my blood vessels seemed to burst, full of anger and murderous aura. I swore, if these damn vampires dare to hurt her, I would brutally cut their heads off. The iron door on the top floor was slammed open, and appearing in my line of sight were dozens of shadowy vampires who surrounded Crystal in the middle, looking at me with eerie smiles as if they were waiting for me to arrive. Crystal saw me too, but her mouth was taped with damn tape. Her hands were tied behind her back with rope. She was forced to sit on a chair that was about to break. To keep her body balanced, she seemed to be using the strength of her legs to support her entire body. I could clearly see the beads of sweat on her forehead and her violently trembling legs. Fuck these assholes. How dare they torture my woman like this? It was like a fire had suddenly been lit inside me. My eyes were bloodshot with rage. We've been waiting for you for a long time, Alpha Francis. Madam Spencer spoke in a mocking tone. The vampires around here made jeering noises, as if to suggest that I was too late. God, I'd love to rip the hearts out of these damn vampires right now, but I just couldn't. They could snap Crystal's neck at any moment. Their speed was their advantage, and I couldn't risk it. I guess you are waiting for death. With fury and a low voice, I took a step forward. My wolf growled madly inside me. However, in the next instant, I immediately stopped my forward movement, and my body trembled viciously. For the chair totally shattered and Crystal fell to the ground with a painful cry. Then she was immediately grabbed by Madam Spencer's and was pushed to the edge of the wall fence. As long as with just a little more tilt outward, Crystal would have fallen from the top floor. And the other side of the building was a sea. She could fell into the sea. Fuck, you don't want to do that, I threatened, trying so hard to control my rage. You don't want to take another step closer, Madam Spencer said, as if she were a winner. Crystal's upper body had tilted out, which caused such a shock to my nerves that I couldn't let anything happen to her. Absolutely not. Do not hurt her, I gritted my teeth, almost in command, although I knew very well that the people in the council would never obey anything I said. It depends on you whether the great Alpha Francis has cooperated with us. Madam Spencer's grip on Crystal's neck tightened a little more. Will this fragile little pretty live, or will she end up in falling into the sea? You tell me. What do you want from me? I asked. I knew Madam Spencer was definitely not joking. Vampires were cold-blooded and cruel. They would do anything to get what they wanted. To them, Crystal meant nothing, but to me, Crystal was what I live for. I don't believe you came here alone, even though your sister, Amber, has left, but I don't know if there are any members of your pack around the council. Does it matter to you? You already have me. My pack wouldn't dare break in. Besides, they're not around the council. Of course it's matter to me, Madam Spencer said. Don't bother to fool me, because the cost will be the life if this little pretty one. I gritted my teeth, clenched my fist, and looked at Crystal as I felt my body shake violently. She was looking at me, too, frowning tightly as if to express her apologies, but I could see the endless fear and panic in her eyes. We won't do anything bad to the council. I finally let go of my pride, and to us, council is the last one we want to be an enemy to. It's already too late, she said. Since your pack is already around the council, how could we miss this perfect chance? Alpha Francis, your decision to come here was totally wrong. Just tell me what you want. I was about to lose my patience. The only condition for letting her go is that you take your pack, submit to the council, swearing you will serve us and fight for us forever. Madam Spencer's tone sounded non-negotiable. I hesitated, and just in this moment, Crystal's body was pushed outward a little more, as if she was about to fall. I immediately said, don't you dare hurt her. Like I said, it's up to you, Spencer emphasized once more. I couldn't control my rage. Including my wolf, we all wanted to throw the damn vampires off the roof. First, we need you to get on your knees, Spencer practically ordered me. The vampires around me were laughing at me, and I realized it clearly. I gritted my teeth hard. I was never going to have my dignity trampled on by a vampire. Because I represent the whole pack, this was not only my honor and shame. The next instant, a whip came towards me. Since you are not willing to kneel, I think you can only use endurance to prove your loyalty. Spencer was aggressive. No. Crystal cried out, and I could see her face was covered in tears, and I knew she must be feeling so sorry for me. Her grief was torturing me more than the pain in my body. I couldn't bear for her to cry, so the best way for me was to bear it all silently. I couldn't let Crystal see the slightest hint of my pain, Crystal's POV. I was such an extremely useless person. I was snarling and crying, so angry that I wished I could shift to a wolf and help Francis. But I couldn't do anything. The truth was, I didn't even know how to shift to a wolf. I could only watch him being whipped over and over again as he clenched his teeth without letting out a single groan. How could he possibly have endured so much pain? I knew he must not want me to worry about him, but at this moment, I wanted to bear this physical pain for him. He's the alpha of the most strongest pack. He didn't deserve to be humiliated like this. When a vampire rushed to his side and bit him hard on the neck, I couldn't control my feelings anymore. I screamed like a runaway, "Please let him go. Please, I beg you." Spencer grabbed me in from the edge of the wall fence, pushed me hard to the ground, and kicked me hard in the stomach. I don't remember. I said you can talk. I curled up on the ground and pressed my stomach tightly, fixing my eyes on the Francis. The clothes on his body had been torn, and the wounds appeared one after the other in his body, looking unusually gruesome. The blood was slowly trickling down, and even one more look would have made my nerves chill. But he didn't make any counterattack. He just stood there, letting the vampire whip and bite him. "Please run away," Francis, I beg you, please get out of here right now. I knew he was protecting me, so he wouldn't fight back, but that wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want him to get hurt. I just wanted him out of this dark place as soon as possible. I noticed that he turned his head slightly sideways and closed his eyes to ignore my words. My brow furrowed, and I immediately crawled to Spencer's feet, grabbed her heels, and begged, "Please stop, please. Let me take this torture. Please let him go. Please." "You really think your words work, don't you?" Spencer kicked me away, and the vampire took control of my arm as she continued. "This is my way of taming a wolf. It's not your turn to tell me what to do." Suddenly, Francis fell, his face bleeding, sticking to the cold floor, but the vampires hadn't stopped torturing him. They were feasting on his blood. "Please, please, don't do this." I didn't have the strength to stand up again. I fell to the floor and kept crying and screaming. But Spencer was grinning hideously. I realized Spencer didn't want Francis to submit to the council at all, but to use me to torture him, even to death. Just as I was thinking this, Spencer roughly grabbed me by the hair, pulled me up from the ground, and pushed me halfway to the wall fence. Then, Francis was also pushed over. He seemed to be doing his best to retain his consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty, looking at me. I didn't want him to see me crying, but I just couldn't control my tears. I felt pain for him, and I wanted to take everything he had if I could. "Only one of you can live." Spencer picked up a glass of wine, standing leisurely behind us. "Who wants to live? I will respect your opinions completely." "What?" My eyes dilated from shock. If I survived, Francis would die. Was she telling me this? I bit my lip, and blood may have come out because I tasted blood. I didn't know how complicated I looked at him now with my eyes. I just wanted him to live, to get out of here, to go back to his pack, and to live happily with his mate. Finally, I made up my mind. The next instant, Francis immediately jumped from the roof. "No!" My eyes and vocal cords seemed to be torn apart at that instant, and I saw clearly that he jumped into that ocean. He was swallowed up by the sea. His scent even disappeared. "Francis, no, no, no!" He chose to die, and he gave me the chance to live. But if he died, what was the point of my life? Perhaps it was my determination that gave me the strength to break free of the vampire's bonds and jump straight down too. I was afraid of the feeling of being swallowed by the endless sea. I was afraid of the darkness. I was afraid of the cold wind. I was afraid of so many things. But I realized at the moment of losing Francis that what I was most afraid of was losing him. So, I wouldn't let him go alone. Even if I die, I would die with him as his wife. "Francis, I love you, and maybe you would never know how much I love you." Jason's POV. Caleb and I made a deal with Francis that we would hold off all the vampire guards for him. He would bring Crystal out safely from the vampire building. It was 12 o'clock at night now, the time we had pointed to meet outside the council, but neither he nor Crystal had shown up. Something's wrong. Caleb and I spoke in unison, a powerful sense of unease spreading through us. We decided to return to the council, but by the time we stepped back into the council, there was chaos around the vampire building. We lurked around, and it wasn't long before we heard Spencer ask grumpily, "Why haven't we found them yet?" The subordinate didn't dare to answer and just put her head down as her words continued. "We can lose Francis, but Crystal, why haven't you guys held on to her? Why did you fail to stop her from jumping into the sea? She is still useful to me. If she dies, how do you think I will punish you?" Spencer's voice was getting furious. This was the first time Caleb and I had ever seen a vampire angry. But at the moment, what we cared about was not what the vampire looked like when they were angry, but the safety of Francis and Crystal. What did it mean they jumped into the ocean? And what did it mean that Crystal might die? Fuck! We've only been gone a few hours, and what the hell happened to Crystal? Caleb wanted to rush over to Spencer when he heard those words and ask for clarification, but I pulled him back. Because I didn't trust the vampire. Even if we asked, she would probably tell us nothing but lies. Suddenly, it was like a drum was beating madly in my heart. Caleb and I had both seen the power of Crystal when she shifted to a wolf. She was strong, she was powerful. She could definitely survive. I kept hinting to myself with that, otherwise I was going to be consumed by the fear of losing my sister. Spencer's orders continued. Now, lead the vampires to attack Francis Pack with me. This is our best chance. What? I was so shocked by Spencer's words. What the fuck? What the hell was this damn vampire trying to do? Jason's POV. A terrible war was coming. I was acutely aware of it. Spencer never exaggerates, and if she said she's going to attack Francis Pack, then the thing was going to happen. But fuck, where was Francis now? And where the hell was Crystal? I resisted the urge to pound the wall and looked over at Caleb standing next to me, who was just as filled with anger and worry. We didn't want a war, especially not the one between the Council and Francis's Pack, because we all knew Francis Pack was strong and the battle would be so hard. I think the most important thing right now is to find Crystal and Francis first. Caleb tried to calm us both down, but it wasn't easy. My muscles twitched, and to avoid rushing into the vampire building now, I almost broke my teeth. But where the hell are they? The next instant, a number of vampire guards ran out, and Caleb and I immediately took cover in a more secluded area. There's no chance they'll survive. One of the guards talked about jumped from the top floor into the sea. Death was their only outcome. But Madam Spencer said we have to bring Crystal back, even if it's just her dead body. What? Crystal and Francis both fell into the sea? How could this happen? The guard's words continued. I do not think it is necessary to go to their bodies at all. Anyway, Madam Spencer has prepared to attack Alpha Francis Pack, starting with her sister, who was ambushed near the drawbridge. We're all good fighters. We'll be sure to rip out the hearts of all the werewolves. The guards said as they walked away. Fuck, Caleb and I both growled as we practically almost shifted to wolves and charged straight into the vampire building. This war shouldn't have happened. But why did things get to this point? Before, we had thought about fighting the werewolf pack, but at least not now. At least not Francis's pack. In this case, we couldn't even tell prosecutor about this, because it would reveal Crystal and Francis's plan to leave the council. And we're all well aware that prosecutor wanted to annex Francis Pack, which meant the only one we could count on was ourselves. We can go to Father for help, Caleb suggested. No, we can't. I immediately refused. Father and Mark are the last people we should ask for help because they need to stay in the council. And if we implicate them in this war, then in the end, our family will all be destroyed. So, what should we do now? Caleb was anxious. We were twins, and our senses were very strong with each other. My eyes cast off into the distance, and after thinking for a moment, I said, we need to get to the drawbridge before the vampire warriors do, and tell Amber that they are in danger. You're right now, that's the only thing we can do. We needed to get Amber out of here safely. As soon as she got back to Francis's pack with her members, then she would be safe. Because we concluded that Spencer would never dare to attack Francis's pack without prosecutor's agreement because she couldn't afford the consequence. Thank God Caleb and I reached the drawbridge before the vampire warriors did. But unfortunately, as soon as we reached here, we were surrounded by members of Amber's member. To them, we were representing the council, which meant we were their enemies. Many wolves were whispering and growling. They were threatening us as if they would bite our heads off in the next second. How dare you come here? Amber stood in front of all the members and practically growled at Caleb and me. Not very willingly, but we didn't want her to get the wrong idea about where we were coming from. I explained, we mean no harm. We don't represent the council, so, we're not your enemies. Guess I believe that? Amber was obvious and full of defensiveness. If you are not enemies, then I ask you to leave this place, and you are to dare reveal a word about our whereabouts to the council, and I promise I will kill you. You can put away your temper for now and calmly listen to this news from us, Caleb said. You have to leave the area around the drawbridge now because the vampires in the council already know that you are in ambush here, and they will be coming to attack you soon. But why are you the ones to inform me? Where is Francis? Amber still had doubt in her eyes. She didn't trust us. I was sure of that. I'm sorry to tell you that both Francis and Crystal are missing. They fell into the ocean, but we're doing our best to find them. And right now, you need to leave. I did my best to speak in a flat tone. Ember's eyes dilated as if suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning and stood still for a moment, as if she didn't dare to believe my words. But once again, I'm sorry, it's the truth. We can't leave. Ember said firmly, I'm going to find them. Tell me where that sea is. She was growling. I said we will find them. For your safety, you must leave now. There is no more time to hesitate. My emotions started to become unstable. Because I could almost smell the damn vampire. No, I am definitely not leaving. Ember also expressed her own will once again. Not knowing what I should say to convince her of my words, I frowned tightly and even swore to her. You have my word that I'm not lying to you, or I will lose the crystal. Even if you don't believe me, I hope you don't risk your members. Spencer's vampire warriors are powerful, and perhaps you will die in the confrontation, which I believe is not the outcome Francis would like to see. There was a moment of silence from Ember after I spoke. I could tell she was still hesitating, but gradually she believed my words. Perhaps because the scent of vampirism was becoming more and more obvious, she finally made a decision. Get out of here. Ember's members had been ambushing around the drawbridge for a long time, so an immediate evacuation was not an easy task for them. Caleb and I stayed nearby to keep an eye on the vampires' movements for them. 10 minutes later, Ember had gathered the members who were in ambush in all directions, and she came up to us with a very complicated look in her eyes. I know we're not friends, but at least now we're not enemies anymore. Thanks. Amber was very serious. That sea, just behind the council. If you plan to go to Francis and Crystal, please make sure to arrange your members first. I don't know why, but I was worried about Francis' pack, maybe because he was the one Crystal loved dearly, so I couldn't let his family get hurt. No matter which one of us finds them first, we have to make sure they are safe. Caleb suggested, and I believe that we had an understanding. Before we found Crystal, Caleb and I were both very stubborn people, and we insisted that Francis' pack was our enemy, because it was because of them that all the other packs called us the Bugs. We lost almost all of our allies, we had to stay in the council, and all of these things had to do with Francis' pack. That's why my brothers and I hated Francis so much. But now everything changed, because we both loved Crystal, and we both wanted to give Crystal the best we could, and that's enough to turn us from enemies to friends. I looked at Amber, and it was clear that she had something else she wanted to say to me. Anything else, you can tell me, I said first. I want you to protect Mark, she said. I think the council already know about the relationship between Mark and me. I'm worried he'll be in danger. Amber's fears were justified because the council interfered in everyone's marriage, and they wanted to keep track of everyone's mate. Caleb and I had known for a long time that Mark's mate was our enemy, and we understood his pain and difficulty. I won't let anything bad happen to Mark, I said firmly. I promise you. Caleb also nodded to promise to Amber, looked in the direction the vampire scent was coming from, and urged, Now, it's time to leave. Francis's POV. I suddenly coughed violently. My body arched up and spit out the water that was stuck in my throat. I guessed it's the midnight. The moon was the only source of light right now. I looked around and found myself sitting on the beach, the sound of the sea lapping against the rocks breaking the quiet of the night, the soreness of my muscles reminding me of what had happened earlier. Crystal was captured by vampires, and they used her to threaten me, forced me to give up my pack, but in the end, both she and I jumped into the sea. Crystal! Fuck, why didn't I see her? Where was she now? My brain was assaulted with an extremely strong sense of unease and fear that she wasn't with me. Fuck! She was so tender that I even began to worry if she had survived. It was like the dark was going to swallow everything. I forced myself to stand up and searched for her like a madman on the beach. Crystal! Answer me! Crystal! My vocal cords felt like they were about to be torn apart. I even tasted the blood in my throat. My body was as heavy as a boulder, but I couldn't stop. When I walked to the other side of the beach and saw an object floating in the sea, my heart felt like it stopped beating for 2 seconds. It was a person. I hoped it was Crystal, but I was afraid it was her. I rushed into the sea as fast as I could. It's Crystal. It's her. I finally found her. She was still breathing. I held her tightly in my arms and felt her body as if it were on fire. Her body temperature was so high that it would have damaged herself. Damn everything. I didn't take her to the beach. I kept her in my arms, standing in the cold water in order to relieve her overheated body temperature. Damn it. Why couldn't her body temperature be dropped? I took off my clothes and wiped her body after soaking it in the seawater. I almost tore her clothes off because I couldn't waste one more second. Amber's POV. It's getting close to dawn the next day, but we still hadn't found Crystal and Francis. Damn it, where the hell did they go? My members and I searched the beach around the council for a long time, but we still didn't find anything. In a dozen little hours, it was like a tsunami in my stomach, and I wanted to throw up every moment from worry and anxiety. You sigh one more time, and the air will be cloudy. Mike suddenly appeared behind me and said to me in a joking tone. I immediately turned backwards and finally relaxed a little when I saw my family. But I could tell Mike was pretending he wasn't worried, too. I knew the crystals meant a lot to him. I don't know how long it will take us to find them. I'm afraid. You don't look too good. He cut in, staring at me. Tell me, what's happening to you? You know, if you're not in good shape, it might take us a little longer to find them. I hesitated for a moment and decided to confess. I met Mark, my mate. Then why do you look so sad? What did he do? He continued to ask. He belongs to the council. He's Crystal's brother. We weren't meant to be together. Even to look at each other could cost us our lives. I bowed my head slightly, trying my best to hide my grief because I didn't have time to spend on myself right now. God, the fucked up council, Mike said angrily. I don't care about any of this. As long as you want to be with your mate, I swear I'll help you. Thank you, but I don't want to put my family at risk. You're important to me, Mike. I looked at him sincerely. As we walked down a stretch of beach, Mike and I suddenly frowned at the same time and stopped in our tracks. We looked at each other. Do you feel that? He asked. I nodded. Yes, I feel it. It's Francis's scent. He's nearby. Following the faint light of dawn, Mike and I kept walking north along the beach, and gradually the scent of Crystal showed. Maybe we could actually find them this time. Our pace was getting faster and faster, and all the members were following us, eager to meet their alpha prince. The sound of the waves lapping on the reef reached our ears. The next instant, oh my God! I immediately stopped my advance and gave all the members a sign to stop moving. Oops, look what we found. Mike started to snicker. For what appeared before us now were naked Francis and Crystal, entwined in each other's bodies. Yes, all the members saw it. Francis' POV. She must have been just as exhausted as I was. My hands wove through her long, thick hair, feeling her breasts against my chest, and I cherished the moment. For a few hours, I seemed to drop my alpha responsibilities. I just had to care about her, and I felt so relaxed. The truth was, every minute with Crystal filled the emptiness inside me. I flipped my body and gently carried her to the beach, unable to take my eyes off her wonderful body. Her body was filled with hickeys that were a reflection of my love for her. God, why was she so fucked up beautiful? I had planted my seed inside her, but my wolf continued to want more. If I could, I hope I never part with her. I lay on the beach, waiting for my strength to return. I enjoyed my sex with her, but it consumed a lot of my energy. As the passion wore off, I began to think about what would happen after we returned to pack. Suddenly, a familiar scent interrupted my thoughts. I immediately turned around and looked back. Fuck. It was like I was suddenly struck by lightning. My body trembled violently, and my body immediately became stiff. Because what appeared in my sight now was a group of figures I was familiar with. My pack and my family were here, and the very moment I saw them, they were also looking at me with a look of extreme shock and panic. Fuck. For the first time since I was born, I felt embarrassed, but now I felt more like anger. Yes, I hoped they would find me, but definitely not in this situation. Amber blushed. Fuck. Why was Mike here too? I knew he's close to Crystal, but I didn't want him to see her in this situation. Fuck that. And Mike's eyes looked like they were shining brightly, and I could clearly see a playful, bad smile spreading across his face. The truth was, everyone, at this very moment, was staring at Crystal. The naked Crystal. And yes, everyone. How dare they? Although I knew Crystal was attractive, she's mine, and no one can covet her. I snarled, and my wolf began to growl inside me, and I'm pretty sure that everyone here felt my anger. They immediately turned away, blocking their own view in this way. Perhaps because of the commotion, Crystal, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly woke up. Frances. She called my name in a weak voice, and I immediately held her in my arms. I'm here. How are you feeling? My voice became unconsciously gentle. Yes, I cherish her. She closed her eyes once again, and I could feel that she avoided my eyes, perhaps because she was shy. Frances, I think I should wear something. She was whispering, as if realizing that she was just being stared at by everyone. Fuck me. I looked around and saw that our clothes were in the ocean and had floated a long way. Brother, I thought maybe you guys would need this. Amber took a step closer to me with her head down and threw 2 cloaks over. They were her and Mike's cloaks. Yes. I wrapped one of the cloaks around Crystal with some embarrassment and draped the other one over myself. God, this was definitely one of the last memories I wanted to recall. Minus the sex with Crystal part, of course. Cousin, are you and Crystal dressed yet? Mike's playful voice rang out again, much to my displeasure. I think I'd appreciate it more if you'd keep your mouth shut. After I made sure Crystal and I were ready to appear in front of the crowd, I said, Okay, you can turn around now. I took a few steps forward with Crystal in my arms and noticed that everyone was looking at me strangely. Maybe the mighty Alpha Francis doesn't need our help at all. Ha ha ha. Mike snickered. If you need more time, we can leave first, but make sure you guys will be back, okay? He said while giving a smile that I found unpleasant. Although I knew he meant no harm. I changed the subject. Those damn vampires didn't attack you guys? I remembered Spencer saying they would attack my pack, but apparently, if my pack had been attacked, Amber and Mike wouldn't be here. On that note, we all have Jason and Caleb to thank. Amber explained. They were the ones who took a chance on us and told us about the vampires that were going to attack us so we could evacuate safely. Crystal's brothers. Perhaps I really should become friends with them. I knew they would do anything to protect Crystal, which meant that there was a chance that they could be our allies. But on the other hand, I was a little worried about their safety. After all, we all knew that the leader of the council was not a benevolent person. Keep an eye on the council. If Crystal's brothers need help, we should be the first to give them back up, I said seriously to Amber. She nodded. I will. I believe those vampires will find another way to attack us. Right now, we need to return to the pack as soon as possible and get our defenses ready. We need to make sure we have enough force to withstand the council's attack. I ordered solemnly, knowing we weren't out of the woods yet. It was obvious that in addition to my members, those damn vampires must be looking for Crystal and I. This was not a safe place to be. My eyes swept over all the members, and when they heard me speak of the council, a glint of concern flashed in their eyes. Yes, everyone was afraid of that mysterious and dark council, but if war comes, I would bring my members to be the victor. We were about to have a tough battle, and I knew it well. Crystal's POV. I became a real woman, not a girl anymore. Whenever I thought back to that crazy night I had with Francis, I just couldn't help but smile. He was so gentle and testosterone-filled, and I clearly felt the change in his attitude towards me after that night. But he was frantic, fierce, and like a true beast, preying on my body. I knew I was in heat that night. Maybe I seduced him, but he didn't reject me. He fulfilled all my beautiful fantasies about sex. I never knew that sex could be so satisfying. I blushed when I recalled these things, and I felt a little embarrassed, but I was also grateful for that night, because on that night, a bond was created between Francis and me that could not be replaced by anyone or anything. I loved that bond, and it made me feel like I was closer to him. For him, it was upsetting to be interrupted by his members that night, but the truth was that no member brought up that night, and I knew that they didn't dare. Because they knew that I was Francis's woman. They respected me. Now that I was sufficiently rested, my energy was fully restored, just as Diana came to my room. She hugged me tightly as soon as she entered. Thank goodness you're back. Did you get hurt? I can't imagine how much you've suffered since you disappeared, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. Thank you for being willing to accept me. I just want you to know that I never intended to hurt you. I frowned and explained, "You guys have been so nice to me, I would never hurt you." In my miserable life, there weren't many people who were nice to me, so I especially cherished the time I spent with Francis' family. I knew they were good people, so I didn't want to be misunderstood by them. "Don't say that, Crystal." Diana gently held my hand, her eyes full of tenderness. "We are honored to have such a kind and wonderful family like you, and thank you for being willing to come back. We're really sorry for what happened before." I knew that she was talking about the time they treated me as a traitor. I shook my head. "It was my fault. I didn't know about your history with the bugs." "It's all in the past. We welcome you back, Crystal." Jeffrey's voice came out. It was Jeffrey and Evelyn coming in. "Your Majesty." I immediately bowed my head in greeting to them. "Come here, kid." Evelyn gave me a hug. "We'll protect you." "Thank you." My heart was touched. I really appreciate you guys being so kind to me. "Once again, we extend our apologies to you." Evelyn's words were so sincere. "No, it's not your fault, and I understand that historical issues are difficult to be resolved, so please stop apologizing to me, and perhaps neither of us is wrong." I looked at them sincerely. Evelyn smiled gently, and I could see in her eyes that she really cared about me. I couldn't help but think of my foster family. When I lived there, I thought that was my whole life. I thought being tortured was my fate, and I never had the luxury of such a warm family. But now, I have it. Maybe that's my good fortune. For me, meeting Francis was the best thing in my life. As I was thinking this, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. "Francis, you're finally back." My eyes turned to the direction where the voice came from. And in this instant, when I saw the figure running toward Francis, it seemed like I was struck by lightning and stood still, as if I was a zombie. It was Doris. She was as beautiful and shiny as before, and she would grab everyone's attention whenever she appeared. Yes, now everyone was looking at her. She rushed towards Francis, hugged him tightly, and kissed him on the lips in front of me. My breath felt like it stopped for a second, as if a hand pulled me back from my wonderful fantasy to the real world. The truth was that the person who was qualified to stay by Francis's side is Doris. Only Doris, because she was his mate, and me, I was nothing to him. Crystal's POV. They are kissing. Francis and Doris, in front of me. I don't know how grim I look at the moment, but I clearly feel my heart ache. My heart felt like it was being pulled out alive and dripping blood. Everyone was looking at me as if they were expecting me to say something or at least lose my temper. But who am I to be upset? From the first day I married Francis, he told me that he already had someone he liked, and that person was not me. I tried my best to control my own emotions. I didn't want people to see my sadness. I didn't want people to throw that kind of sympathy at me again. But I couldn't do it. I can't hide my sadness. But to my surprise, now, instead of giving me a look of derision, the members were upset with Doris' behavior. Perhaps this was my only solace. I was expecting Francis to push Doris away, but he didn't. Suddenly, my legs became weak and I just wanted to escape from this place. I would suffocate if I stayed here for one more second. "I'm sorry." I pushed the member who was in front of me and rushed out of the room. Run, run, run. I didn't know where I wanted to go. I just wanted to get as far away from them as possible. When I reached the river, I finally stopped in my tracks, bending over, bracing my body with my hands on my knees. Tears came to my eyes as I looked at my reflection in the river, looking so pitiful and so lonely. That crazy night with Francis made me completely forget about reality. I thought I had entered his heart, but I was nothing to him. He would go back to the woman he loved. Suddenly, my stomach felt like it was in knots and I wanted to throw up. What was wrong with me? Why did I suddenly feel like throwing up? See what a mess I was in. Not a moment later, there were footsteps coming. I immediately turned around and looked back. It was Diana coming. Seeming to see my painful appearance, she immediately frowned and accelerated her steps towards me. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" I immediately wiped away the tears on my face. I knew Diana cared about me, and I couldn't let her grieve with me. It wouldn't be fair to her. "I'm fine. I just want to get some fresh air." I made up an excuse. Obviously, Diana didn't believe me. She gently stroked my hair. "Let's go back. It's cold outside." "I'm sorry. I want to be alone for a while." I knew that refusing Diana would upset her, but I wasn't ready to meet Frances and Doris. She looked at me with worry floating in her eyes. You know you can tell me anything, and I will help you. Like I told you before, the girls support each other. I nodded, but still didn't say anything. Diana didn't force me. She changed the subject. There will be a bonfire tonight. A welcome back to you safely. Promise me you'll enjoy it, okay? Looking at her very sincere eyes, I couldn't do to refuse again. Yes, thank you, I will enjoy it. Dusk. There was still an hour before the bonfire, but I was still hanging out by the river, and I didn't even bother to change, because I was afraid to see Frances and Doris. I knew that running away was not the answer, but at the moment, the only thing I could do was to avoid them. Sometimes I also think that perhaps marrying Frances was a mistake from the beginning. It's just that I'm too addicted to it and forget who I am. I went to the remote part of the castle, trying my best not to think about Frances and Doris. Boom! Suddenly a huge voice came out, scared me to squat down immediately. What happened? Within an instant, I heard the sound of the city gate being knocked open. Many footsteps seemed to rush to the castle at the same time. The next second, screams came out. "The council is here!" someone shouted. What? The council is here? The council came to attack Frances's pack? I have to find him. I have to make sure he is safe. My God, I feel like my heart is about to be torn apart, and now I am more worried about Frances and his family than my safety. They are all very kind people, and I know they have always been very jealous of the council. Maybe I can't help them fight, but at least I hope I can be with them. Who do you want to see? Frances? In the next instant, a familiar voice that annoyed me sounded from behind me. It's Doris here. Doris. I took a step back subconsciously. I don't know why, but every time I see her, I feel terrible. Yes, Doris is terrifying. The castle is in danger. Frances needs to know this. I frowned, trying to run to the other side, but she grabbed my arm hard. Who do you think you are? Doris said fiercely. You really think you are his wife, don't you? What? I frowned. I don't have time to tell you this. Frances has joined the battle. Yes, the council has come to attack the castle. Doris said in an extremely leisurely tone. You can't help me. I swallowed slowly. Is that why you are looking for me now? To taunt me? Of course not. She suddenly laughed, holding my hand harder and harder, as if to crush my bones. What do you want? I shook off her hand vigorously. I knew she was here to embarrass me. I want you to die. Doris's face suddenly became extremely hideous. When she spoke, her guards had already rushed towards me. They grabbed my shoulders, making me unable to move and resist. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Doris smiled fiercely. You are so stupid. I tell you, I found the council. I told them that there will be a bonfire in the castle tonight. This is the best chance to attack the castle. My eyes widened, and I couldn't believe what I heard. Doris loves Frances, doesn't she? Why did she do this to hurt Frances? No, I have to tell Frances this news quickly. Let go of me, let me go. I tried my best to struggle, but to no avail. Doris ordered to her subordinates, take this bitch to the basement. Basement? Do not. I can't go there. Frances is in danger. I want to stay with him. I yelled, hoping someone could hear my voice, but the truth is that now there is a mess in the castle, and everyone is fighting against the council. I was dragged and thrown into the basement. The chain tied my hands and feet. The second the iron door of the lower room was closed, I almost collapsed. Don't hurt Frances. Please, Doris, please. I shouted with all my strength, but the sound of fighting overwhelmed everything. Frances's POV. Damn it. Where is Crystal? I listened to the uninterrupted fighting, standing in the crowd, watching more and more vampires and witches attacking my pack. I wanted to protect all my members, but now I can't concentrate on fighting at all, because I can't find Crystal. I transformed into a wolf. I roared and joined the battle. Fuck. After I caught the vampires, I bit their necks severely. The witches intend to use witchcraft to suppress us, so I must kill all the witches as soon as possible. Mike and Amber are fighting, and all members are fighting their best to protect the castle. But I am very puzzled. Why would the Parliament choose to attack us at this time? How did they know that tonight is our least prepared time? There is an insider in our pack. This is the only reasonable guess I can think of. Brother, someone saw Doris bring the crystal to the basement. Amber rushed to me and told me the news. I changed back to human form. Fuck! Dory Ribbon has gone crystal without my permission? What the hell is thinking? I looked at this chaotic battlefield and I almost broke my teeth, and Amber said, "Go find her. I'm sure she needs you more than we do. You need you to believe me. Mike and I will protect the castle. I am your strongest subordinate, brother. Please trust me." Amber's eyes were full of firmness. I finally rushed to the basement. No matter what Doris wants to do, I will never forgive her for taking Crystal away privately. I rushed to the door of the basement, however, before seeing Crystal, something Doris appeared in my sight. She was looking at me and looked very calm, as if she was waiting for my arrival. Where is she? I clenched my fist, restraining my anger. Just behind me. Doris crossed her arms across her chest. "Get out of the way," I commanded solemnly. But she didn't move a step at all. She stared at me straight and said, "You know what, Francis, how much I love you, but why do you care about that bitch more? I forbid you to call her like that." I was irritated by Doris's words. I knew she was my mate, but for me, I would rather be near Crystal than her. "It looks like you really fell in love with her," Doris threatened. "If you are willing to abandon her, promise me that you will never leave me. I promise that the crisis in the castle will be lifted immediately. As long as you swear you only love me, Francis." Fuck, how dare she threaten me? In addition, what does it mean to resolve the crisis? Stumped that she knew that the castle would be attacked by the council, I grabbed her hand, pushed her to the wall, and asked, "What do you mean? Why do you think you can resolve the crisis? You have a relationship with the people in the council." She looked at my eyes and started to flicker. "It's none of your business. I only know that offending the council will not end well, so I chose to submit to the council." "Fuck you," I interrupted her with a roar. "I understand. It turns out that Doris is a spy. She told the council that we were the weakest time tonight, and she provided the council with the opportunity to attack us. Fuck. I will kill you. You betrayed me. How can you betray me? You betrayed me first." Doris also roared. This is the first time I saw her out of control. "If you kill me, do you think Crystal will survive?" I was shocked. She was threatening me with Crystal's life. My wolf roared crazily inside me, and a voice told me that Doris was not my mate, because my mate would never betray me and would never help the council to attack my pack. The sound of fighting continued to clamor, making me more upset, but I must not be pinned by Doris. I transformed into a wolf and hit the iron gate fiercely. I bit the iron chain with my wolf's sharp teeth. "Francis, is that you?" I heard the anxious voice of Crystal in the basement. Thank God for her being alive. "Your pack is dangerous now. The council has launched an all-out attack this time. Please stay safe, Francis, please." My heart is very moved. She cares about me at this moment, but Doris is driven by jealousy. The more I listen to the voice of Crystal, the stronger my anger. I swear I will not let anyone hurt her. I have lost her once in Parliament, and I will never allow this to happen again. My wolf and I seem to have crossed a heavy obstacle when the anger reached its peak. The chain was snapped, and the crystal's beautiful eyes immediately caught my sight. I immediately turned into a human form and hugged the crystal full of horror, sitting on the ground tightly into my arms. "I'm sorry. I'm late. Are you hurt?" I looked at her up and down, worried that she was tortured by Doris. She seemed to be about to cry and shook her head. "I'm fine, Council." "Francis, don't blame me." Doris cut in and suddenly attracted the eyes of Crystal and me. I could see the anger in her eyes. She was shaking from jealousy. "You have made a choice, then I won't make you happy." After speaking, there were a lot of heavy footsteps coming towards the basement. "It's a member of the council." Doris turned and left, and I immediately pulled the crystal and rushed outward, but I was surrounded by people in the council. Fuck! Where are Amber and Mike? The members of the council have entered the basement of the castle. Does this mean that Mike and Amber have been killed? They would never allow those damn council members to step into the castle. But now, an uneasy feeling spread in my heart. If someone in the council hurts my family, I swear I will take out their hearts. Alpha Francis, we meet again. It was Spencer, who came with the vampire. As she spoke, she looked back and fixed her gaze on the crystal. Remove your damn eyes, or I will dig out your eyes, I swear. I blocked the crystal and threatened. The fact is, I am now on the verge of losing control. These damn vampires dare to break into my castle. They dare to provoke me in my pack. I can't wait to tear them all to pieces. Calm down, Alpha Francis. Spencer took a step closer to us, showing the kind of leisurely expression that disgusted me. Before I move on to the next attack, I think there is one thing you need to know. You'd better finish your last words at this moment. I promise you will never have a chance to speak in an hour. My fists were clenched, and there was a lethal killing intent in my eyes. Spencer laughed. All I want to say is that you have admitted wrong, mate, all the time. What? What the fuck is she talking about? You always thought Doris was your mate, didn't you? I'm telling you now, this is the means of the council. Spencer continued. Doris belonged to the council. When she was with you, the witch was already whore. A curse is placed on you. That curse will blind the connection between you and your real mate. You will only think Doris is your mate. Are you curious about who your mate is? Alpha Francis. Shut up your fucking mouth, I yelled. Who told you you deserve to stand here and talk to me so much? Damn vampire. The reason why I roar is because I have faintly felt who my real mate is. Crystal. Some time ago, my instinct told me that my mate is a crystal. It's just that I didn't dare to admit it all the time. I dare not admit that as an alpha, I found the wrong mate. But now, I know the reason. It was the witch who inflicted witchcraft on me, so I didn't recognize the crystal as the woman I should love. Fuck the council! Spencer ignored my anger and continued, the woman standing behind you, Crystal Clark, is your mate, Alpha Francis. My guess is not wrong, but when I think of the people in the council setting a trap for me, my wolf is about to rush out of me. Francis. Crystal tugged at my sleeve. Yes, for her, the news was indeed enough to shock her. After all, I'm pretty sure she never thought about it. It's okay. Trust me, I won't let you suffer any harm. I promised Crystal. What a beautiful couple. Spencer laughed. But unfortunately, you have no chance to live a happy life, because the only reason I tell you the truth is because today is your death date. The entire castle will be occupied by the Parliament. No one of your members can survive. Who gave you the courage to make you speak such unrealistic things? In the next instant, Jeffrey's majestic voice sounded above the basement. Vampire bitch, today is your death date. Mike's joking voice also came out. Following the direction of the light, I saw Ambell standing beside Jeffrey. Great, none of them died. They are all safe. Now the fighting sound in the castle has been reduced a lot. I guess my family must have subdued the group of bastards in the council, so they can only appear here now. This must be Jeffrey's strategy, pretending to be unable to defeat the council, introducing them into the castle, and then taking advantage of the terrain to wipe out the group of bastards. This also means that now Spencer has become a general without soldiers. You, Spencer turned to look at Mike and Amber. You two have obviously been killed. Why? Of course it was a trick we used to deceive you. Mike walked down the stairs step by step, and the wolf inside him roared, and everyone present heard it. Cousin, I believe you want to deal with this bastard vampire yourself. Mike leaned against the fence, as if watching a play, very comfortable. A deadly smile appeared on the corner of my lips. As I said, I will not forgive anyone who has hurt my family. These vampires, that damn council has provoked me many times, and I will never let them out of my territory alive. Stab! In less than a second, I squeezed Spencer's head off, and the smell of blood spread in the basement, but no one would feel sad for her. Because she is an aggressor, she deserves to die. I told Amber to take care of the crystal, and I left the basement alone. The castle was in a mess, and the corpses were everywhere. There were the corpses of members of the council and the corpses of my members. I can't calm my inner anger. All this is because of Doris. Because of her jealousy, because she wanted to be my mate, I lost so many of my members. They are all my brothers. They are all important comrades in arms to me. Find Doris, I said to the subordinate who hurriedly ran behind me. Then take her to Crystal, and I will make her kneel down for Crystal. Crystal's POV. 10 days have passed since the council attacked the castle. I sat on the windowsill of my room looking into the distance. Within those 10 days, Francis had recaptured Doris, and now she was being held in the basement, repenting of the treachery she had committed. The battle ended with the defeat of the council, and Francis' pack is in the process of regaining its force. I haven't seen him in all this time recently, and I'm a little lost, but perhaps for me, I don't need to see him right now. We haven't spoken since Spencer revealed that I was Francis' mate, and I don't know how he feels about that, and I don't know what I should make of the fact. After all, the disaster that had befallen the castle was because of me. If I hadn't fallen in love with Francis, if I hadn't stayed by his side, perhaps Doris wouldn't have united with the council to attack the castle out of jealousy. Sweetheart, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Diana's voice sounded behind me, and I immediately stood up and greeted her. Nothing. I concealed my emotions. Diana held my hand. I'm sorry for putting you through so many terrible things, but please believe us that all the bad luck is over and you and Francis will be happy in the future. I couldn't hide my disbelief and I lowered my head. Really? Sweetheart, why do you ask that? Obviously, Diana was shocked at my tone. I wanted to remain silent because I didn't want her to worry about me, but I knew she wouldn't leave if I didn't tell the truth. I don't know if Francis would be willing to accept me as his mate. I mean, I don't have any family background. I can't help him in the right way. My family is almost all in the council, and I don't think his members would accept me. The most important point is that I don't know if Francis still likes Doris. Although Doris had colluded with the council to attack the castle, after all, she had been with Francis for many years, and I didn't dare to speculate on their feelings for each other. Hearing my words, Diana looked like she had heard a ridiculous joke as she gently patted my hand. Sweetheart, I assure you that Francis will be happy that you are his true mate, and I'm sure he'll be the first to see you when he's done with things in the pack. I nodded. Her words reassured me because I knew that Diana would never cheat on me. Now all I had to do was wait and wait for Francis to come to me. 9 p.m. The moon hung in the dark night sky, radiating its light to bring light to this castle. I don't know when I started to like staring at the moon, but whenever I look at it, I get great comfort and relief inside. There was a knock at the door. Please come in, I answered. The person who came was Amber. Crystal, please follow me. Where to? I asked. It's late. Amber gave a mysterious smile and urged me, just follow me. You won't be disappointed. I followed her out of the room with a skeptical look on my face. Amber led me toward the stairs, and along the way, I wanted to ask her why she was taking me there, but since she never turned around, I chose to reserve my question. 15 minutes later, I was taken up to the rooftop. I had only been to this place once before, the day after I married Francis, and I was having breakfast here with his family. Now the place was dark. Amber, can I turn on the light? Whenever I am faced with darkness, I get scared. Amber smiled and pulled the light on. Suddenly, the whole rooftop was brightened, and I was shocked beyond words by the scene that appeared in my sight. I hope you enjoy the evening. Amber left a message and then left. My eyes looked around the entire rooftop, and I honestly couldn't believe what I was seeing right now. What appeared in front of me was an elongated and exquisite wooden table with champagne and French meals, surrounded by blue roses, and the petals scattered on the floor looked extremely romantic. What's going on here? I couldn't help but ask out loud. These are for you, Crystal. In the next instant, Francis's voice rang out from behind me. I turned backwards just in time to catch his eye. Francis, you prepared these for me? My head suddenly buzzed as he looked like a real prince in his black tuxedo with a classic tie. Although I knew he was indeed a prince, I was referring to the kind of Prince Charming in fairy tales. That bonfire party was ruined, so you deserve a better one. A party just for the two of us. He had the gentlest smile on his face, and I was the only one in his eyes. It was what I had always longed for, but when it happened before my eyes, I had a sense of disbelief and disillusionment. Am I dreaming? I asked seriously as I gazed at him. Please tell me that this is all real. Francis moved closer to me, cupped my face in his warm hands, and gazed at me. Crystal, it's all real. This is a night for both of us. My eyes got a little wet, and I asked, what about Doris? You are my mate. We don't need to care about her anymore. Francis was calm and sounded as if he had gotten over the woman. I asked, "Are you being nice to me because you love me or because I'm your mate?" Francis obviously didn't expect me to ask this question, but he didn't refuse to answer. "Crystal, I have to confess to you that I have actually had feelings for you since the first time I met you." What my heart was struck by this simple statement of his. The truth was, no matter what Francis said or did, it could easily touch my heart. He continued, "At that time, I didn't want to admit that I had feelings for you because I felt I couldn't betray my mate, but I did fall in love with you a long time ago. Later, when you were in danger at the council, I preferred to sacrifice myself for you to live. That lovemaking in the sea is something I can never forget. I can mark you, and I know that maybe there is indeed some kind of connection between us. As it turns out, you are the mate for me. So, please believe me and my love for you, okay? I love you with all my heart." Tears came out of my eyes, making Francis' face a little blurry in my sight. I couldn't contain my emotions because I never thought he would say those sincere words to me. He loved me. I could feel it. Even if I wasn't his mate, he would always loved me. And I was his mate, the one and only mate. I crashed into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Francis, I love you. I would die for you. I would do anything for you. I just want to stay by your side. Please let me love you forever, okay?" He also hugged me tightly, and I heard him let out a doting laugh. "I promise, you will always be my favorite woman, my only love. I swear by Alpha Francis that I will always protect my pack and my woman. That is you, Princess Crystal Clark." On the rooftop of the castle, two figures were embracing, kissing, and proclaiming to the whole world that no one could ever separate them. No one, because they would always love each other, always and forever.